Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Patriots. Welcome to Iran Revolution Live. This is day 26 of Iran Revolution Live with your hosts, the wonderful and amazing Armin Navabi, and of course, myself, Goldie Gamari. Welcome to everyone, all of you Patriots from around the world, for being here with us. We have another day full of information for you guys, so you don't want to miss out. Armin, how are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. I had a pretty good sleep. So I slept in a little bit today, which was kind of nice because we've been going at this. This is day 26 now. But I'm here, energized, and there's a lot of interesting news coming out, not just from inside occupied Iran, but from around as well. And I know many of you are wondering where our Iranian friends are. Um, the floor is open to them, so they are welcome to join us anytime. Of course, given the circumstances, they have to be very careful. So whenever they join, we'll of course immediately bring them on stage. We have a few super chats, Armin, so maybe we can go to that.
Can I show a picture? Just one picture before
Absolutely,
we
yes,
move to...
yes.
Thank you. So take a look at, oh, it's not showing up on screen. Add to screen. Oh, there we go. Take a look at this, guys. Just before I explain what it is, just take a look, and I think you will understand what it is. So obviously this is blood, but what's more significant is that the people who were bleeding, they left the scene writing with their own blood, Javid Shah and death to Khamenei, in their own blood. See here it says, so this is where they were shot, and I don't know if they survived or not, but what they left behind is these writings in their own blood. Javid Shah, meaning long live the king. I don't know this is what this one is, but this one down here is Marg bar Khamenei, which means death to Khamenei. Can you make out anything else here?
No.
I don't know what there is.
I actually posted this picture myself, and the only things that I could make out was Javid Shah and Magbar Khamenei. I don't know
This is
what.
Magbar.
I don't know what the middle thing is, and then on the right, like the right bottom. Can you zoom in on that? Yeah.
It seemed like a Marg. This is like Marg, and seemed like Khamenei. I think this was another attempt at Marg bar Khamenei.
That looks like Magbar Khamenei as well. So
yeah, but this one is more clear.
Yeah. So I never thought I would see something like this, where it's literally people are using their own blood to send messages.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. There's something that I wanted to share now that X is working again. I don't know, X was down for me for a while, which was very strange. But now it's back up. I've been trying to post something, but let me find it, because this is really interesting. So you know how in the UK, the BBC, oh good, it did come up. Oh great, okay, my post is working. Oh, I posted it a few times. Okay, so it showed up twice. 158.98.
We got a super chat saying, somebody gave us a super chat on the Atheist Republic chat saying, is there somewhere you are compiling the pictures and videos? Oh yeah. There's a lot of documentation. Everything is being documented, and on such a detailed level that you would be impressed by the Iranian people. Nothing is going to be missed. I have some other thing. If you're preparing something, I have some other things.
Yeah, go for it. You go for it, because X was glitching for me, but you go ahead, and then I'll share this.
All right, so let me show you another picture that apparently the regime has put. This is my university, guys. I used to go to Tehran University, and the regime, they have put a sign in front of Tehran. Oh, I'm not showing it to you here. So this is the gates of the university that I used to go to, Tehran University. I used to study cellular biology at this university, and many years ago, 20 years ago. And now you can see at the gates, they put, the regime has put Ya Marg Ya Khamenei, which means either you accept Khamenei or you die. This is the message the regime is putting out there. So basically, they're saying they're going to go all the way out. Like they're going to go, there's no middle ground for them. You either accept Khamenei or you die. So I have a couple of videos from inside Iran.
Let's go to that
These
first.
Okay. So these are from a few days ago, like January 8th, January 9th, those days, but the videos are new. Okay. So the videos are new, not new in the sense that they recently happened, new in the sense that we recently received them. So because the internet was cut all those days, we're getting more videos from those, what happened. So just let me show you a couple of them. There's a lot more coming out. So I'm just going to show you some of them. Right. So this one was in Lahijan on January 8th. Again, these videos, we haven't shown these before because they only now came out. So let's watch this one. By the way, look at the crowd size. Look at the crowd size. It goes all the way. So by the way, guys, with the more videos coming out, because the internet is like slowly in some places they have internet connection, what we're witnessing is that in everywhere, like even some places where we originally didn't have reports that a huge crowd was gathering, we're now getting updates that those places were also had huge crowds. We just didn't know until now. So this is, for example, one video, Lahijan. Wait, guys, like, let me just go back and just please notice that both ways, the camera points this way and that way, and it shows that both ways there's a crowd as far as the eye could see. So, guys, please notice that, please understand that these are hours before the order to start shooting came out. So this was on a Thursday. So hours after this, the command came from the top to start shooting inside the people. Let me see. Was it a Thursday? No, he reached at home. No, that was a Sunday. Sorry. So, by the way, I'm receiving a lot of videos from inside Iran that I can't show because they're just so bloody and has a lot of bodies in there. So there are videos before the shooting, and then there's the videos after the shooting, and a lot of the videos after the shooting are not YouTube friendly. Okay, so
میخوام بگم تو این ماشین خود ماشینه.
Oh, خط روی ماشین. Okay, let me see.
میخوام بگم تو این ماشین خود ماشینه. ولی نگاه کن یه خط روشون نمیندازیم.
This goes back to what Goldie was saying. So this is an area where people were gathering, And the guy is trying to tell you that, look, in this area there's a lot of cars, but there's not a single scratch on any of them. So basically showing how civilized the people are, and they're not causing any destruction to other people's property. Like, he's like, notice the cars, the people are out here, and there's not a single scratch on any of the cars. So any form of destruction that you see is either against regime assets, or it's the regime destroying private properties of people, to try to make it seem like these are, hooligans and people who are just causing chaos and violence. But this guy is trying to document that there's not a single scratch on any of them.
میخوام بگم تو این پارکینگ خود ماشینه، ولی نگاه کن یه خط روشون نمیندازیم.
Oh, look at the crowd. Also, please, guys, notice that the videos that are coming out more, all of them, every single, like the video I showed you earlier had a pro Pahlavi chant. This video is saying this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return. So without fail, every crowd everywhere in Iran was shouting for Pahlavi. So remember, when you see reports from United States, and for people coming out and saying like, oh, Pahlavi doesn't actually have nationwide support inside Iran, those are either MEK propaganda or Nayak propaganda. And I'm going to play something about Nayak for people who are new here. I have a new video that really explains the Nayak situation very well. So there's a lot of Nayak and MEK. They have a lot of influence and think tanks in the United States, and so they have a lot of connection to politicians in the United States, and they are very anti-Pahlavi, and they try to make it seem like the Pahlavi doesn't have nationwide support inside Iran. But notice that from every corner of Iran, wherever people are gathering, they're only calling for one name, always, without fail, every single time. And even when they were being shot at, they came out and called out their king. They came out and called out. Yeah, maybe show this image to people who say there's not that much support for Pahlavi inside Iran. That after people are being shot at, they write with their blood. They write "Long live the king" with their blood. Show them this. Show this in response to the reports that they're writing in the think tanks, the Nayak and MEK linked think tanks in Washington. Okay, show them that. But let me continue with this video. So they're saying, chanting, this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return.
فکر کنم کل انقلاب آدم است.
امسال سال خونه, سیلری سرنگونه means this is the year of blood, Pahlavi will fall. No, this is the year of blood, Khamenei will fall. So he's like, I'm returning from the protest, but look, the cars are still completely intact. Nothing has happened to any of the cars. Not a single scratch on any of the cars, even after. But the reason why he's documenting that is because the regime tries to destroy property to say that the regime, that the people are doing it. But this guy, that's why the guy is documenting that, look, we didn't scratch any of the cars. So they're chanting, King Reza, blessed be your soul. I have some videos that documents people shooting. Yeah.
So I know this is from before. We can go to that, but there's a lot of super chats. People want the news of the day. So with your permission, maybe I can go through some of the super chats. Then I can give some news for today, and then we can go back to these videos from before. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you so much. So Dear Israelis, at Saturday we gather to support Iranians in Holland Golda Meir 6 at 19:30. Be there and be papish. Thank you so much, Amir. Appreciate your support. Paul says nearly 1 month and Trump hasn't done anything. Not true. President Trump is currently sending a very, very big and powerful military fleet to the Persian Gulf. And that's not by coincidence. That's costing what, like 7 million taxpayer dollars a day. So I would not say that President Trump has done nothing. Of course, we wish that it would be faster, but these things take time. And me personally, I'm very grateful for the fact that President Trump is getting ready to do something, because America doesn't have to, but they are. And even His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, he has said that international help is on the way. And he's had a few very interesting speeches as well. Yep.
Can I respond to this as well? Yeah, but
Yep.
guys, actually, what seems to be happening is that the reason why it's taking this long is because they're preparing for something a lot more significant than just a symbolic attack. That's, again, nothing is for certain, but that's what everything is showing. So that means that we should welcome that, because if they just came in and did something and then that was just limited, then they wouldn't continue, because they're like, oh, we did it already, so that is done and over with. So the fact that they're waiting means that something big might be coming, and if that's the reason for the delay, then okay. If that's the reason for the delay, then okay.
Yeah, and President Trump isn't moving the USS Abraham Lincoln and 25,000 American troops to the Middle East because he wants like a good kebab recipe, right? Like he's not going for like a kebab recipe. So there's something at play. Believe me, guys, believe me. I'm just as, when it comes to what's happening in Iran, like Armin and I are both Iranian, right? So we also are feeling certain things, but we also know from a geopolitical perspective that certain things take time. And even the message that Iranians inside of occupied Iran are saying, and Potipto himself, he's been with us 2 days. He might be joining us again today, and we might have some other Iranians join us if they can, if their connection is strong enough. Even Iranians inside of Iran are saying that whatever help we get, we are grateful for, but ultimately it's up to us to end the regime. But of course, outside assistance is going to make it much easier and much faster. So I would say it's not correct to say President Trump hasn't done anything. He's actually done a lot. The signs are all there. And if you want, I can go through the analysis from the beginning once again. Actually, let me make a note of that, and I'll do that later today. Let me just make a note of that before I forget. So, Trump helping Iran analysis.
We also got news that the European Parliament has voted based on majority vote for the IRGC to be recognized as a terrorist group. So that is, I know that that's like so.
I think, you know what? To me, too little, too late. Too little, too late.
Yeah,
this is not a criticism of European people. Europeans, we love you and we appreciate your support. But I'm going to say I am pissed off at the EU government and EU politicians, because Iranians have been trying to put the IRGC on the Canadian terror list, on their terror list for a very, very long time, and they refused. And only now, after the mass slaughter of over 30,000 innocent Iranians, the EU is standing up and like they do like a standing ovation. Like, we don't want your standing ovations, right? We don't want your standing ovations. So good for you guys, but too little, too late. That's my opinion on
it is very late, and it's also too little and too late. We can use it somehow, because a lot of people within the regime within Iran, they are not going to be convinced that the regime is falling just because the United States and Israel say anything, because Europe is supposed to be somehow their ally. If Europe can list them as a terrorist group, even though it is too little too late, we can use it as a tool to try to cause defections from the regime.
That that is a good point. That is a good point. Very, very true there. Okay, so the next one, BS Bonehead. Goldie and Armin, I'm in talk with my girlfriend from Shiraz. I'm so happy. I don't know anything about Siphon VPN version 555 to connect with Iran Cell. I don't know, Armin, if you know anything about that. So I can't verify if that's safe or not.
Yeah.
So I mean,
It, it,
I'm glad. Yeah.
yeah, I've heard it changes. Like I've heard like one thing works at one moment and tomorrow they have to change to something else. So it's basically trial and error
Yeah.
with the
I mean,
VPNs. That's what
all
I've
we
heard.
know for a fact is that Iranians have to use VPNs to be safe. But in terms of which
Yeah.
one they have to use or how, I know independent knowledge of that. But I'm very, very grateful and happy that you were able to get a hold of your girlfriend. So I'm so happy for you. I know you were very, very worried, and thank you for sharing that news with us. Because I know you've also told us in the past that you're here on our channel watching us because it makes you feel a little bit less isolated because you can't contact your girlfriend. So send her all of our love as well.
Be careful when you're using VPNs. Don't talk about any sensitive information. Always assume that it is being listened to when you're using VPNs when you're talking to people. Okay, use code words and stuff.
Absolutely.
Just figure it. Yeah.
Is there somewhere I'm compiling the videos and photos? Oh, Armin, you already responded to that. Okay,
Yes.
say no
Yeah,
more.
they are.
Yeah. UK and BBC. Can you share the videos and photos with your audience? How can the audience get access to the photos and videos?
You know what? I could start posting them on my X account. You could follow me on X, armin.navabi. Also another Goldie is posting a lot of them, and Emily Schrader is posting a lot of them. So following Emily would be a good idea. Tusi TV's X account is a really good idea. So follow these. Follow Goldie. Follow Emily Schrader. Follow Tusi TV. And you could follow me as well if you want. Armin.navabi. So I'll try to post more often. I've been so focused on I haven't been posting on X as much as I should be, but I'll if you guys want me, I could post these videos.
So I actually have copy link. So I actually made a list called Iran Revolution, and I actually made this list public. So anyone who has X here, let me just pull it up here. So anyone who has X can see this. And this is basically, these are the accounts that I follow. Okay. So if you have X, it's called Iran Revolution. I have like 19 members here. Now you got, not everything might be 100% accurate from certain accounts, but I've got a lot of accounts here that, typically post, real accurate news. So if you guys want, and I see like 10 people already follow this. So here, I'll put the link to this list in both of the chats.
Okay, there you go.
And I'll get to the other super chats in a moment. Let me just do this before I forget. I'm also gonna post the link in the Rumble chat.
That's so useful, Goldie. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that's where I get my info and pictures and stuff from. So, okay, I just put it in the Rumble chat, and then let me just add this to the X chat as well, so people on X can see. Okay. So if you guys want like photos, videos, or whatever the case might be, there you go. There's like that's basically what I use. That's essentially what I use. So let me add the link here as well. Okay, so now you should all now have access to this list. Okay, there you go. All right, so next super chat. You've emailed me. Okay, thank you so much. So my team is monitoring my emails. So my team will be looking at your email. Thank you so much for that. Are protests ongoing, and is internet back countrywide? Protests are ongoing, but not in the way you would think. People are not out in the streets as much right now because Iran has basically turned into a failed state at this point. It's a failed state. Military and police are pretty much staying at home. We have over 5,000 foreign proxy militias like Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, people from Afghanistan, people from Pakistan, people from Iraq who are in Iran right now, and they're going around the streets and they're basically shooting at anyone who steps outside. So people are protesting from inside their homes. We have images. We have images and videos of that, which we can share with you momentarily. In terms of the internet is still shut down. So NetBlocks is the best place to get news about internet blackouts. And so they just posted an hour and a half ago update. Iran has now been under a national internet blackout for 2 full weeks. At hour 3:36, connectivity levels continue to flatline with only a slight rise at the backbone, supplying regime whitelisted networks, while a few users are now able to tunnel to the outside world. So this is the state of the internet in occupied Iran. This should let you know, guys, this should let you know that because the internet is still shut down, right? This means that there are things happening in occupied Iran. Because if everything was back to normal, the internet would be back up. This is the longest that the internet has been shut down since the Islamic regime took over in 1979. I mean, there was an internet back then, but even in the past. In the past, guys, the longest time that the internet was shut down was about a week. That was in November of 2019. We call that Bloody November because when they shut down the internet, they slaughtered 5,000 Iranians in a week. Okay, 5,000 Iranians in 1 week. What we know right now is that in the first 2 days, January 8 and 9, that they slaughtered at least 12,000. Okay, at least 12,000. And so just imagine this, right? Internet is still shut down. It's been shut down for 2 weeks. Now, why is the internet shut down? Why do they do this? They do this because they want the outside world to think that nothing is going on, right? So they basically want people to get bored. They're hoping that because they're preventing a lot of news and videos from coming out, that people will turn away and people will assume that everything is fine and everything is normal. But this is here, like this demonstrates that it's not back to normal. The revolution is still happening, but the Islamic regime wants you to believe their propaganda. Okay, so no, the internet is not back. The internet is not back. Yep.
Yeah. So remember, the prince called what we're happening right now a tactical retreat. And what's happening is that the Iranians are the close to unanimous messaging that we're getting inside Iran is that everybody is preparing to come back to the streets, but they're reevaluating based on what happened. Because guys, a lot of you might not, all of us knew that the Islamic Republic is very cruel and brutal, but what happened was at a level that even Iranians who know the level of brutality and cruelty of the Islamic Republic, what happened was something that nobody even could imagine. So what they're doing is, but that level of cruelty has not discouraged them. It has actually made them more determined to finish the job, because anybody who was not for the toppling of the regime is now for the toppling of the regime. So what the regime did when it comes to the level of slaughter that it did backfired, and now more Iranians are ready to come back in higher numbers into the streets once something happens. And so a lot of Iranians are waiting to see when Trump will attack, but not because they're solely relying on that, because they think that they need a spark for the next wave to come, and they're waiting for the command of their prince for the next wave to happen. But it seems like everybody is on the same page that when it's time, they're going to come out, and this time they're more prepared, and they're out to kill, and they're out to finish the job. Based on what they experienced, they now have a better understanding and a better plan on what they need to do once they come back into the streets. So expect something bigger to happen once the command has been given by our king for the people to come back into the streets.
Absolutely. So sorry, I can't read your username because it's in Hebrew, but says, I hope and wish good news for citizens of Iran and citizens of the entire world. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate your kind words and thoughts. Mr. Kogan gifted you 10 memberships. There you go. Congrats, Armin.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Danny Boudreau Music. Thank you for getting me hooked on Bapish and Bubbly. You're welcome. You're welcome, Danny. I'm glad that you like Bapish. You know what? It's such an honor to know that you guys also like Bapish. It is a very good song, and I'm so happy. You know, it's one of the things that gives me a lot of energy and motivation to keep going, knowing that we have, you know, the world on our side. So thank you. And Bubbly's fantastic. I actually need to order more Bubbly today. I need to like do a grocery shopping order.
They need to sponsor you.
Bubbly, the drink of the Iranian National Revolution. There you go. Yeah, Bubbly, if you're watching, you should sponsor me. Dark will also give you 10 more memberships. Congratulations on that. It's
Thank
Paul
you.
Newman. Witkoff is saying there's a diplomatic solution. Yeah, the diplomatic solution is to get rid of the Ayatollah and change the regime and bring in Reza Pahlavi, King Reza Pahlavi. That's the diplomatic solution, right? Not
Don't get this.
Diplomatic solution does not necessarily mean peace with the regime. Every solution is a diplomatic solution. It's just a matter of what type of diplomacy you're going to take. So in this case, I'm telling you that the diplomatic solution is regime change.
Yep. During the 12-day war, they were saying the same. Before the 12-day war, they were saying the same thing. And then right in the middle of the diplomatic talks, all of a sudden there was an attack. So
yeah. So to me, that's a code word. Diplomatic solution. Keep that in mind. Mr. Kogan Israel says, friends, don't forget to subscribe to Goldie and Armin Navabi. Hit the like button. Thank you so much.
Well, Atheist Republic, my channel, if you want to subscribe to that, is Atheist Republic. Yeah. Thank you.
Sherry says, I hope you are right. People are dying every day. I want my president to keep his word. Thank you so much. Listen, I know everyone is worried. We are worried too. Like we've all lost loved ones, all of us, every single one of us, right? Even Armin and I, we've lost loved ones. So, but again, the message from people in Iran is that we are not giving up. The revolution is not over. This is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. And President Trump is a man of his word. He is a man of his word. And I have a feeling something big is going to be happening this weekend. I don't know. I just, I have a feeling. Whole armies of Iranians have been slaughtered. Yes. We know. The death toll, guys, I'm telling you, the death toll is probably much, much higher than 30,000. It's much higher than 30,000. But you know, right now is not the time for tears or grief. Right now, we're in a war, and we are going to fight, and we're going to make sure that those Iranians who lost their lives on the path of freedom, that their lives are not lost in vain. I can share this because it's publicly available. Okay, I'll go take a look at that, Major. Thank you so much. Mahir going live in 34 minutes. Thank you. Yes, I've tuned into Mahir. He's on my screen. So as soon as he goes live, we will tune in to Mahir for sure. Thank you for letting us know. Frank, I think you sent a sticker. Thank you. How is food water situation? How are they coping? Food water situation is not good. It's not good. But people, you know, they've stocked up for a bit, but like, I don't think the situation can last much longer. Armin, do you have any info on that?
Yeah, I mean, stores are open only for a little bit, and it's really hard to get outside. But there is also a lot of cooperation and sense of unity. So people are really helping each other out. So that's how some people are getting food and water. People are checking who needs food, who needs food. People are checking up on each other. There's a lot of solidarity, and that's helping right now.
The sense of unity in the country right now is much stronger than it was before. And, you know, there's no looting, there's no violence, there's no like chaos in the sense of like Iranians, right? So Iranians aren't going around looting each other's stores because we're not a bunch of like savage, you know, jihadi, Allahu Akbar people. So if anything, it's like everyone is helping each other out. Everyone is pitching in. Everyone is making sure that Iranians can get by until they're liberated, because it is a war. It is definitely a war. Krelok says, Bapish from Connecticut. Thank you, Bapish.
Peace.
Craftology. Think the regime actually believes they are gaining control, or are they well aware Iranians are planning to flood the streets with a vengeance? They are well aware. They are well aware. That is why, guys, this is why the internet is shut down, right? Because if the regime thought that the revolution was over, if the regime thought that Iranians have given up, the internet would be back up. But you see, the fact that the internet is still shut down, this is the sign that the regime knows that it's not over. Because if it was over, the internet would be back up. Iranians would be like placated or whatever. They would have given up and they would be, going on with their lives. But no, the regime knows. The regime knows that something is going on. The regime knows that something is going to happen. That's why the internet is still shut down. That's why the country is still in a state of martial law. And that's why you have all these foreign proxy terrorist groups who are going around the streets and they're shooting anyone and everyone.
Yes, and we actually are getting reports that the regime is terrified. Right now, they're terrified and they're turning against each other, and they're even taking out people from each other. They're jailing people. They're moving. They are desperately trying to pretend that everything is back to normal, but everybody knows that things are not back to normal. And some of them are afraid that their own people might turn against them. A lot of people are not showing up to work. A lot of the regime people are not showing up to work. A lot of the armed forces are refusing to come back to work. So they know that this might be it. And that's why they're so violent, because they are seeing the writing on the wall.
Absolutely. New member. Thank you, Mr. Kogan. Oh, thank you so much for the memberships. Very kind of you. It's Dexter.
He came to both channels.
Thank you for the support. That's so amazing. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. It's Dexter says Trump will keep his word. Think about it. If this was just a show of force, it's a very, very, very expensive show of force. I agree. Listen, I 100% agree with you on this, right? Even just looking at it from like a taxpayer dollar perspective, why would he randomly just send, I don't know, some of the most powerful U.S. military assets to the Middle East, right? He's not doing it because he wants like the Persian kebab recipe. Something is happening for sure. He's going there to you know what? He's actually going there to make kebabs. He's gonna teach. He's gonna teach the IRGC how to. Yeah, he's gonna make.
He's gonna make cutlet.
Yeah,
cutlet. Yeah, guys, I talked to a military expert, and and what he was explaining to me is that there has never been this much military assets moving without something happening after. Like, if nothing happens, this would be the first time in the history of the United States where they moved this much military assets and did nothing at all. So this will be a first.
Yeah. I didn't know that. So he said that the U.S. military has never moved this much assets in its history.
Yeah, there has never been this much movement of military assets into a location without anything happening after that.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
No, I never even thought about that. Oh my gosh, that's so true. Wow. Okay, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so Boogeyman says, this weekend is going to get spicy in Iran, courtesy of the U.S. military. Let's go, guys. I cannot wait.
We don't know the timing, guys, so it might happen this weekend. But like, if one thing you have to be careful, because if something seems to be happening, but if we say this weekend and then it's a few days later, then a lot of people might lose hope, right? So just be skeptical with the time. Something seems to be happening, but we don't know the time.
Someone's asking if there was an earthquake in Faryab.
Never.
I mean, I see some accounts posting on it, but I see like Islamic regime accounts posting about it. I have no idea. I have no idea if it's actually no legitimate account is reporting on it. So I have no idea if that's an earthquake or something else. we'll have to wait and see, guys. We'll have to wait, like we have to wait for like legitimate news sources. So the list that I gave you guys, just follow that list. The people on that list, pretty much legit. I mean, sometimes like something is old is posted or something, but that's typically generally the list that you guys want to follow. That's the list that I follow to get my news, and I'll add a few more accounts that I think are important as well. I think I don't think I have Tusi on that list. I should add Tusi and Nayak Borbani, so I should add them to the list as well. So the next super chat. Ted Groves says, Trump strong. Again, 2 carrier groups on the map, USS Abraham Lincoln and USS George Washington. Exactly, right? Like these are huge and powerful carriers. So they're not just moving around the ocean for no reason.
And just a few hours ago, the USS Abraham Lincoln was sighted at the Arabian Sea. So that means now it's like right next to the Oman Gulf. So it's right there now. Just a few hours ago. So yeah. Yeah, guys, even though they go dark, when they are passing like shores, people could just visibly see them. So now we know that USS Abraham Lincoln is at the Arabian Sea now.
Daro goes in, says, I'm really sorry to hear about your loved ones. My condolences to everybody. Thank you so much. Keep bapishing. We are bapishing, not just for Iranian people, but for the whole free world, praying for Iranian people. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very kind of you. Friend confirmed, USS Abraham Lincoln arrived. Interesting. So update on fleets, any arrived? Apparently, we just confirmed that. So definitely they've arrived. Are there places for them to go to be safer without giving information? Like for people in Iran, I mean, they're in hiding, right? They're in hiding because the regime is very think of like Big Brother, right? In 1984, you know how Big Brother monitors everything. They monitor you through your phones, through your cameras. They have CCTV cameras everywhere outside. So the entire country is like a concentration camp, and it's all monitored. It's all under supervision. So they monitor everything. There's no privacy.
Yeah. Based on the people that I talked to, there are like some of the people who know what they're doing. There are some places that they go to when they want to go dark, but I'm not going to discuss it here. But there are people who are really like their leaders and the people who know what they're doing. They have their methods.
Yeah.
But obviously, for obvious reasons, I'm not going to discuss what they are here.
Yeah. Rudy says so I think you're referring to President Trump. President Trump will probably wait for the stock market to close on Friday. That will give him around 65 hours till next opening. That's the correct timing. I mean, yeah, that's certainly one theory. I mean, again, there's lots of theories out there. That seems to be the most plausible one. But at the same time, that also seems to be the one that, because it looks like it's the most plausible one, maybe that's what the regime expects, and so maybe he'll do something else. I mean, we don't know. We literally have no idea. It's the fog of war, but that is a very good theory. Check your school DMs, Armin. Very important message.
Okay.
B2XX. For the U.S. Air Force, consider hamburgers as the cutlet of the revolution. Yeah. So guys, cutlet. So cutlet. Here, I'll share with you guys the cutlet meme, especially for our American friends. You guys are really, really going to enjoy this. Let me just pull it up here. So cutlet is basically like the Iranian version of like a ground beef patty. Like it's basically the Iranian version of a hamburger. Okay. It's basically made up of like ground beef, potato, and onions, right? And then, you mix it all together, you make it into like patties and you fry it up and you eat it. So, on I think it's January 2nd. So on January 2nd, 2020, that's when President Trump exterminated Qasem Soleimani. And, he he was like the attack was so strong and so powerful that Soleimani was basically turned into ground meat. Like there was literally nothing left of him, right? It was just like just ground beef. And so Qasem Soleimani was the head of the IRGC at the time. He was like he was the most powerful commander, second most powerful person in occupied Iran, next to Khomeini. And he's a murderer, he's a terrorist, he's a war criminal. He had the blood of hundreds of thousands of Iranians on his hands as well, because he was also murdering us Iranians. And so when President Trump exterminated Qasem Soleimani like the cockroach that he was, Iranians celebrated by making kotlet. That's our dark humor there. That's our dark humor. So so January 2nd is International Kotlet Day. So kotlet. Let me
I just got a message on school that one of our friends on Discord was shot dead. One of our friends on our Persian Discord server.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Armin. My condolences. If you need to leave to take some time, you can do that. Go ahead. That's fine.
No, it's okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Kotlet Day, internet guys, internet. But see, this is why we fight on. This is why we fight on. So International Kotlet Day is January 2nd. January 2nd, because that's the day that the United States exterminated Qasem Soleimani. So when we talk about kotlets, we're referring to that. Oh, Armin, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
Sorry,
guys.
Oh.
No, I'm just
okay. So there you go. So back to your comment, B2XS. For the U.S. Air Force, consider hamburgers as the kotlet of the revolution. Yeah, so hamburgers are kotlet. Kotlet is the Iranian version of a hamburger. Shalom. What about Channel 14 in Israel? I'm not sure what you're referring to. I'm so sorry. Pahlavi meeting with the new leader of Venezuela, symbolic, indicative. So King Reza Pahlavi has already met with her before. They've been actually, no, I don't know if he's met her before, but she's been very supportive of the Iranian people. So she's always been an ally of the Iranian revolution. So I mean, yeah, that could be symbolic or indicative. Not sure, but Mikado has always been an outspoken advocate of the Iranian people. So we have a lot of respect for her. So I'm glad that they're meeting. Ted says, when the U.S. attacks, it will be the end of all talks. I agree, 100%. I agree, and it can't come sooner. It can't come sooner. I never found the link for Iran Revolution. I searched, guys. I put the link. I put the link in the chat. Let me put the link in the chat again for you guys. So, here. It's a list that I made myself. So, here. Copy link to list. I'm putting the link to the list in my YouTube chat, and I'm going to pin it to the top as well, okay? Pin message. There you go. Let me put it in Armin's chat as well in case you guys missed it. Okay. There you go. So now it's in both. So that's the link to my list. That is my personal list that I have made on X to monitor certain accounts for Iran Revolution news and updates. Those are my sources that I mainly trust. I still have to add some more to that, but that's basically what I've been using. We need to defend Israel. Absolutely. Yeah, we do need to defend Israel. I agree. We all absolutely have to defend Israel. So, okay. So those were the super chats that I wanted to go through. Yes, guys, I know Tusi's coming up. Tusi's coming up in 11 minutes. We will go to Mahyar Tusi. when he comes up. Before we go to that, because we have a little bit of time, I just wanted, unless Armin, if you have news, go ahead.
No, not news. Just quickly read the messages because he said, "Can you read these on air?"
Yes, of course.
Yeah, he said, I don't, just really quickly, I'll just go over first. He says, I don't know if this is something you want to share. I leave it up to you. He says he was an extraordinary person. He had Amazral Khai and Javid Shah in his bio. Apparently they have his accounts has gone deleted and everything. It's really difficult. He says, it's really difficult for me to hold it together as well. And he says, you're not alone, mate. And he says, we have to be, I told him, we have to be strong. We have to make sure that they didn't die for nothing. He says, my hand has been numb for 2 days. Yep. So just that's it. I just wanted to share that. I don't know if I could read his name, so I'm not gonna until he gives me permission. But anyways.
Guys, in honor of Armin's friend, can you please put a V in the chat? V for victory. Put a V and the victory hand sign in the chat in honor of Armin's friend who lost his life on the path to freedom.
Okay, so his name is Hushang. He said he can read it. So his name was Hushang.
Hushang. Rest in peace, Hushang.
Sorry guys, I didn't mean to bum you out. I'm sorry. Just he asked me to share it, so I'm sure.
Listen, 100%. I'm glad that you were able to share that, and look at all the V's in the chat. V for victory, for Hushang, and for all the brave Iranian heroes.
Yeah. Just guys, remember what Goldie always says, that we have to focus on our goal. We have to be goal oriented to make sure that none of these deaths are in vain, right? We have time for crying and time for being sorry. We have time for this right now. We have to just make sure that they didn't die for nothing.
I need to shower, but like Goldie, I want it to happen and not miss it. Sorry for the loss of all your loved ones, Goldie and Armin. Thank you.
Yep.
But we are continuing. We are bapishing on, and we're not going to stop. We're going to make sure that their deaths and their murders were not in vain. And so, on that note, 2CTV starting in about 8 minutes. So, you know what I think will cheer all of us up, Armin?
Yeah.
A little bit of Iranian rap.
Yes, and also Goldie, Saracham Qadagan. We should also teach that to people.
Saracham Qadagan.
Yes.
سید سلام، چطوری مردک؟ کلی کتلت شدین دایی بدون مدرک. سلام بسیجی قهرمان، رفتی پیش توسی با پنیر و یه نون سنگک. سلام به محفل قرآنیتون، سلام به مدیرای بحرانیتون، سلام به حاجی اکبر و طوله هاش و خارج و رفقای ارگانیتون، سلام به دوستای پول ملت که تش میفتین توی تور ملت. سلام به همه شما کرکسایی که دارین نونتون رو میزنین تو خون ملت، تا که تش زیر دست و پاک و تک بخورین، حالا هی به یه بادکنک بدوین. سلام آخر تو زندان باشه وقتی قرار به این آب خنک بخورین. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. اینو بگذاریم به خاک میرسیم، تجزیه طلبی که به خاک بیرسیم. ایران مردمش وطن پرستن، از کرد تا بلوچ بری به فاک میرسی. گفت به هر کی مرسی است، گفت به هر کی در پی یه تجزیه است صف به لوی و همونی که شیفته یه گل ملیگرا تو وطن خدا نفتی هست سر کردستان همه برپا شدن بلوچستان فدای مهسا شدن شم واحد که شیر و خورشید ما وقتی جعلیا تنها شدن شادی باشه واسه همه در میهن کور بشه چه هرچی اهریمن رخ رو بگی تا اون 6 کلاس سواد و خبرگان و مجد سری ترچیان شبهای عروس و دامادی باشه برن سلامتی نوش کنن و آبادی باشه مقصد کجاست میدون شهیاده به سمت اتوبان آزادی باشه سلام به نسل ندید پدیدا نبودیم ندیدیم قدیم مدیما شاه بود تو شادی کل میزدیم حالا شاه بر میگرده پیک میزنیم مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا
ای فاهنگ به این خوشگلی با نایده بود اسم این مشخواهن رو توش بیاریم ولی خب لازم بود دیگه فکر کنم با نایده
There you go. There's Hamid Fard. We love Hamid. So guys, for those of you who are like, you like this takbir better than the other takbir, guys, so this takbir, it's a play on words, right? Because when you hear like all those like, you know, jihadi, Allahu Akbar Muslims, like, you know, even in like the streets of Canada, right? All the pro Pali jihadis, they're like takbir Allahu Akbar, right? They're like takbir Allahu Akbar because it's like a war cry, right? So this song is actually a play on that, and he's basically saying takbir marg bar mullah, which means death to the mullahs, right? So it's basically like a play on that, and he's taking their like Islamic jihadi war chant, right? It's like he's taking their jihadi war chants and he's like switching it around on them, and so he's like takbir marg bar mullah. So do you guys want me to play more? No, we don't say takbir. We don't say takbir. That's an Arabic word. So again,
he's being sarcastic.
Yeah, it's sarcastic, right? It's sarcasm, right? Can I make a revolution music playlist? Okay, I'll make a note of that, and I'll do that at some point. Revolution music, okay, playlist. Sure, I'll do that. I'm gonna try to see if I can find more Hamid Fard. Yeah, Hamid Fard is great. I actually know him. Let me see if I can find him here. Okay. I have Hamid on WhatsApp. Let me reach out to him. I'll see if he's available. He doesn't speak English very well, but maybe if Hamid Fard's available, he can join us for a little bit later, and you guys can hear from our famous and beloved rapper.
Guys, Hamid Fard is a celebrity among Iranian revolutionaries. He makes the best rap songs against his videos go viral. When he makes a rap against the regime, they go viral.
Oh yeah, Hamid Fard is fantastic. Here, let me see what else I can find. So here. This is his YouTube channel, guys. Here, I'll share the link to his YouTube channel here. I'll share it in both. There you go. So let's see what else has he got videos. So this is Ira Khari Nabard Pahlavi Barmigard, and as soon as this video is done, we'll go to CTV.
خیابون اونا واسه ماست مزدورا همه شدن آسفاس این روزا جهنم حاکماست کار تو تموم اینجا خاک ماست سر ما رو میبریم بشین بار بمونین جلومون میکشیم اگه مردم رو بزنی با تیرت بدون با خونه تو زیر پا بیشوریمه ایرانی غیرت و احساس داره جلوش واسی قصاص داره تو دل سه پهلوی و شاه داره واسه بسیجی همین فشار داره همه جا بو اتحاده مردم یکی اعتقاده اونا شاهشونو میخوان نمیذاریم میبیسیده بکنی سو استفاده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده 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 ما رو اکی میترسونیم جنازتو میگردونیم تو شهر و روستا میچرخونیم دونه دونتون رو میفهمونیم آزادی به ما نزدیکه نگاه چپ کنی ما رو یه تحریکه صورتت واسه ما میشه معنی که یا با ما یکی میشی یا که تدیگه همه پشت شاهی میبینی داریم پشت کاری که واقعیه نه یه رشد واهی یه مشت آنی زیر هشته پشت شاهی تا خاک ایران ما 40 اندی سال دست بیگانه ها ایران ما ایمان ما میراث ما حالا ایرانی میسازه ایران و باز این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده 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 ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن.
Okay, we're going to 2C because 2C just started.
Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and there have been multiple mysterious explosions in Tehran, the capital of Iran. 3 of them last night and 2 of them today so far. The USS Abraham Lincoln, the aircraft carrier, has now reached the Middle East. It is currently in the Arabian Sea, and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps are saying that they are prepared for war. And meanwhile, multiple Iranian embassies across Europe are clearing out clearly sensitive documents and assets. They have not fully evacuated, despite the rumors and fake news on social media, but they are clearing things out from the buildings. We're going to give you guys all the updates in this live stream, and of course get your reaction as well. So late last night, I started getting the updates from inside the country. So it's somehow the landline, well, not landline, the actual phone, mobile phones, every now and then it still works. So we are getting some phone calls, including from obviously my family. But we literally heard the 3 explosions last night. But then today, 2 explosions in Tehran have now also been reported. The latest one, as you can see in this image, was near Tehran's Azadegan highway around 5 p.m. local time. Now, of course, there are no mainstream media journalists on the ground. So the Islamic Republic's response is, as usual, mysterious gas leaks. There's a lot of gas leaks happening, all in sensitive buildings and locations across the capital. But we're kind of used to these sort of mysterious explosions. We don't exactly know who is behind it in terms of sabotage, counter-sabotage, inside job, whatever is going on. But that is the basic thing that has already happened. Meanwhile, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, their online platform, despite the fact that they've shut down the internet for everybody else, by the way, they have now released a new video, which is quite interesting. This is what they have now posted online. The IRGC warning the United States by mapping the American military bases across the Middle East. They say that they are within the range of the IRGC missiles. Now, the footage is naming sites in Turkey, Syria, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, and Oman. So Bahrain and Jordan at this point are the key areas, for the record, in terms of the bases. In terms of military activities by the United States, those 2 are crucial. Qatar, we have had a number of US planes obviously landing in Qatar temporarily, a lot of the tankers have also taken off already anyway. They just fly around the Middle East. But this is nothing new in terms of the intimidation coming from the IRGC. It's very childish. It's very obvious. It's just basically listing in the names of all the countries that the US have bases in. I'm like, well, that's not really a surprise. It's not really even specific about which sort of bases, but it's supposed to be scary. That's the point of it. Are you scared? Are you terrified? Pentagon, if you're watching, are you scared? No, you're not? Okay, fair enough. So this is nothing, absolutely nothing. Also, they can do slightly better with their graphics, but clearly they don't have enough time right now. They are slightly all over the place. Meanwhile, USS Abraham Lincoln, the aircraft carrier, has now reached the Arabian Sea. So it can stay, by the way, this thing is so self-sufficient. You can stay at sea for over 20 years without refueling. It's the most insane thing ever. And a defense official from the United States has said that the destroyer USS Roosevelt has also moved into the Eastern Mediterranean. USS Abraham Lincoln, obviously from the Indian Ocean, entering the Arabian Sea. And I don't think it has to get even close to the Persian Gulf, by the way, for it to be active or operate if they decide to do it. Now, dozens of F-15 fighter jets, which are obviously designed to target ground positions, are also in Western Jordan. Now, towards the eastern parts of the Middle East, the Abraham Lincoln will be operating, if they choose to do stealth attack capabilities, so F-35s. In addition, many other vessels will accompany the major aircraft carrier as well. Towards the southern parts of the region, there is increased movement of in terms of the transport aircraft, which I will show you because we have access to the flight radar and the live map. So transport aircraft and equipment from the Diego Garcia base, which is also in the Indian Ocean. That obviously usually takes that's the home to the B-2 bombers and the B-52s. So according to a security official that has now spoken to Business Insider, a coordination with the US Army Central Command headquarters, or CENTCOM, is daily and is expected to tighten in the coming days to improve the intelligence picture, build warning tools against missiles and drone threats, and to accurately check the movement of the US forces in the air as well as at sea. So they are quite proactive in terms of what they are doing. In regards to CENTCOM themselves, we do have an update earlier on. CENTCOM commander, Admiral Brad Cooper, on his way to Jordan. Now, he should be there now, obviously, he should have arrived. The United States Navy Admiral Brad Cooper, obviously, has been serving as the commander of the US Central Command since August 2025. He was also the deputy commander of the US Central Command between 2024 to 2025. He's obviously gone up very quickly. He's a major player, especially when it comes to the Middle East right now. We are going to keep an eye on the US military movements, what they are building. Again, this is not really indicating that anything is happening now in terms of any attack. Those who always get excited every evening, oh, the attackers are going to come now. There's no guarantee it's tonight or tomorrow or whatever. But what they are building is even larger than what they spent months to build to target Iraq in 2003. This could take out multiple countries at once. If they choose to do something, they could take out the whole of the Middle East if they want to. Now, what they decided to do with it is a whole different thing. Now, my own guess was that they're going to bring everybody together, wait outside Iran, pick up the phone to Ali Khamenei and the Islamic Republic saying, would you like to talk? Would you like to negotiate? Would you like to have an exit plan? Otherwise, we're coming in. This is your final chance. So that's the guess, rather than just directly going in. But we'll find out exactly what the plan is. Meanwhile, The Islamic Republic embassies around Europe are slowly clearing out. Now, there were some rumors and fake news on social media that they are evacuating. There is no official order to evacuate, but what we have seen is clearly sensitive documents, secret files and assets are being cleared out. Reports come from Germany, from Switzerland, from the Netherlands, and from the United Kingdom, at least, that we can confirm. We have a video from the UK, the Islamic Republic Embassy. This is earlier on. So this was the video where people thought that this was an official evacuation. But what we ended up seeing, because there were people outside filming, we also had the police. The police in the UK. The Iranian guy says, I'm recording, and the police say, yeah, so am I. So I'm going to show you the next clip because that shows the sort of stuff. This is what we have. I'll translate. You can see shredded papers. They're all shredded. So he's saying it's all over, and he's talking about one of his relatives in Iran who's been killed. But we're not crying, we are focused on taking revenge. You can see all the shredded papers. Saying we're going to come for every single IRGC Basij members. Yeah, we're saying we have information from inside the country. So they were basically clearing out certain things. Now obviously a lot of the documents have already been shredded, and this is happening in multiple countries in Europe. And there's a reason, educated guess, because of the next update I'm going to give you in a couple of minutes about what the European Union are doing and the European Parliament finally stepping up. But while they were doing this, and as they were leaving the embassy in London, there was a bit of a confrontation between the anti-IRGC Iranians who were outside and those who were linked to the embassy. Let's watch this and I'll translate as we go.
من ایرانی ام، خوبم ایرانی. گوه میخوری اسم ایرانو میاری مادر جنده. گوه میخوری. گوه میخوری اسم ایرانو میاری. من یه سوال ازت بپرسم.
Basically telling them, the IRGC guys, you're not Iranian. He's saying, I'm Iranian. Saying your people have been killing our people. Saying your people have been killing our people in Kermanshah. She's Arab. She's an Arab. She's not Iranian. She's speaking Arabic. That's why they call them the Islamic occupiers. Saying, go away, get lost. You see the issue? Now, why is a woman there speaking Arabic, right? Now, it's not really a surprise because the connections between the Islamic occupation and their Arab proxies means that even when it comes to the official embassy of Iran or the Islamic Republic, you still have these creatures who are just crawling around. They are the occupation forces of Iran, who have been given sanctuary in London, in Paris, in Berlin, in Amsterdam, many other places. Now, in terms of the European side, one of the reasons that you are seeing multiple embassies across Europe starting to clear things out and shred their papers is because there was a resolution in the European Parliament, 562 votes, only 9 voted against and 57 abstained in favor of the resolution against the Islamic Republic. So this basically is a move to support the Iranian opposition, to push the European Council to designate the IRGC as a terrorist organization and to put extra sanctions on key players inside the Islamic regime in Iran. Now, there was a conversation in the European Parliament as well. There was an amendment to vote to basically call for the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi to address the European Parliament. That was rejected. 132 votes in favor, 382 votes against, 96 abstaining. The reason for that is because officially the Europeans say, well, we can support the Iranian people, we can attack the IRGC, but we can't really pick sides because that's political. So picking the Crown Prince's side, who is the official opposition leader, is apparently political. The main reason for this is because the European Parliament is still full of left-wingers, and the left-wingers have been infiltrated by the MEK, the Mujahideen, who are the Marxist Islamic terrorist group, who call themselves the opposition in Iran, but they're a small group. Nobody cares about them. They are not relevant. They're not even a threat. They're not even dangerous anymore. And they're just a cult with a lot of money who've been going around buying politicians out and bribing them and blackmailing and all the dirty tactics they've been using. Rudy Giuliani, Mike Pompeo, many others who have surrendered to this group. But the left group of the European Parliament also added extra amendments. So we had one that called, this is weird, so it's called for the EU to exert diplomatic pressure on the US and Israel to refrain from issuing or supporting military threats against the Islamic Republic. So this is the left-wingers in the European Parliament fighting against US-Israel take military action. That failed. They also had an amendment to lift sanctions on the Islamic Republic, the left-wing MEPs. They failed. They also had an amendment to condemn any external attempt to destabilize Iran and basically do regime change. That also failed. Luckily, every single one of these left-wing amendments failed. This is one of the reasons that the political left, as just left-wing ideologies in general, this is no longer about debates about, oh, high taxes or low taxes. They are a danger to humanity. The left is a danger to humanity. And they once again proved that they are monsters. They brainwash ordinary people, saying left-wing means being compassionate. You care. They don't care. They are monsters. They always do the same things. Vicious, anti-human monsters. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard, speaking of monsters, have also reacted. Mr. Potato Head, as you can see, the IRGC commander, Major General Mohammed Parkpour, has now threatened the United States and also Israel, saying, we warn our enemies, especially the US and the Zionist regime, to learn from historical experience and from what they saw in the 12-day war. For some reason, this guy thinks that the Islamic Republic won the 12-day war. I'm pretty sure he was probably a little bit drunk while that was happening. Benefit of the doubt. He says, otherwise they will face a more painful and regretful fate. Okay, well, how many generals and commanders of the IDF died during the 12-day war? 0. How many commanders and generals of the IRGC died? 50 billion. Literally every single one of them was wiped out. So that's why Mr. Potato Head got promoted. Now, if he focuses on his double chin more than rewriting history, he will be better off because it's over. Stop pretending that you exist. You are literally a dead man walking. But then, as this came out, CENTCOM decided to be even more robust. This is the official statement from the US Central Command. That the US Army's AH-64 Apache has built a reputation as one of the world's most advanced and proven attack helicopters, logging over 1 million flight hours in combat. It's designed to carry multi-role weapons, including a 30mm cannon and precision-guided Hellfire missiles, built to fly day or night and in bad weather. The Apache gives CENTCOM forces critical protection and firepower whenever and wherever it is needed. There's a lot of posturing from the US side. There's a lot of updates about what they are sending to the Middle East and what they are basically using to just maneuver around the region. over the last few days. Meanwhile, inside the country in Iran, we have now passed the hour 336. Yeah, it's not over. I think it's about 337 now. 337 hours. 2 full weeks of internet shutdown. Now, there was a bit of hope a few days ago. As you can see, the 15th and the 17th, there was a bit of spike. God knows what happened there. But then they could quickly shut it down again. So the only connections that we as TCTV have is with a few people who have access to Starlink, and even Starlink signals continue to get jammed. So it's quite difficult to get up-to-date info. So it's usually a few hours late. That's why our live updates are also basically, it comes after every few hours rather than every 2 seconds. But the opposition are still very proactive. Defections continue, and the regime have started to execute their own people who are defecting, but they're not doing it publicly because you're just giving more ammo to the United States to act quicker. The opposition and the Crown Prince has just met with Maria Machado. Yes, Maria Corina Machado, the leader of the opposition in Venezuela. There's a statement by Reza Pahlavi saying, I am pleased to meet with my friend Maria Corina Machado, who is at the forefront of Venezuela's fight for freedom. The people of Iran and Venezuela know the cost of living under regimes that survive only through violence, corruption, and fear. The regime in Tehran has used its partnership with Caracas to extend its influence into the Western Hemisphere. Through Venezuela, the Islamic Republic launders money, evades sanctions, supports criminal networks, and strengthens its capacity to repress its own people. Their alliance threatens regional stability and US security. The Iranian people are rising with clarity and determination despite mass killings, imprisonment, and information blackouts. They are fighting to free not only themselves, but the world from the illegitimate criminal Islamic Republic. A free Iran and a free Venezuela will end decades of chaos, terror, and destruction and leave a legacy of peace, stability, and prosperity. So that was a statement by the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. There are reports, again, still coming in from Iran that executions are being carried out, which is not really a surprise, but they are doing it secretly. Now, of course, we can't verify this, but based on experience, I wouldn't be surprised. They're not making official announcements out of fear of reaction from President Trump, but they are saying that an 18-year-old girl and a 16-year-old boy, well, an 18-year-old girl has already been executed, and a 16-year-old boy will be executed, which will be tomorrow. But again, we can't officially verify or confirm these reports. These are just coming in from people inside the country. Having said that, the Israelis are also not quiet. They have been preparing their defense against the Islamic Republic. Heads of Israeli authorities, they have now sent a memo and a special message to all employees in Israel, saying, in light of the security situation, your full availability is required this weekend. So from Friday to Sunday. You must be available for any task as a result of an emergency. So that's the situation from the Israeli side. Now, there's still no guarantee, because there hasn't been any official announcement there of US or Israel making a move this weekend. But we were expecting the US military to basically arrive in the Middle East, and they have arrived. The USS Abraham Lincoln is basically not too far from the Gulf of Oman. And I don't really think that they're going to go into the Gulf of Oman. They probably would just stay, I don't know, but they'll probably just stay in the Arabian Sea, because it's probably safer to be slightly away from potential action. And this is what we're dealing with currently, right now. There are a few things up in the air. So this is the US Air Force. And this is a C-37A. We have a couple of refueling tankers. We got a Globemaster. That's for Kuwait. But there was also yet another one. That's the Qatari one. Where are the? I literally just saw the US one. It's gone now. Is that from Saudi? Yeah. There was a US tanker that was flying around and it is now disappeared. What is that one? That is Pakistan. Oh, forgot about the Pakistanis. Nothing from inside Iran. There's no military plane flying over there. We have a few of these. We got the Royal Air Force leaving Bahrain. It's currently in over Saudi. We got the German Air Force. That's just maneuver, and we've got the Israeli government. So the Israeli, there were rumors again that Israeli government plane also took off earlier, which again they always indicate saying that means that Netanyahu has been taken out the country for safety. We can't confirm that, but this one is the US, the UK, the Royal Air Force again. But we will find out exactly where BB is, or the top team of Israel. But there's still a lot of the US ones that are still moving from the European side into the Middle East, but we will keep an eye on everything that is happening there. Now, while we have a look, we have Ivan saying might be exploding milk again. Yes, I forgot about the dairy factory. That was chaos. What sort of dairy factory will have that sort of explosion? It's clearly something dodgy was in there. That was a couple of weeks ago. Stop showing warships like it's like pawns. Sick to me. Vinny used to be in the Navy. Was it Navy, or I think it was Navy, right? They can't hide all the evidence. I think they can. They're literally destroying everything. But yeah, you're right. I mean, there will be traces. Maya, do not recognize the regime in Iran. Reza is the legit head of Iran in exile. Yeah, and I think it's time for the Crown Prince's team to basically announce the government in waiting and basically government in exile. That's the best way to basically have the blueprint of what people should expect as the revolution gets completed. USS Abraham Lincoln is ready. Thank you. Bring bacon to Iran. New currency, Baycoin. Not bad. Where are all the left-right protesters? Seriously, the left are obviously on the sides of communism and Islam. Why would they protest against their allies in Iran? They're not going to do that. On the day that the regime falls, we must all have a party. Oh, I will throw the biggest party in London, unless I have to get on the plane to go to Tehran. Dear Maya, greetings from Malta. Any idea what President Trump has in mind? No, I don't think even Melania knows. That's the beauty of being commander-in-chief of the United States. Nobody knows. There are people who call themselves, self-appoint themselves as experts, and they're like, I know what the president is doing. Yeah, he decided not to do something. Oh, no, he decided to do it next Tuesday. Oh, yeah, he told me he changed his mind. Oh, he's done. What are you talking about? Even his wife doesn't know. Anyway, if it's not boots on the ground, why all that show of force? As I said, it could be, theoretically speaking, to just basically take everybody right outside Iran, pick up the phone, say, Khomeini, would you like to have a conversation? Because we're right outside. It's your final chance. Do you want to talk? And obviously Khomeini will have to talk because he can't say no. He's got no other option. That will be his final exit strategy. If he says no, then that means he's insane and brave. That he would like to die in a bunker. Petition to make a official 2C TV outro as I am Maya 2C. We may not agree on everything, but we are their media. No. Somebody says, I'm buying the champagne tomorrow. It's a little bit premature. There's no guarantee that the attack will happen tomorrow, Friday, just because everybody says, well, the market's closed on Friday. That makes sense. Also, I'm still not convinced that we're going to see a surprise attack, because how can it be a surprise when you're building all this around the Middle East? So instead, I still think the most likely scenario is before any action is potentially taken, even if they decide to take military action, because we don't know, right? Even if they decide to take military action, they will just pick up the phone saying, we're outside. That's the last choice. If they try to do a surprise attack, it will be the least surprising thing ever, because everybody is literally watching. The Islamic Republic is watching the radars, and they are also basically mobilizing their air defense systems and their ballistic missiles and everything else. So, Maya, how do you know that his wife doesn't know? Well, I have a feeling she doesn't know, because I don't think even the military, the generals would know at this point. They know the options on the table, but he usually keeps all his cards close to his chest, because you forget, people in Pentagon tend to leak quite a lot. There's more leaks in Pentagon than in Westminster, and that says a lot. And Templar says, Tusi, stop being stubborn with no context whatsoever. Generally speaking, stubborn, I can't stop that. But if it's a specific type of stubbornness, then let me know what it is about, and I will try my best. And yeah, this is the thing. Trump did say today that Iran wants to speak, and they will speak. So that's the beauty. And it is literally messing with the Islamic Republic's head once again. The IRGC are sitting there, continue to threaten the US, and then the White House keep going around saying, yeah, the Iranian leaders want to speak to us. I was like, oh God. So keep doing it. The more Trump says this, or Witkoff, the better it is. If they continue to say, yes, we will speak to the IRGC want to talk to us, that's a good sign. So keep wishing for that. We just shout surprise when we start. Is that the IDF approach? When you're about to hit, surprise, hit. Doesn't really count as a surprise. Labour Manifesto, page 120, defending our security also means protecting the British overseas territories and the Crown dependencies, but giving away the Chagos is fine. It's fine. Oh, I thought it was relevant. Yeah, yes, it's about the Chagos Islands. Yes, the USS Lincoln can stay at sea for 27 years if you don't want to fly the aircraft, drop it. Yeah, well, yeah, by the way, they're not going to actually just sit there for 20 years. This is just the power of the USS Abraham Lincoln. It's insane. It's its own country. It's so big. It's basically a small country. Cyber, then wait. Text messages directed to IRGC, 2 minutes notice, surrender now message. So that's the thing. We still haven't seen the other capabilities of potential action by the US. Usually you say US or Israel, but in this case, it's just the US. President Trump and the others already over the last couple of weeks indicated that there will also be other things on the table, including cyber attacks and infiltration, whatever, or even perhaps assassinations, right? One of the obvious things to do is, if they choose to do it, obviously, it's up to them, is to basically get access to the full system and start sending messages internally to the leaders of the IRGC, the final message. But so we haven't even seen that yet. And that is the easiest thing to do, which won't be as expensive as a military action. So before you take any sort of military action, potentially, there are many other things that the US could do, especially when it comes to sending a message, especially about having the final talks with the IRGC. You need to have the final talks. You can't not talk, because you have, the moment you send a message to the world that we have sent a message to the IRGC leadership, we want to talk, and the message is out there, the rest of the IRGC, because they're just literally looking, it's up to Khamenei what he decides. Is he going to have the conversation? Is he going to say yes to the US? Is he going to be stubborn and say, no, we'll fight? Because if he decides, whatever he decides, the rest of the IRGC, a huge chunk of them, will basically go into hiding. They will basically defect. They will basically stop following orders, more of them, because they know the whole point of the talks or messaging is to send the signal to the rest of the Islamic Republic. It's not even about Khamenei himself or the top of the government. It's about sending a message to the others. Guys, something's about to happen. We want to have the final conversation with your boss. And he's either not talking, or he's begging for help, or he is being stubborn. So that's the point of saying we want to talk. But obviously, we'll find out what the tactic is going to be before any sort of military action potentially taken, even if they decide to do it. Mike says, we spend so much money on defense already. I'm not so sure that we care about expenses if it means ridding ourselves of the IRGC. Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's the easiest option before military action, including being cheaper. Not necessarily that the US military wants to save money. They don't really care about that. But I think it's the first thing you could do before anything else. Who is spamming? Somebody is spamming and people are complaining. Some account called something. Let's hunt him down. Spammers will get banned. Otherwise, we have free speech. You could say whatever you want in this chat. I can't find this person. People said somebody's copy and pasting. See, now I can't see them, so I'm not really sure. When you say somebody's spamming, are you sure they are copy and pasting? Or when you say spamming, do you think are you saying they're saying something you don't like? Because it means two different things, right? Let me just see if I can search. Apparently, I've just discovered there's a search function for me. Does it work? Oh, it works. Yes, I found the spammer. I had no idea I can search. So going forward, give me the username of anyone who's copy and pasting. I can search. Who knew? Learning things after 7 years. Anyway, going back. And Leslie says, what do you think of Knights Templar? But the one in the chat, I don't know. He called me stubborn. Have killings reduced in general, pan country? There is an internet shutdown. 2 full weeks of internet shutdown. No media connections, nothing.
Okay, so that's pretty much the end of 2C's live stream. He's now just going to some of the super chats. So let's go back to your super chats, your comments. We will. I'll just go through the rest of them really quickly, and then I'll continue. I have an update about and Armin. This ties into what you wanted to say about NIAC. So when we're done with the super chats, maybe you could, because you said you have some new videos and info about NIAC, so we can go to that. And then I want to tie that in with something that's happening in Canada with a similar organization. I can't say the name of the organization, but I'll play a video and then I'll explain why. But I think you know what I'm talking about here. So, So Ted Groth says, when the U.S. attacks, it will be the end of all talks, 100%. Never found the link. Okay, so the link is pinned to my chat profile. And I think I put it in Armin's chat as well. Okay, I went through some of this. All right, so sorry for your loss. Yusuf, have you seen Avengers Endgame? Feels like it. Yeah, it kind of does. Sorry for your loss. Sorry for the loss of all your loved ones, Goldie and Armin. Thank you. Dakini says, light a candle in his name from all of us. We will light a candle in Hushang's name and honor. Yes, I will make a revolution music playlist. When we hit, what will be the next national food? Kotlet. It will remain kotlet because they're all going to be, all those terrorists are going to be turned into kotlet. So Iranian hamburger. Ted gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. William says, here comes the cavalry. Yeah, I agree. Armin, great interview with Emily Schrader. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
Armin's fantastic. Armin is great.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, Armin.
Go watch it. It's on JNS if you want to go watch it.
Okay. Tusi asked me a question. When? Wait, let me go back here.
Yeah, poor Farhang, about to be executed. Yep. Many others. Overthrowing the regime will end Shia Islam. Yes, essentially. Well, not the idea. You can't kill ideas, but you will destroy the.
All right. I don't know if he has a question. He can text me. We talk on WhatsApp, so that's fine. I don't see anything on WhatsApp. All right, Armin, did you want to go to your explanation of NIAC? Because that ties into what I want to say about the Canadian version. Sounds
good. Let me just do that right now. I think this is a good video for that. All right, so this is a new video which summarizes what NIAC is and what they're doing for people who might not know them. And yep, so let's watch that.
Iranian expat here.
Oh, I love him.
Hello.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Hello, Iranian expat here, born and raised in Iran till I was 21. This pack of cretins are members of NIAC, National Iranian American Council, a benign title masterfully disguising a propaganda machine for the Islamic Republic. A quick look at their countless interviews in media outlets and their posts on X makes their purpose very clear: to downplay the atrocities and existential threat posed by the Islamic Republic while actively undermining any credible opposition to it. Cloaked in the language of diplomacy and dialogue, they recycle Islamic Republic talking points that ultimately help the regime cling to power. Take a look at the founder of NIAC, Trita Parsi's X account. Over the past few days alone, he has been relentlessly attacking the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi and the incredible movement behind him, desperately trying to portray it as a worse alternative to the Islamic Republic. Meanwhile, millions of Iranians inside Iran are chanting the Crown Prince's name. The largest protest for regime change to date took place on January 8th, when people answered Reza Pahlavi's call and poured into the streets across the country. Chants echoed nationwide: "Death to Khamenei, long live the king, Pahlavi will return, death to the Islamic Republic." The sheer brutality of the regime's crackdown speaks volumes about the threat this movement poses to the Ayatollahs in Tehran. So the question remains, how is it possible, how is it acceptable that the United States allows organizations that function as terrorist regime lobbyists to operate freely within its borders? And shame on media outlets like BBC, CNN, ABC, and LBC for repeatedly giving platform to voices that sanitize and launder the crimes of a murderous theocracy. Hello.
That was a pretty good summary, wasn't it?
Absolutely. That was fantastic. Have you seen, so guys, so this guy, he's very famous among us Iranians. He mostly puts messages out in Persian, and his messages are very, 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 very X-rated in terms of swearing and language.
And we love him.
We love him though. We love him because, whenever I feel really frustrated and like I can't swear, so I just go and I watch his videos, and that is like therapy. His videos are therapy for me. But Armin, there's actually one video where someone provided English subtitles
for his videos.
Yes, for one of his videos. Do you want to see
Are
it?
his swear words even translatable to English?
Yeah.
Okay, well, see it. Okay, yeah.
So this is a video that he put out a while ago, and
I wouldn't even know how to translate some of the swear words into English.
So basically, he's speaking about the history of how Islam came to Iran 1400 years ago.
Oh my God!
I'll play that video.
Gonna be great.
It's gonna be good,
guys.
And
this is good.
We could use a little bit of a morale energy boost here. Okay, so Rita Panahi, we love Rita. She's an Iranian Australian journalist, and she writes a colorful history lesson that'll explain why so many Iranians hate Islamism. Reminder: Iranian/Persians aren't Arab, and Iran's history predates Islam by around 1,000 years. Well, it's way more than 1,000, but the Persian Empire at least is 1,000 years, but it goes much longer than that. So, okay, guys, get ready, follow along with the subtitles.
من یه سوالی دارم از شما آخوندهای کوته فکر و کودن. شما مادر جندهای کسکش متوجه این نشدین که اسلام چجوری وارد ایران شد. اسلام فکر کردید مثلا اون عثمان بود، کدوم کسکشی بود، با شکلات و شیرینی و گل اومد دم مرز گفت ببخشید مزاحم میشم، این یه بروشور جدیده که برای اسلامه، اگه میشه لطف کنین یه 2-3 روز وقت بذارین و مطالعه کنین، اگه خوشتون اومد ما برمیگردیم و شما رو میتونین مسلمان بکنین. اینم یه جایی، یه جا مسجد ساختیم، میتونین با ما بیان برین دعا کنین. آخه کسکشای مادر جنده، میدونین اسلام چجوری وارد ایران شد؟ با قتل و تجاوز و شمشیر و یه ماش کسکش کوندریده از ته اون فاکین عربستان و اینا، از تو صحرا یه مش گشنه کوندریده حمله کردن، مملکت ما رو گرفتن، یا کشتنمون اگه مسلمون نمیشدیم، یا اونایی هم که از ترس مردن به زور مسلمونمون کردن. خار کاسه های عربزاده کونکش، ما که مسلمون نبودیم که. حالا شما کسکشا 1400 سال میخواین کیر عربا رو اینجوری بخورین. ما هیچ موردی نداریم. ما اون ایرانی که میخوایم یه ایرانیه که توش هر کی میخواد هر دینی داشته باشه. میخوای مسلمون باشی مسلمون باش، میخوای انقدر دلاراش رو تو کمرت بشکنه بکن، ما بهت کاری نداریم. میخوای زرتشتی باش، میخوای کلیمی باش، میخوای مسیحی باش، میخوای لامذهب باش، چونلخ بیای بیرون باش. ما کاری به هیچ کسی نداریم. ما یه مملکتی میخوایم که همه توش آزاد باشن. کوروش 2500 سال پیش این مملکت اینجوری داشت، هر کسی هر دینی میخواست میتونش داشته باشه. شما کسکشای مادر جنده 1400 ساله دارین کیر عربا رو میخورین. مادر جنده ها، ما که واسه چی ایزاد بیاید بغل ماها با ما همکاری کنین؟ 2 راه بیشتر نداریم. کسکشا، ما به مسلمونیتون هیچ کاری نداریم. میخواین مسلمون باشین به تخم چپ من، ولی زور نمیتونین به ما مسلمونمون بکنین. 1400 سال سعی کردین نمیتونین. ماها ایرونیم کسکشا، ایرونی. ماها چهارشنبه سوری داریم، ماها عید داریم، ماها نوروز داریم، ماها ایرونیم کسکشا. ماها یه عالمه آدم با شعور و با سواد و با فرهنگ داریم. ما تاریخ داریم. شما کسکشا همون جوری اون کی رو بخوریم مال عربا رو. ما نمیخوایم. هر کسی هم میخواد مسلمون بمونه فدای سرمون، بهش هم احترام میذاریم، کاری هم به کارشون نداریم، ولی زور نمیتونیم به ما بگیم کسکشا.
Oh my god. Oh, this is so good. This is what we need.
There you go. That was from May of 2024. That was pretty much 2 years ago. I'll send you the link in WhatsApp, Armin.
Oh my god, thank you. He makes so many videos like this, guys. He's such a treat every time his videos comes out.
Every single video is just like, it's just swearing. Yes, someone's like, but how does he really feel? I don't know. How does he really feel?
I don't know.
There you go.
Oh my god. Oh, by the way, Goldie, people are commenting that Tusi mentioned us in his show.
Yeah, apparently he wants to have a drink after us or something. So that's fantastic. I'll have to think about that.
He mentioned that he guesses that you like champagne cocktail and I like gin and tonic. That's what he thought. That's what his guesses were.
You know what? Why don't we go back to that, and why don't we catch that part, because we were at the end of his live anyway. So let's go back and catch that, and then we'll continue on with NIAC.
Structure and their influence around the world. So next, you just have to worry about the Sunnis. Shias are the small minority, so they're easier to get rid of. The radical ones, obviously. Name a drink after Goldie and Armin in your pub. Yes, actually, Goldie, if you're watching this, send me a text. What drink should I name it? I think it would be a champagne. Yeah, like some sort of cocktail, champagne cocktail. Yeah, let me know. Armin, I think you should be a gin and tonic. I don't know why. Yeah, you remind me of gin and tonic. Anyway, someone says IRGC in the chat. Well, hello, IRGC.
Okay. So for
You
me,
guess
like
well.
my drink, I mean, a champagne, sure, but I'm definitely more of like a vodka soda kind of person. Like I like vodka sodas, I like martinis. Oh, you know what? I want a pomegranate martini. That's what I want. I want a pomegranate martini.
Oh, fancy.
So I don't know what we would call it though.
Seriously, I'm actually picturing this happening. Like, this is not like when I'm thinking like of us going to a, having a drink at Tusi's place in Iran. Like, when I'm thinking about it happening, actually, like, it's not like a fantasy. It's not like a dream. Like, I'm actually genuinely thinking that a day like this is gonna come. Hoping. Remember, guys, what Petito said? He said that the only way that we could deal with all of this trauma is that for us to be able to celebrate, dance, and party, it is going to take years of celebrations and dancing and music and partying to be able to overcome this trauma. So we're going to need that.
Okay. So I want to go now to my explanation of the Canadian version. So now we know NIAC. NIAC is basically the care, but for the Ayatollahs, right? So let me share a video. Let me share a video that I posted. This was a message that I posted a few days ago, and this is important. Where is it? Media.
What's their name?
I don't want to say. I'll explain why. I'll explain why. Because they are monitoring me. So I have to be very, very careful about this because they have threatened to sue me for defamation. But I'll post the video and then I'll explain why that video is so important. Because what I said was when I was in the Ontario legislature, which means it's protected by parliamentary privilege. So they can't sue a politician when they say something in the House of Commons, in the legislature. So let me find it. Sorry guys.
These people need to be on the list of Mazuriyab.
Yes, I think well the head is. So I'll show you the girl, she's on the list and she has been verified. Here we go. Okay. So guys, before I say, so the reason that we are able to freely say that NIAC is the political arm of the Islamic regime and that NIAC is lobbying on behalf of the Islamic regime in the United States is because when Iranians first started saying this about 10, 15 years ago, NIAC actually sued one Iranian American for defamation. Okay, so NIAC began a lawsuit to sue an Iranian for defamation, and then it went to court, and the American judge, determined that based on the evidence and based on the documents provided by the Iranian American, it is reasonable to assume that NIAC could be the lobby group of the Islamic Republic, and so it is not libel or defamation to say that. Okay, so because of that court decision in the United States, we can all now freely say that NIAC is the Islamic regime and they can't use lawfare against us. Okay, so they can't do that. However, in Canada, that has not happened yet. Okay, so that has not happened yet. And so if I come out right now and I say something, I could be sued for defamation, right? I could be sued for defamation. But when I was still a politician and I was in the Ontario legislature, I made a statement. When I made this statement, the Iranian Canadian Congress actually sent me a letter threatening to sue me for defamation and libel if I did not apologize and retract my statement. And I basically laughed at them. I posted about it on X and I said, you guys are idiots. You don't even know Canadian law. Anything that I say in the Ontario legislature is protected by parliamentary privilege. So that's why right now I'm not saying anything. However, I can share with you what I said in the Ontario legislature. Okay. So, oh, someone's gonna sue me very soon. All right. Well, I'm gonna ban you, and then you can go sue me. Go sue me. All right. So this is what I said. This is what I said. Okay. Listen to this. So remember, NIAC, the American organization, is the Islamic regime lobby group in the United States. Now listen to what I say here in the Ontario legislature.
And while pro-Islamic regime lobby groups like the Iranian Canadian Congress have tried to apologize for the regime, the world has opened its eyes.
Did you catch that? Let me repeat that.
And while pro-Islamic regime lobby groups like the Iranian Canadian Congress have tried to apologize for the regime, the world has opened its eyes.
So there you go. So that was my statement in the Ontario legislature. And 3 days ago, I shared this video and I wrote, "Attention Canadian media. The Iranian Canadian Congress does not represent the people of Iran. Consider yourselves warned." Okay? So there you go. So now you know what Iranians in Canada think about the Iranian Canadian Congress, and now you understand why we say the Iranian Canadian Congress does not represent the people of Iran. Okay? And I don't talk about it, like I'm not going to say the statement right now, but I can share this video. I can just share this video because it's something that was said in Parliament. So it's protected by parliamentary privilege, can't be sued. So, okay, now I want to go to this because this person, and CBC Watcher is a great account, by the way. So
Mona,
CBC Watcher found this, and so the person that's speaking here, she is part of the Iranian Canadian Congress, okay? And she's actually on the list. She's on the Nazi list, and she's been verified as well. So she's on the Nazi list. Oh.
These are Iranians that are now finally connected after 2 weeks.
Oh.
So they're coming in. Like, I'm noticing more Iranians actually coming online from inside Iran. And he says, "Armin, I'm so happy to see you after 2 weeks. I was just wanted to send him a kiss."
Oh, thank you. That's so nice. Okay, so back and the reason I posted that video is because a few days before that, CBC, which is like the Canadian version of BBC. So at this point, it's pretty much Ayatollah CBC. They are platforming the Iranian Canadian Congress, and Islamic regime talking points were shared on Canada's national broadcaster, and David Cochrane did not push back. So watch this.
Mona Ghassemi is the president of the Iranian Canadian Congress, and she joins me now. Mona, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me, David.
What's your reaction to the news of the death of a Canadian, one amongst many, but from this country? What are your thoughts there?
Well, of course, my heart goes out to his family. Sorry, I think that it was not mentioned the gender of the individual, but my heart goes out to the family as well as, of course, to anyone who has lost anyone either in the last several days or at any point. The Iranian, as within the country and in the diaspora, have been going through a difficult time through several years, and especially also during the 12-day war that happened in June 2025. And of course, there's all kinds of turmoil, but I want to emphasize that Iran doesn't exist within a vacuum, and these currency issues are also affected by the long-term severe sanctions.
So that right there, the saying that the currency is impacted by the sanctions is a complete lie. Okay, that is the first Islamic regime talking point that she's providing. Okay, the sanctions have nothing to do with the currency collapsing. That's one of the lies put out by the Islamic regime. And remember, back in 2015 or something, Obama actually gave like $56 billion, released $56 billion to the Islamic regime, right? And the mullahs just used it for terrorism. So that's the first Islamic regime talking point propaganda
that are led by the US and placed on the country. So it's a quite perfect storm of various issues. And I hope
and she's also trying to make it about the economy,
the best for everyone. And I hope that we come out of this standing stronger as a society, both for Iranians in Iran and the diaspora.
Well, what is your sense of what is happening in Iran right now? We've seen the reports that things may be petering out as the harshness of the crackdown and the response from the regime escalated. But it's difficult to truly know because of the internet blackouts and the lack of sort of media access. Have you got any sense through your contacts of where things are right now?
Yes, of course, yes, the internet has been shut down, and this in response to the escalation of the protests into riots. With the protests began around, I understand it to be around the 28th of December, as a legitimate peaceful protests against issues with currency and various issues stemming from the long-term.
So again, like, she's lying. She's making it to be about the economy, right? So obviously, like the economy was the spark, right? So the economy is what started the protests. It was a straw that broke the camel's back. But those of you who've been with us from the beginning, you know that literally within like 2 to 3 hours of the strikes starting, people were already calling for revolution. So very, very quickly it became about revolution, right? It was not about the economy. The economy is just one factor, one symptom that basically sparked the revolution. It was basically just, the final straw there.
Economic difficulties, and later on they escalated into something more than that. And this is my
See, it escalated to something more than that, but she doesn't say what.
Understanding that's when the internet shutdown happened, and security forces intervened, and we know that.
So now she's going to rely on the Haaretz article. Remember that the fake news Haaretz article that came out a few months ago, and Haaretz basically claimed that there's no support for King Reza Pahlavi, and that everyone who's protesting against the regime, they're all Mossad agents, and they're just like bots or something. So now she's going to use that Haaretz article, which, by the way, Chunky Yogurt also uses that Haaretz article, right? So all the people who support the Islamic regime, they're all quoting that garbage Haaretz article. Yes, this woman is on the website and she's been verified. Yes, she's been confirmed.
These, as Haaretz has reported, as if we were to trust Mike Pompeo's bluster about that, Mossad is also involved in influence operations in Iran. So although, of course, Iranians have legitimate grievances, there is ample reporting.
So, guys, we know Haaretz is a leftist trash rag magazine. I know even Israelis hate Haaretz. I know that. But what I'm saying is, like and guys, like this is more of an indictment on Haaretz, and I think Israelis, you guys really need to put pressure on the government, on your government, to go after Haaretz, because if Haaretz is being quoted by Islamists to promote their Islamic regime propaganda, like Haaretz is very dangerous. Haaretz is very, very dangerous.
I understand that, as we saw the escalation of war back in June, there is an interest for foreign governments such as Israel and the United States who want the current Iranian government to come out of power. And I want to emphasize that they have no interest for the Iranian people, and they are only interested in their personal gain, in personal interest in the region.
So again, so this is Islamic regime propaganda, right? So, I mean, of course, there is an interest for not just Israel, not just for the United States, the entire world has a vested interest in a free Iran, because the Islamic regime is spreading terrorism around the world. They are the biggest funder of states, like they're the biggest state-sponsored terrorism funder in the world, right? So of course there's a vested interest, because all countries are sick and tired of dealing with the terrorism that's being funded by the Islamic Republic, right? And so for her to say that, right, she's actually delegitimizing the fact that Iranians want freedom. Listen, just because United States and Israel have a vested interest in Iran being free, that doesn't mean that the Iranian revolution is illegitimate, or that Iranians don't want freedom. I mean, so what if like interests are aligned? It doesn't mean that USA or Israel is behind this. So again, she's pushing, and this is the same propaganda that Chunky Yogurt was pushing on Piers Morgan as well.
And I think it's a very scary time indeed that we're living in, because if these if there wasn't this bluster from Israel and various officials trying to intervene in the legitimate protests of that people have in their country, they are further endangering people and furthering the possibility of crackdown on people who.
So now she's blaming Israel and the United States for the Islamic dictatorship murdering Iranians, right? And guys, this was broadcast on Canada's national state TV, okay? So our national state broadcaster, which is called CBC, is airing this. And if, a lot of people still watch CBC. So literally Islamic regime talking points are being broadcast on Islamic regime state TV. Sorry, on I mean, honestly, at this point, CBC might as well be Islamic regime state TV. But Canada, and by the way, this is funded by Canadian taxpayer dollars, right? So Islamic regime propaganda being broadcast on taxpayer-funded CBC with no pushback from the reporter.
Many people may be young and, hearing these influence operations on the internet, and may have some feeling that they may, get some kind of revolution or something. But,
well, I wanted to ask you specifically, if I could, Mona, about what the president has said, right? He's encouraged the protests and issued non-specific sort of warnings and threats against the regime should the crackdowns escalate. And the International Criminal Court has issued a statement, implore that the people's legitimate demands must not be used as a pretext for abuse and foreign interference. But the words from the White House, we've seen the horrific images of the body bags, just showing the scale of the loss there. What is your sense of what the U.S. is prepared to do there, if anything? Because the president seems to be encouraging people and offering non-specific support, and people continue to be killed.
When you say the president, are you referring to the President
Trump
of the U.S.?
President Trump, yes.
Yes,
sorry.
So it's not clear ever what Donald Trump is thinking, but as he will say one thing and maybe do another. So I think that, people need to be very careful following these non-specific support. I understand that people have grievances, and of course, I believe in human rights, democracy, all these things.
No, she doesn't. She's a snake. She's a mouthpiece for the Islamic regime because she's literally propagating Islamic regime talking points. And guys, do you notice she hasn't mentioned the Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, one time. Not once has she mentioned Reza Pahlavi, right? That's also another key indicator here.
But I don't think that that's going to come from a foreign government intervening in the affairs of Iran.
So foreign governments are already interfering in Iranian affairs because you have Russia and China supporting the Islamic regime. Plus, you have all these foreign proxy militia groups like, Hashd Shabi, Fatimiyun, Hamas, Hezbollah, that are all in occupied Iran right now, murdering innocent, unarmed Iranians, right?
I as president of ICC, as a former vice president, I had the benefit of participating in the Foreign Interference Commission of Canada. And
do you see how they've infiltrated? They've literally infiltrated Canadian government because they claim that, the Iranian Canadian Congress speaks on behalf of the Iranian people. They don't. Yes, guys, she is on the Nazi list. She is on the Nazi list, and she's been confirmed. It's been confirmed.
We don't believe in foreign interference one way or another in one country or another. So
and she's saying we don't believe in foreign interference because she knows that when the United States strikes, the Islamic regime is over. So even here, she's still trying to defend the Islamic Republic in a very, sneaky way.
I don't think Donald Trump is to be trusted at all.
Wow.
He actually, Iran was in negotiations with the US regarding nuclear issues when the Israel attacked, and followed by the attacks by the US back in June. So
guys, Iranians were very happy. Iranians were happy when President Trump destroyed the nuclear facilities, right? They were very, very happy about that. But she's...
Yep, they were.
Yeah. Yeah. We're almost finished this, and then Armin, I know you have to go, so you can share your things after this, and then I'll continue with this as well.
There's we have seen what has happened to Syria. It's
and so now she's comparing Iran to Syria, right? Which again, Islamic regime propaganda.
Kind of in a shambles now. They promise, there's this. What we're really afraid of is like this manufacturing of consent that for further attacks, further war actions. And the last thing we want is for people to be killed.
Iranians have been slaughtered. Over 30,000 Iranians have been slaughtered by the Islamic Republic, but yet she says that she's concerned about U.S. attacking because U.S. attack might kill innocent Iranians. Do you see how evil these people are? So she's okay. She's okay with the Islamic regime bringing in foreign terrorist groups from Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Gaza, Lebanon, wherever. She's okay with those terrorists coming in and murdering Iranians, unarmed Iranians. But oh no, United States shouldn't go after them because we're worried about the loss of life.
And of course, like one death is too many, but it could become even worse because under war circumstances, and
the country is already at war. The country is already at war, right? The Islamic regime is already at war with the Iranian people. She's acting as if everything is peaceful and everything is okay.
Especially if there were a power vacuum afterwards.
So the power vacuum narrative again, right? So remember, she's refusing to mention King Reza Pahlavi. She's refusing to mention that we have official opposition. And she's talking about the power vacuum as if when the regime falls, there's going to be nothing there. But we already know, like King Reza Pahlavi, he's preparing to come to Iran. He has a transitional plan in place. He has the Iran Prosperity Project, right? So again, she's literally just spouting Islamic regime propaganda.
I don't think it would be better for the people of Iran.
So she's basically saying, like, she literally just said, if there's a power vacuum, it wouldn't be better. Again, Islamic regime propaganda. So she's saying that she would rather that the Iranian people continue to remain oppressed under the brutal Islamic dictatorship, because that's going to be better than what might happen next. Do you see how these people lie?
If there were a power vacuum afterwards, I don't think it would be better for the people of Iran. I really hope that people are able to achieve their demands through peaceful means, through organized protest, strategic, targeting appropriate targets. And unfortunately, we have seen some rather I don't think that most of what we have seen in those protests has been that, especially towards the end. We have seen weapons coming in that U.S. weapons allegedly that Channel 14, Israeli Channel 14 has mentioned, and kind of saying, "Oh, we leave you to the audience to speculate where those are coming from." So there have been quite violence. We have seen from protest rioters, as a matter of fact.
So now she's calling the Iranian freedom fighters rioters, and she's saying that it's the Iranians who are starting the violence.
Okay, Mona, we're out of time. I want to thank you for joining me today. That's Mona Ghassemi, the president of the Iranian Canadian Congress. Thank you so much.
So literally 8 minutes of Islamic regime propaganda with no pushback from CNN. Sorry, from CBC. All right, Armin, go ahead with your videos, because I know you have to leave, and then I'll continue with this, because this is I have an update on this as well.
That was so disgusting. Thank you for sharing that with us, Better Goldie. These people, I hope they come to justice, especially given that this is what's happening. Look, watch this. So this is a protester trying to run away from inside Iran. You see that? Pay attention to here, and then you hear a gunshot, and you hear him fall. More evidence that they're shooting at people. You saw that? And the woman who was recording, she said, she gasped, and then she said, "Mom, mom, mom, mom." So she's terrified that they just shot a person. So watch this again. All right, so that one. This was this is from 9th of January, but it's new because it's new as in we received them recently, even though it's from a couple of days ago. They only now have been released. Only now we have received them from inside Iran. So this is the moment in Shiraz in the 9th of January when they're arresting a young person in Shiraz in a parking lot. Look, that's the person they went inside to arrest in the parking lot. That's the guy. You see that? You see how abusive they are when they're arresting? Watch this. So there's that one, and then I have one from the city of Salve when they're shooting at the people. So this is January 9. Again, recent video. We only just recently received this video, but it was from January 9. Like, these are the armed forces. So that was one more video showing that people are shooting into the videos. I want to show some people fighting back. So hold on, this music might get us copyright strike, but what you can see here is that this car, these are the anti-riot police, and you're going to see this car driving into the anti-riot police. And for YouTube reasons, guys, I'm going to say I'm sure nobody was hurt, okay? But you be the judge. So you see this car. These are the anti-riot. There we go. So some act of resistance here. And then I want to show this to you guys. This was more funerals, looking more like celebration than funerals because people are celebrating people's lives. This was in Saeed Tarvand, is one of the people who was murdered during the revolution. So let's watch this. So it's a funeral, but you can see that people are celebrating the people who have sacrificed their lives for freedom. And so somebody was shaming the EU Parliament for lack of action. Do you want to see that, Goldie?
Yeah.
Is that it? Okay. So
Buongiorno a tutti.
let me make this better. There we go.
Buongiorno a tutti. نمایندگان محترم پارلمان اروپا. درود.
Oh, is this going to be in English or in Persian?
ما ایرانیان در هفته‌های اخیر سخت‌ترین روزهای زندگی خود را پشت سر گذاشته‌ایم.
So she's talking about, okay, so this is in Persian. Maybe I will do it later when I have time to translate it, because then she keeps showing all the evidence and of what happened and that people didn't take action. So because it needs translation, I think it's going to take longer than I have right now. Oh, one thing somebody sent me and requested that I show was this. So somebody sent me this, say, Armin, please share this on your show. This is a gathering of Iranians in Houston, Saturday, January 24. So you guys, look at, I'm so glad that you people are now making it English instead of Persian posters, because we want non-Iranians to show up as well. So I'm so glad that more of these posters are now being designed and marketed in English. And it's important that you guys make it obvious that you don't have to be Iranian to show up, okay? So this was January 24th, Saturday, between 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. in front of Starbucks. Here's the address if you want to go. And yeah, so rain or freeze will not silence us. No matter the weather, we stand with the people of Iran. Freedom is worth showing up for. Freedom for Iran, justice for the people. Guys, please, it doesn't matter if you're Iranian or not. Just search on Instagram, Iran rally, and the name of your city. Please understand that this is one of the most important events that is happening in your lifetime, and you could actually participate in helping it happen. So please join the protest. And guys, we could tell, I mean, this is the proper lion and flag. I have a criticism for this poster for people who made it. They should have had something Pahlavi related on here. The lion and sun, this is the proper lion and sun logo, which shows that this is not MEK. However, we have to make it easier for people to know that this is not MEK by having a Pahlavi, writing Pahlavi, putting the picture of Princess of Pahlavi. Please make sure that your posters have a Pahlavi related image or symbol or written text on it, so that people could easier identify that your event is not MEK related. Goldie, I'm gonna put the link to the group that I'm gonna go to.
Go ahead, put it in.
So
both.
guys, thank you, Goldie. Sorry for switching topics because I just wanted to do this before I go. But
yeah, no, that's fine. That was important.
Okay. So guys, I'm going to go into our group. We're going to have a group call, a live group call. If you guys want to come ask me any questions, just come over there, and you don't have to open your camera. If you want, you can only open your mic, or you can open your camera if you want, or even if you just want to come and listen to our discussion, the link is in the chat. And anybody who wants to come and have a discussion, I'll see you guys there. All right, Goldie. I'll see you soon. I'll be there.
Thank you, Armin.
Thank you.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Okay. So let's go back. So guys, so now we've established that the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC, they basically aired 8 minutes of Islamic regime propaganda. This woman, by the way, she's on the Nazi hunter list, and she's been confirmed. Okay. So 8 minutes of Islamic regime propaganda, and Iranians were livid. Okay. And then there's this account called CBC Watcher. The account is not, I don't think this person is Iranian, but they are a supporter of free Iran. So, shout out to CBC Watcher. Canadians, if you're on X, make sure you're following CBC Watcher, because CBC Watcher is pointing out and calling out all the hypocrisy of CBC. So anyway, so CBC Watcher posted this interview and said, "Unbelievable Islamic regime talking points shared on Canada's national broadcaster. Do you see any Cochrane pushback?" Cochrane was the journalist who was like interviewing the Iranian Canadian Congress, and literally no pushback, right? So then this is the update this is from today. Today's January 21, right? No, sorry, yesterday. So yesterday, so guys, so when that happened, okay, so when this happened, Iranians were livid. They were speaking out. I guess they were emailing and contacting CBC, and they were like, what the heck, right? So now, last night, apparently there was an apology, right? So listen to this. David Cochrane apologizes for his no pushback interview with the Iranian Canadian Congress Islamist regime apologist. And you criticized that interview for falling short of standards and really allowing a platform for the narrative of the for the Iranian regime. And look, I'm not going to argue with you. And we fell short as a team, and I'm sorry for that. And I fell short as a host because I'm ultimately responsible for what happened. So I do want to apologize to you for that, because I know this is a source of great consternation and some hurt. And that was not our intention. And I'm sorry what happened. And I'm glad you're here to sort of speak about it. And then Arsalan Kahnemuipur. Okay, so Arsalan Kahnemuipur, he's an Iranian, and I guess he's the one that's confronting David. So Arsalan says, the fact of the matter is people distrust the organization. So he goes on CBC and he says, Iranians distrust the Iranian Canadian Congress, right? So we distrust, they don't represent us. They're not our voice, right? And then he says, and to suggest that this was instigated by Israel or foreign sources is obviously offensive to the Iranian Canadian community. But within the Iranian Canadian community, this is a fringe type of ideology. They probably represent less than 0.5% of the Iranian Canadian community population. 100% true. And then Cochrane says, how do they get standing at something like foreign interference inquiry when you and so many others voice concern that essentially this organization supports the position of the Iranian regime in practice around the world? That is something CBC itself should do a separate news expose on, not as a posed question to a guest after a formal apology, right? So, you know what? We Iranians, we have the same question. How the heck is Iranian Canadian Congress get standing at foreign interference inquiries when we have been speaking out about that? And I literally put out a video, right? I have said it in the Ontario legislature. I'll repeat what I said in the Ontario legislature. I'll share the video. But look at this. So look at how they're still attacking us here. So this video was posted last night.
And look, Arslan, you are one of hundreds of Iranian Canadians that we've heard from and that I've personally heard from with concerns over an interview we did on the show last week with the Iranian Canadian Congress. And you criticized that interview for falling short of standards and really allowing a platform for the narrative of the Iranian regime. And look, I'm not going to argue with you. Like, I expected an interview on that day, much like the one we are having here, talking about the regime cruelty and support for the protesters. And that's not what we delivered. And we fell short as a team, and I'm sorry about that. And I fell short as a host because I'm ultimately responsible for what happened. So this was it was a live interview, and it did not go as I expected, and I didn't react it as I would have hoped I would. So I do want to apologize to you for that. Because I know this is a source of great consternation and some hurt. And that was not our intention. And I'm sorry that happened. And I'm glad you're here to sort of speak about it. So what did you want to say about that particular segment? Because I'm not defending it and not making excuses. I want to make it right.
Thank you very much, David. I really appreciate your honesty, and apologies accepted. But I have to say, when that news episode, that episode came out, I was inundated with messages. I don't think I've ever had as many messages from community members, all asking about what can be done. So I was one of hundreds of people who signed this letter that was sent to you, which you kindly responded to very quickly, basically objecting to the narrative that was, broadcast on your program, which essentially copied the narrative coming from the Islamic Republic. Yes, I mean, all of the different pieces of that narrative can be debunked. Mm-hmm. The reality is that this was large-scale protest. We're talking about millions of Iranians coming to the streets to basically to demand the end of the Islamic Republic. That's what it comes down to. In the end, it might have started because of economic crisis. It might have, been various reasons. But we have had protests in Iran, a chain of protests starting at least going back to 2009, even before that. So this is a continuation of those protests, and it has come to the point that the strong majority of the population felt that they could go on the streets and in millions and demand this end to the Islamic Republic. And to suggest that this was instigated by Israel or foreign forces is obviously offensive to the Iranian Canadian community.
I was surprised by some of the things that were said, and I quite honestly did not know what to do in that moment, and that was my failure, and that's where that went wrong. But help me understand something here, Arslan, and this is not, I'm not asking this to make myself feel better or look better, but the Iranian Canadian Congress, and I've since learned how many people in the diaspora looks at this particular organization. They had standing at the foreign interference inquiry. I've seen them quoted in other media. How do they get standing at something like a foreign interference inquiry when you and so many others voice concern that essentially this organization supports the positions of the Iranian regime in practice and in word?
Yes, so that's a great question. Maybe it would require a full program to discuss. But I can tell you that obviously, if anybody Googles Iranian Canadian community, that's the first name that comes up. They are called the Iranian Canadian Congress, so it's not a surprise that they're invited. But this is an organization of 300 members, and we're talking about a community of 300,000 people. The fact of the matter is people distrust the organization, so they don't want to become members to try to change it because they don't believe there's going to be a fair election. There are lots of issues. And of course, our community also has to take responsibility for still allowing this for organization to go on. But the reality is, if you place them in the context of what they have done over the past 5-6 years and all the statements, it becomes clear the line of logic that they're following. I'm not suggesting that they're hired by the Islamic Republic.
So he has to say this for legal purposes, right? Because the Iranian Canadian Congress. Actually, you know what? They should call themselves the Islamic Canadian Congress because they're not Iranian, but the Iranian Canadian Congress they're willing to sue anyone who calls them out. So that's why he's saying this here for legal purposes.
Logic that they're following. I'm not suggesting that they're hired by the Islamic Republic. Absolutely not. The people that probably politically believe in and have a particular political affiliation that makes them want to believe these kinds of stories. And we hear these stories from some individuals, in the West as well. So it's not like they don't exist at all, but they're within the Iranian Canadian community. They're definitely, this is a fringe, type of, ideology. They are probably represent less than 0.5% of the Iranian Canadian community population.
Well, Arslan, again, my apologies, and please, my research. The intention was to do an interview about the struggle and the oppression, and obviously it didn't go that way. But thank you for reaching out and educating on this, and thank you for your time today. That's Arslan Kanamuyapur. We appreciate it, sir. Thank you for being here.
So there you go. So 1 week after spreading Islamic regime propaganda, there you have it. And then this was so I reposted this, and I basically said, defund Ayatollah CBC. They platform Islamic regime propaganda using Canadian taxpayer dollars with zero pushback. So again, guys, this is what I said in the Ontario legislature. And when I said this, the Iranian Canadian Congress sent me a cease and desist letter, basically saying that if I don't retract this statement and if I don't apologize, then they're going to sue me for libel and defamation. What they didn't know is that anything that I say, so when I was a politician, right, everything that I say in the Ontario legislature, that's protected by parliamentary privilege. So I can say whatever I want, and I can't be sued for it. Right now, because I'm not in the Ontario legislature, I'm not in the House of Commons. If I said what I say in this video, they would probably sue me for defamation. Yes, that's me in Parliament. That's me in Parliament a few years ago. Guys, I was a politician, remember? So in Parliament, this is what I say about the Iranian Canadian Congress.
And while pro-Islamic regime lobby groups like the Iranian Canadian Congress have tried to apologize for the regime, the world has opened its eyes.
Let me repeat that again one more time.
And while pro-Islamic regime lobby groups like the Iranian Canadian Congress have tried to apologize for the regime, the world has opened its eyes.
So there you go, guys. There you go. That's what I said a few years ago. So like we in the Iranian Canadian community, we have been speaking out about them for a very, very long time, right? We've been speaking out about them for a very long time, but for some reason, CBC and other, media outlets still platform these terrorists, which is incredibly frustrating. So there you go. That's that's the update I wanted to give you about Canadian media. Let me go now to here. Okay. Okay. I had some videos I wanted to share here with you guys. So in an interesting move, Maria Corina Machado, she met with King Reza Pahlavi. So look at that. Look at that. Venezuela and Iran are healing. So she writes, I had the pleasure of meeting with Pahlavi Reza. We exchanged insights on our respective struggles and aligned our efforts toward a shared purpose, the liberation of Iran and Venezuela from oppression. I expressed my deep admiration for the Iranian people who continue to fight for their future with immense courage in the face of brutal repression. As authoritarian regimes deepen their criminal cooperation, those of us who stand for freedom must coordinate even more closely. The alliance between Caracas and Tehran has turned Venezuela into the epicenter of Iranian influence, jeopardizing the security of the entire Western Hemisphere. The survival of these regimes is not only a tragedy for our citizens who overwhelmingly demand democracy, but a direct threat to global stability and the United States. Guys, this is important, right? So overthrowing the Islamic regime is not just about freeing Iran, it's about making your countries safer, right? So United States, Israel, all the countries, Venezuela, like every single country, right? Yeah, I actually like this comment. US, Iran, Venezuela, and Israel-based axis. Absolutely. The axis of freedom. The axis of freedom, right? So the survival of these regimes is not only a tragedy for our citizens who overwhelmingly demand democracy, but a direct threat to global stability and the United States. By using Venezuela as a primary platform, the Iranian regime fuels instability, terrorism, and transnational criminal networks that extend far beyond its borders. A free Iran and a free Venezuela are more than just goals, they are essential conditions for a secure and democratic world. Venezuela and Iran will be free. Okay. There's the list again. Let's see. Oh wow, 320. So this morning there was only 10 followers. Now 320 people are following this list. Fantastic. Ooh, look at this. Guys, see this is how we get the breaking news, right? So Iran International English just posted US military assets, including an aircraft carrier strike group, will arrive in the Middle East in the coming days, despite President Donald Trump voicing hopes of avoiding new military actions against Iran, Reuters reported on Thursday, citing two officials. So, I mean, come on. We already know that, when President Trump says what he says, like, he doesn't actually mean it. Like, he's like, okay, I hope. Like, this is what I don't understand. This is why the media is so frustrating sometimes, right? And you know what? Why don't I play that interview? I think I have it on my profile somewhere here. Like, I don't get why people panic about that. Oh, I also called out Al Jazeera. Look at this. I was so angry about this. So Al Jazeera, the garbage terrorist jihadi mouthpiece of Qatar, used an Arab food blogger to make a video trying to convince people that the Iranian revolution isn't happening. I can't wait until Iran is free. You and all your inbred Allahu Akbar savages are on the top of my list. So screw you, Al Jazeera. We're coming after you too. But can you imagine? Al Jazeera literally uses an Arab food blogger to try and say that there's not a revolution happening. It's so ridiculous. Okay, so this is interesting. Is it this one? No, there was a longer video. There was a longer video about President Trump. Okay, we're going back too far. All right, let me find the longer video. Where is it? Trump, Iran, hope. I want to find the video. Oh my gosh, look at this. I'm trending, guys. I'm in the news. Iranian activists backs Trump tariffs to redirect Iran's oil from China and Russia. Gamari's post praises Trump's January 12 announcement of 25% tariffs on countries trading with Iran, like China, which buys 1.3 million barrels of crude daily, to cut off the regime's revenue amid deadly protests over inflation corruption. Iranian dissidents largely support her, arguing a regime change could send oil to open markets, including the US, while critics mock oil as Trump's true motive. The tariffs add pressure as Iran claims to have ended the unrest that killed thousands. Oh my gosh, my post is trending. So basically, I was really mad at leftists who are complaining about like, oh, like, oh, Trump only cares about the oil, right? So basically, I just responded to that, and I was like, my response to everyone who says President Trump is only going after the Islamic Republic because of Iran's oil, good for Trump. I'm glad. I'd rather Iran's oil be sold to the greatest country in the world than be given to Russia, China, and Qatar. God bless America. So, there you go. There you go. Too funny. Okay, there you go. But no, I want to get that video. I think it was on OSINT. Let me go to OSINT. I think it was a longer video of President Trump. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Trump on the Greenland deal. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so this is the one. Guys, so listen to this, right? So President Trump speaking about Iran last night. So the reporter, there are assets moving into the Gulf, obviously, carriers and other things. So a lot of people are wondering whether that's a prelude to further action. And then President Trump says, well, we hope there's not going to be further action. But, they're shooting people indiscriminately in the streets. And they were going to, look, this was a big thing for me. They were going to hang 837, mostly young people. So, guys, a lot of people who don't understand politics or political speak, they're interpreting this to mean that President Trump isn't going to strike, right?
There are assets moving into the Gulf, obviously carriers and other things. So a lot of people are wondering whether that's a prelude to further action.
Well, we hope there's not going to be further action, but they're shooting people indiscriminately in the streets. And they were going to look, this was a big thing for me. They were going to hang 837, mostly young people.
There are assets moving.
So, guys, so basically what he's saying, okay? So
it's not going to be further action.
So
prelude to further action.
Well, we hope there's not going to be further action, but
So he's saying we hope there's not going to be further action. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen. He's basically saying, we're going to have to do it anyway. I hope we don't have to do it, but we probably are going to do it, right? He's not going to come out and say it, right, guys? You have to be very, very, you have to read between the lines of what President Trump is saying here, right? You have to read between the lines. Again, as Armin mentioned earlier, Armin was speaking to a military expert analyst, and that person said that this is the largest movement of American military assets and personnel in the history of the United States. The largest movement and repositioning of military assets in the entire history of the United States, right? So you have to keep that in mind. And then he says,
they're shooting people indiscriminately, they're shooting action, but they're shooting people indiscriminately.
And then he says they are shooting people indiscriminately. So President Trump knows that right now they are shooting people indiscriminately. Okay, so and then he goes back to the 800 line.
Streets. And they were going to look, this was a big thing for me. They were going to hang 837, mostly young people.
And then he says they were going to, right? But he doesn't actually say that they didn't, right? He doesn't say that they didn't hang or that, it was stopped. He just says they were going to hang them, and that's a big deal for me, right? So you have to read between the lines. You have to read between the lines. And for me, it's incredibly frustrating to see to see like news media outlets like Reuters who are twisting the narrative, and instead of just reporting the news, they're giving their opinion, right? So Reuters is reporting this as if, oh, President Trump might not do anything. So, oh, did the Shah post something? All right, let's go to the Shah. Let's see what the Shah posted. Oh, there you go. So this is what he posted. I'll read it for you guys. He just posted a response to Machado. He writes, I was pleased to meet with my friend Maria Corina Machado, who is at the forefront of Venezuela's fight for freedom. The peoples of Iran and Venezuela know the cost of living under regimes that survive only through violence, corruption, and fear. The regime in Tehran has used its partnership with Caracas to extend its influence into the Western Hemisphere. Through Venezuela, the Islamic Republic launders money, evades sanctions, supports criminal networks, and strengthens its capacity to repress its own people. This alliance threatens regional stability and U.S. security. The Iranian people are rising with clarity and determination despite mass killings, imprisonment, and information blackouts. They are fighting to free not only themselves, but the world from the illegitimate criminal Islamic Republic. A free Iran and a free Venezuela will end decades of chaos, terror, and destruction, leaving a legacy of peace, stability, and prosperity. So that was King Reza Pahlavi's message. Okay. So now we can go back to Iran Revolution News. This is just a clip. See, like this is really important. Listen to what Mahyar Tusi says here. This is such an important clip.
The Islamic Revolutionary Guard, speaking of monsters, have also reacted. Mr. Potato Head, as you can see, the IRGC commander, Major General Mohammed Pakpour, has now threatened the United States and also Israel, saying, we warn our enemies, especially the US and the Zionist regime, to learn from historical experience and from what they saw in the 12-Day War. For some reason, this guy thinks that the Islamic Republic won the 12-Day War. I'm pretty sure he was probably a little bit drunk while that was happening. Benefit of the doubt. He says, otherwise they will face a more painful and regretful fate. Okay, well, how many generals and commanders of the IDF died during the 12-Day War? 0. How many commanders and generals of the IRGC died? 50 billion. Literally every single one of them was wiped out. So that's why Mr. Potato Head got promoted. Now, if he focuses on his double chin more than rewriting history, he will be better off because it's over. Stop pretending that you exist. You are literally a dead man walking. But then, as this came out, CENTCOM decided to be even more robust. This is the official statement from the US Central Command. That the US Army's AH-64 Apache has built a reputation as one of the world's most advanced and proven attack helicopters, logging over 1 million flight hours in combat. It's designed to carry multi-role weapons, including a 30mm cannon and precision-guided Hellfire missiles, built to fly day or night and in bad weather. The Apache gives CENTCOM forces critical protection and firepower whenever and wherever it is needed. There's a lot of posturing from the US side. There's a lot of updates about what they are sending to the Middle East and what they are basically using to just maneuver around the region over the last few days. Meanwhile, inside the country in Iran, we have now passed the hour 336. Yep. It's now over. I think it's about 337 now. 337 hours. 2 full weeks of internet shutdown. Now, there was a bit of hope a few days ago. As you can see, the 15th and the 17th, there was a bit of spike. God knows what happened there. But then they could quickly shut it down again. So the only connections that we as TCTV have is with a few people who have access to Starlink.
There you go. So that's a quick little update from 2C. The war of light and darkness is not over yet, but this is the final battle. Pahlavi is coming back. So again, you know, images like this coming out of occupied Iran. Iranians are basically saying that they only trust King Reza Pahlavi. Oh man. Ooh. Oh, look. Potipto, welcome. رو دوربینت چسب گذاشتی؟
سلام. پیام جدید شاهزاده رو دیدم، گفتم بیام اینجا با هم گوشش بدیم.
پیام جدید گذاشته بیرون؟
بله بله. چند دقیقه پیش.
Oh my god. همین الان پروفایلش رو چک کردم، فقط راجب ماچادو داشت صحبت میکرد.
توی تلگرام گذاشته بود. میخوای فوروارد کنم بعد.
تو تلگرام؟ اوکی، پس اگه رو تلگرامه حتما به زودی رو اکس میاد، چون که آره برای من فوروارد بکن حالا، ولی بذار من اکسش رو چک بکنم. Apparently King Reza Pahlavi has a new message. So usually when the messages comes out, like I think it comes out on I opened up the wrong app here. It usually comes out on like Telegram first, and then maybe WhatsApp, and then he posts it on Instagram, and then it goes to like X. Potipto, could you forward that to me, please? Because he hasn't posted it on X yet. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, how do I download? Okay.
I'm reading warm welcomes from the chat. I want to say hello to all of them, and I'm very grateful to have them here and be with them.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Save as. All right. Oh, please wait for the video to be fully downloaded. Okay. Just downloading the video. Come on. All right, guys, one moment.
If you need a Starlink, we have it available if your speed is low.
No, my speed is high, but Telegram is just being.
No, just joking.
Oh my gosh. دوربین روش چسب داری؟
ایرانیان عزیز خارج از کشور.
Okay. Oh, this is for Iranians outside of Iran. Oh my gosh. Why is it? Okay, I need to download this. Save video. Okay. Hey, Baba. Okay, so it's in my downloads. All right, guys, one moment. Okay. Telegram is so hard to. Copy text. Oh, translate. Okay. Copy text. He's going to have this on X soon. Like, he's literally going to have it on X very soon. But here we go. Oh, it exceeds. Chat GPT.
درود بر شما همه همیهنان فارسی زبان من در تمام دنیا. ممنونم از پیام‌های خوب و گرمتون.
Okay, so let me read the English translation first. Wow. Okay, so guys, this is a message for Iranians outside of Iran. So downloads. Where'd it go? کجا رفتین? Oh my gosh. This Telegram on my laptop is not working. I know he's going to have it on X soon, though. Let's see. Okay, it's on X. Perfect. Okay. It just came up on X. So here we go. I'm going to read this first for you guys so that those of you who are not Iranian, you'll get the gist of what he's saying, and then I'm going to play the full video. So he just posted this. He writes, "Dear Iranians abroad, the magnificent and powerful marches you held in recent days in every corner of the world, from Australia to all across Europe to Canada and the United States, have given strength and hope to our brave compatriots inside occupied Iran. Your voice is the voice of the Iranian nation. I am grateful and deeply appreciative of you. Today, as the Islamic Republic has dramatically raised the cost of people's presence in the streets of Iran through ruthless massacres and military rule, your responsibility in securing international support for our compatriots has become even heavier. The importance of your role is greater than ever before. The continuation of your activities is necessary and essential. Broader, more coordinated, more cohesive, and more targeted. As I announced in the recent press conference in Washington, at this stage, we have 6 specific demands from the international community. All activities of Iranians abroad, from rallies, sit-ins, and marches, to meetings and correspondence with decision makers and legislatures, to informing the media and online networks, must be centered around these 6 demands. First, protecting the people of Iran by weakening the regime's repression machine, especially by targeting the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, its commanders, command structure, and infrastructure. Second, maximum economic pressure by freezing the regime's assets worldwide and targeting its secret fleet of oil tankers known as the Ghost Fleet. You guys remember what I said about how the Islamic regime is giving away its oil secretly to China and Russia and Qatar? That's the secret fleet of oil tankers known as the Ghost Fleet. Third, providing free internet access to Iran through Starlink and other secure communication tools, and disabling the regime's ability to shut down the internet. Fourth, expelling the regime's diplomats and pursuing legal action against crimes against humanity. Fifth, the immediate and unconditional release of all political prisoners. And sixth, readiness for a democratic transition in Iran and recognition of a legitimate transitional government. I ask all of you to remain united under the Lion and Sun flag of Iran, the flag for which tens of thousands of brave Iranians have sacrificed their lives to raise it again. Put aside personal differences. Avoid parallel actions and separate programs in the same city. Align and coordinate your efforts so that they become more effective. Remember that in the eyes of the world, you are the representatives of the great Iranian nation. Therefore, your conduct must be dignified, civilized, and worthy of Iranian ethics and culture. My team and I are carefully following your very coordinated activities. Very soon, programs related to the Global Day of Action and Solidarity with the National Revolution of Iran will be announced. The gaze of our honorable compatriots inside Iran, who are held captive by the occupying Islamic Republic regime is upon us. Let us join hands so that their suffering may end sooner, so that they may reach the freedom and prosperity they so richly deserve. That day is closer than ever. Long live Iran. Okay. Oh, it's got English subtitles. Oh, thank God. Okay, so he has the X version has English subtitles, so you guys can actually follow along. Okay, here we go.
ایرانیان عزیز خارج از کشور، راهپیمایی‌های بزرگ و پرشکوه شما در روزهای گذشته در 4 گوشه جهان، از استرالیا تا سراسر اروپا تا کانادا و آمریکا، به هم‌میهنان شجاعمان در میهن اشغال شده نیرو و امید داده است. صدای شما صدای ملت ایران است. سپاسگزار و قدردانتان هستم. امروز در شرایطی که جمهوری اسلامی با کشتار بیرحمانه و حکومت نظامی هزینه حضور مردم در خیابان‌های ایران را بسیار بالا برده،
that innocent bystanders were also among the dead. They were fired on from rooftops with automatic rifles. Now, here's President Trump with Maria Bartiromo in Davos, Switzerland. This interview aired this morning.
Well, if they keep killing people, will you go back?
Well, I don't want to talk about that because I don't want to put myself in a position. I can't say that. I don't want, because I think it would be stupid for me to say that.
Okay, with that, we bring in exiled Iranian Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who says that the regime is on the verge of collapse. Crown Prince Pahlavi, thank you very much. It's good to have you back on the program. How do you interpret that and President Trump?
Martha, in the middle of what's happening, I think I can update you with the latest news that I had from Iran itself. I just got off the phone with a political prisoner that managed to somehow connect to the internet. And here's what the situation on the ground is. It's an ongoing war between the people and this regime. The regime has massacred them, and it is in total darkness that it is carrying out even more brutality by shooting people in hospitals under the direct order of Khamenei, not to let anyone who was even wounded alive. That's the extent of their brutality, and the numbers you quoted is correct. We anticipate at least 20,000 people dead, if not more, across the land. Now, one thing that the world and this audience needs to realize is that these brave Iranians are saying, we are fighting not just for our own liberation, but to free the world from this terrorist regime. Their commitment is to fight to the very end, and this is the momentum that we have right now. And what could change the odds in their favor is the much-needed neutralization of the regime's instruments of repression, which can only occur based on what the president stated a few days ago, that it will be consequential for the regime using the brutality against the people. And you should not believe a word the regime says, because as an act of desperation, they're trying to buy time. They will make the same false promises that they've done before, and you cannot rely on their words at all.
Yeah, President Trump suggested that talks might be in the works. He talked about the devastation to Iran's nuclear program by the B-2 strikes that were carried out by the United States and ground strikes that were carried out by the Israelis. But there is a lot of discussion in the things that President Trump is saying about negotiations and talks with the Iranian leadership. What do you say to President Trump about that suggestion?
Look, President Trump is a man of his word and he's a man of peace. And he does realize that the best way to protect lives is to take away the instrument of repression that has been a reason for this number of people killed. So in the equation and in the balance is what is the most effective way to stabilize the area. And we all realize that the best way to put an end to radicalism, to terrorism, to the nuclear threat, and everything else that this regime has provided our world with can only be eliminated in one shot by this regime collapsing. What's happening now is the regime, as I said before, is on the verge of collapse. What will expedite its demise and will facilitate
a transition to stability and peace is its disappearance. And the people of Iran right now are the boots on the ground fighting. They do need, however, air cover when they are totally unarmed vis-a-vis a very brutal regime. I don't think there's anything left to negotiate other than this time siding with the Iranian nation, with the Iranian people, who clearly state that they are no longer want this regime, they're rejectful of this regime, they hate this regime. And it's a people that, unlike a regime that has chanted death to America from its inception, actually love America, want to be partners with America, and want to be an element that contributes to regional peace and stability, working together with our neighbors. A completely different picture that we currently have with this regime. This is what's at stake, and I think this president understands this as well.
So the language has changed a little bit and from the president, and that could mean that he doesn't want to talk about potential options that he is still considering, and he wants to hold those cards close to the vest, which I think is very understandable from the president in terms of, maintaining the options that he has. On the other hand, I'm hearing that people on the ground in Iran are despondent because they are very afraid that an Obama-like response is happening again, that there's all this momentum and that there's a feeling that it is on the verge of collapse, the regime, and that maybe this moment is about to pass the Iranians by again. Do you feel that way? Are you afraid that that is what might happen again?
Well, obviously, it's a natural anxiety that anyone that is fighting for freedom counts on a support, especially when it's announced. So now they're looking at the action part of it. But having said that, I repeat again that President Trump doesn't want to be another Obama. To the contrary. So up to that point and until now, we believe that actions will be in some form taken while the president has the prerogative to explore every option. But the best option right now that will save lives, that will provide Iran with true freedom at the hand of a nation that wants to liberate itself and be partners in a free world with the most strongest democracy on the planet is to put an end to this regime. We have time and again seen this regime reneging on its promises. It's just buying time. And I think that the time has run out on them. And I hope the president will make the ultimate decision that this is a time to support the Iranian people in freedom. That's what he has said. That's what the Iranian people expect. So we'll see what happens in the next few days.
Crown Prince Pahlavi, thank you very much. It's good to have you with us, and we are following this story very closely, and we hope that we can speak with you again soon so we can stay on top of it and keep it very much in the eyes of the American people, as we know it is in the eyes and hearts of the Iranian people. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Martha. I appreciate it.
So still ahead, our very own Mike.
So to our viewers who informed me about the king coming on the Fox News, thank you so much for letting us know. That's why I interrupted this speech. I mean, literally the only time I would interrupt a message from the king is when it's the king himself who's live on Fox News. And because that was live, that's why we switched to that. So Potipto, that's why I switched halfway, because we wanted to hear him live. But now I'm going to go back. I'm going to play this message from the beginning again. Yeah, the only thing that will literally make me cut into a message from the king is when it's the king himself going live on the news. So let's go back to the message he just put out, and we'll start from the beginning.
ایرانیان عزیز خارج از کشور، راهپیمایی‌های بزرگ و پرشکوه شما در روزهای گذشته در 4 گوشه جهان، از استرالیا تا سراسر اروپا تا کانادا و آمریکا، به هم‌میهنان شجاعمان در میهن اشغال شده نیرو و امید داده است. صدای شما صدای ملت ایران است. سپاسگزار و قدردانتان هستم. امروز در شرایطی که جمهوری اسلامی با کشتار بیرحمانه و حکومت نظامی هزینه حضور مردم در خیابان‌های ایران را بسیار بالا برده، مسئولیت شما در جلب پشتیبانی بین‌المللی برای هم‌میهنانمان سنگین‌تر است. اهمیت نقش شما از هر زمانی بیشتر است. تداوم فعالیت‌های شما لازم و ضروری است. گسترده‌تر، هماهنگ‌تر، منسجم‌تر و هدفمندتر. همانطور که در کنفرانس خبری اخیر در واشنگتن اعلام کردم، ما در این مرحله 6 خواسته مشخص از جامعه جهانی داریم. همه فعالیت‌های ایرانیان خارج از کشور، از تجمع و تحصن و راهپیمایی تا گفتگو و نامه‌نگاری با تصمیمگیران و قانونگذاران و تا اطلاع رسانی در رسانه‌ها و شبکه‌های آنلاین میبایست پیرامون این 6 خواسته متمرکز شود.
شبکه‌های online. That's Iran Revolution Live, guys. He's speaking about us. He's speaking about us informing the public through the media or online networks. Sorry, I got excited.
و تا اطلاع رسانی در رسانه‌ها و شبکه‌های آنلاین میبایست پیرامون این 6 خواسته متمرکز شود. نخست، حفاظت از مردم ایران با تضعیف ماشین سرکوب رژیم، به ویژه از طریق هدف گرفتن سپاه پاسداران، فرماندهان آن، ساختار فرماندهی و زیرساخت‌هایش. دوم، فشار اقتصادی حداکثری با مسدود کردن دارایی‌های رژیم در سراسر جهان و هدف گرفتن شبکه مخفی نفتکش‌های آن موسوم به ناوگان ارواح. سوم، فراهم کردن اینترنت آزاد برای ایران از طریق استارلینک و دیگر ابزارهای ارتباط امن، از کار انداختن توان رژیم برای قطع اینترنت. چهارم، اخراج دیپلمات‌های رژیم و پیگرد قانونی جنایتکاران علیه بشریت. پنجم، آزادی فوری و بی قید و شرط همه زندانیان سیاسی. و ششم، آمادگی برای گذار دموکراتیک در ایران و به رسمیت شناختن دولت انتقالی مشروع. من از همه شما می‌خواهم زیر پرچم شیر و خورشید ایران متحد بمانید. پرچمی که 10,000 ایرانی شجاع جان خود را برای برافراشتن دوباره‌اش فدا کردند. اختلافات شخصی را کنار بگذارید. از موازیکاری و برنامه‌های جداگانه در یک شهر پرهیز کنید. تلاش‌ها را همسو و هماهنگ کنید تا اثرگذارتر باشید. به یاد داشته باشید که شما در چشم جهانیان نمایندگان ملت بزرگ ایران هستید. بنابراین رفتار شما باید شایسته، متمدنانه و در تراز اخلاق و فرهنگ ایرانی باشد. من و تیمم با دقت فعالیت‌های هماهنگ شما را دنبال می‌کنیم و به زودی برنامه‌های مرتبط با روز جهانی اقدام به همبستگی با انقلاب ملی ایران اعلام خواهد شد. نگاه هم‌میهنان شریفمان در ایران که در بند رژیم اشغالگر جمهوری اسلامی هستند به ماست. دست در دست هم بدهیم تا رنجشان زودتر پایان یابد، تا به آزادی و رفاهی که شایسته آن هستند برسند. آن روز از همیشه نزدیکتر است. پاینده ایران.
Wow. Chills. Potipcha, what do you make of that message?
ببین به شخصه فکر میکنم
ببخشید یه لحظه بذار چت جی پی تی مو بیارم، یادم رفت. عذرخواهی میکنم.
No problem.
اوکی بفرمایید.
قبلش واقعا میخوام بگم که من خیلی هیجان زده و خیلی خوشحالم از کامنت هایی که میگیرم. خیلی برام جالبه که اینقدر توجه میکنم. واقعا یه تشکر بزرگ به همش. مهمترین چیزی که من دارم برداشت میکنم اینه که این که حمایت از مردم ایران تبدیل به یک ترند شده، تبدیل به یک کاری شده که همه دوست دارن انجامش بدن، فقط نتیجه سیاست شاهزاده است. یعنی اگه صحبت‌های شاهزاده و اگه فرمان‌های شاهزاده نبود، اگه برنامه‌ریزی شاهزاده نبود، ما هیچ وقت به جایی نمی‌رسیدیم که مردم در تمام دنیا نه تنها کنار مردم ایران واسن، بلکه مقابل آرمان‌هایی واسن که با ملیت ایران ضدیت داره. این یه دستاورد خیلی بزرگ، یعنی شما یک مردم رو بهشون ملیت دادی و زیر یک پرچم متحد کردی، همراه باهاش اومدی دنیا رو هم کنار این پرچم قرار دادی. این خیلی دستاورد بزرگیه. دستاوردی که جمهوری اسلامی با این همه تریبون و فلان و اینجور چیزاش تو 47 سال نتونست انجام بده. ایشون فقط با یه پیام صوتی تصویری.
Okay. I'm gonna translate this one moment, guys. It's just transcribing on ChatGPT. That's from yesterday. Okay. So Potipto says, honestly, I really want to say that I'm extremely excited and genuinely happy about the comments I'm receiving. So he's referring to all of your comments because he's reading all of your comments. Yes, I'm translating, guys. I'm translating. So he sees all your comments, and as you guys know, Potipto understands English perfectly. It's just sometimes it's easier to speak in Persian, but he understands. He can read and understand English perfectly fine. So he says, I really want to say that I'm extremely excited and genuinely happy about the comments I'm receiving. It's truly fascinating to me how much attention people are paying. A very big thank you to all of them. So that's all for you. The most important thing I'm taking away from this is that supporting the people of Iran has become a trend, something people actually want to do. And that is solely the result of the prince's policy and leadership. If it weren't for the prince's words, if it weren't for his calls, if it weren't for his planning, we would never have reached a point where people all around the world not only stand with the people of Iran, but also stand against ideologies and agendas that are opposed to Iranian national identity. This is a tremendous achievement. You gave a people their national identity back. So when he says you, he's referring to the Shah. You united them under one flag, and at the same time, you brought the world to stand alongside that flag. This is an extraordinary achievement, one that the Islamic Republic, despite 47 years of propaganda, platforms, and resources, has never been able to achieve. And he accomplished this with just a single audio message. All right, بفرمایید.
ممنونم. من پیاممو که رسوندم. حالا در همین راستا هم در واقع توی بند سوم شاهزاده اشاره کرده که از بابت زنجیرهای مالی مورد هدف قرار بدید رژیم، و این هم یه پلن مشخصی هست که میتونین هم کسایی که تو آمریکا هستن، هم در واقع ایرانی‌ها و خود آمریکایی‌ها بهمون کمک بکنن. حالا من بیشتر در موردش توضیح میدم. یه چارت برای شما دیروز پروز فرستادم، یه عکس بود که خروجی‌های نهاد مالی بود، 500 میلیون دلار.
اوکی.
اگه اونو بتونی بذاری روش توضیح میدم.
Okay. So let me just translate this first, and then I will pull up. Oh, what's going on here? So okay. Save as. One moment, guys. Shows. Is today the 22nd or the 21st? Oh, today's the 22nd. Oh, 1, 2. Okay. Okay, whatever. Save. Okay, so this is what he said, and then I'm gonna go to the chart. So Potipto says, thank you. We're ready, completely ready to begin. In this context, the prince specifically pointed out in the third clause that the regime's financial chains must be targeted. This is a concrete and actionable plan, one in which people in the United States, Iranians abroad, and Americans themselves can all help us. I'll explain more about this in detail shortly. Yesterday, I sent you a chart as proof, a visual showing the output of a financial institution amounting to 500 million. If you can put that image up, we can explain it step by step. So yeah, let me put that image up for you guys. Image shows. Here we go. So this is the image. Okay, بفرمایید.
ببین این فقط یک گزارشه. حالا ما مبنای همین یک گزارش رو در نظر بگیریم میتونیم بر اساس همینم برنامه‌ریزی کنیم، ولی جمع مبالغی که در حال حاضر توی ولت‌های فلک شده کریپتویی IRGC هست بیشتر از 1 تریلیون دلاره. خیلی عدد زیادیه و اینا رو حالا ما میخوایم بگیم که چه پلنی براش داریم و چه کمکی به ما میتونن بکنن مردم توی آمریکا به خصوص ایرانیا. ببینید USDT یک سازمانیه، بنیاد تتر، یک سازمانیه که مستقیما زیر نظر اوفک فعالیت میکنه و مستقیما از در واقع دولت آمریکا دستور میگیره. کارش چیه؟ اینه که اولا یک توکنی ساخته معادل با دلار که بشه کریپتوها رو بر اساسش معامله کرد و حالا انتقال داد. و این سازمان همونجوری که زیر نظر بانک مرکزی آمریکاست، تمام تراکنش‌ها و رفت آمدها و همه اینا رو هم زیر نظر داره، هم دسترسی داره به این که اقدامات اکستراوردینری بکنه، یعنی ولت‌های خاصی رو ببنده، بعضی از تراکنش‌ها رو برگردونه و دسترسی‌های جدیدی بده. حالا ما کجا میتونیم به مردم کمک بکنیم؟ ببینید همونجوری که IRGC سازمان مافیاییه و خب از هر نظری محرومه، چه جایی بهتر برای اینکه پولاش رو از طریق کریپتو انتقال بده. من گزارش‌های زیادی دارم، حالا ادامه بیشتر در موردش صحبت می‌کنم، ولی این کریپتوها بخش زیادیش میاد زیر نظر در واقع بانک مرکزی آمریکا و اگر فشار درستی بذاریم، همونجوری که شاهزاده هم همیشه داره میگه، در کسری از ثانیه تمام ولت‌ها فلک هستن و هیچ ولتی نیست که زیر نظرشون نباشه. در کسری از ثانیه فقط با فرمان در واقع حالا رئیس جمهور آمریکا یا سنا میتونن تمام این ولت‌ها رو ببندن و در واقع نفس IRGC رو کامل از بین ببرن و تمام این ولت‌ها رو میتونن توی یک قدم ببرن، دارایی‌هاشو توی ولت دیگه قرار بدن که در واقع اون ولت میتونه اختصاص بگیره به حمایت از مردم ایران، به بازسازی ایران و در واقع به حمایت از اعتصابات. یعنی توی این دو قدم شما 3 تا ضربه کاری به جمهوری اسلامی و دستگاه سرکوبش میزنی.
Okay. Just transcribing and then I'm going to read it out for you guys. Okay. All right, I'll be back in like 2 seconds. I'm just going to grab a bubbly because I'm out of coffee. I'll be right back.
So what up, guys? It's just me and you right now. It's a great feeling.
Okay. No, I'm here. Okay. Yeah, we left you guys with Potipto. There you go. Okay. So So I will keep I'll keep the chart up and I'll just read what he said here. So Potipto's he's looking he wants you to look at this chart and he says this is just one report. If we take only this single report as a basis, we can already analyze a lot from it. But the total amount currently sitting in frozen IRGC crypto wallets is over $1 trillion. So, wow. The total amount currently sitting in frozen IRGC crypto wallets is over $1 trillion. That's an enormous figure. What we want to do now is figure out what kind of plan can be built around this and how people in the United States, especially Iranian Americans, can help. Look at the USDT. Tether is an organization, a foundation that operates directly under OFAC and takes directives directly from the US government. What does it do? First, it created a token pegged to the US dollar so that cryptocurrencies could be traded and transferred using it. Just like institutions under the US central banking system, this organization monitors all transactions and movements. It has full visibility, and it also has the authority to take extraordinary actions, freezing specific wallets, reversing certain transactions, and granting or revoking access. So where can people help? The IRGC is a mafia-style organization cut off from normal financial systems. So what better place for it to move money than through crypto? This is true, guys. We've already known that the Islamic regime, they transfer a lot of assets through crypto, right? The IRGC is a mafia-style organization cut off from normal financial systems. So what better place for it to move money than through crypto? I have numerous reports on this, and I'll go into more detail later. A large portion of these crypto transactions ultimately fall under US regulatory oversight. And if the right pressure is applied, as the Prince has repeatedly emphasized, all of these wallets can be frozen in a matter of seconds. There is no wallet that is outside of the reach of the United States. With a single directive from the US president or from Congress, all of these wallets could be shut down instantly, effectively cutting off the IRGC's financial lifeline entirely. And in one further step, all of those assets could be transferred into a different wallet, one designated for supporting the Iranian people, rebuilding Iran, and funding strikes and civil resistance. In just these two steps, so the two steps are freezing the crypto wallets of the IRGC and transferring the funds to a wallet to help the Iranian people. So in just these two steps, you deliver 3 decisive blows to the Islamic Republic and its apparatus of repression. Okay. بفرمایید.
من همزمان کامنتار رو میخوندم، چند تا نکته هست، جواب اونا رو هم میدم، حرف خودم هم میزنم. ببینید وقتی حرف از 1 تریلیون میزنیم، صحبت این نیستش که صرفاً کریپتو، تمام دارایی هایی که از طریق کریپتو داره انتقال داده میشه، کلی بیزنس هست، کلی خونه و دارایی و املاک و اینجور چیزا هست که عدد خیلی بیشتر از اینا میشه. ولی اون در واقع بکبونش، اون شریان حیاتیش از این طریق اینا داره انتقال میشه. دوستان میگن که نمیشه ولت کریپتو رو در واقع فریز کرد. بله، ولت کریپتو رو نمیشه فریز کرد، ولی ولت USDT رو میشه فریز کرد. چون برین سرچ بکنین، USDT کاملا تحت نظر، در واقع بنیاد تتر تحت نظر بانک مرکزی آمریکاست و این کارا رو کرده. پس فکر میکنم همون قدری که حمله نظامی مهمه، این برم خیلی مهمه. شما هم میتونی یه سرکوبگر رو ازش اسلحه‌شو، یعنی بهش حمله کنی، ازش اسلحه‌شو بگیری، یا میتونی خود سرکوبگر که میشه مزدور، اون پولی که باهاش میخواد سرکوبگر فاند بشه رو از صاحب اون مزدور بگیری. پس هر جفتشون تقریبا ارزش برابری دارن، حالا در کنار هم تاثیر میذارن، ولی میخوام که وزنه اینم بدونید که آقا فعالیت این که کانال‌های مالی IRGC رو ببندید چقدر بالا، همونجوری که شاهزاده هم بهش اشاره کرده. و از اون مهمتر، اگر این پولا رول بک بشن به یه حسابی که بره توی راستای بازسازی ایران و حمایت و مخصوصا اعتصابات، خیلی تاثیر دومینو افکت بسیار بزرگتری میذاره. پس اهمیتش رو در نظر داشته باشین. و همین چند روزه گذشته هم خیلی کسایی هستن، از قبرس من تحقیق کردم تا خود کانادا، خیلی از کسایی هستن که دارن دارایی هاشون رو از طریق همین کریپتو، دارایی که در واقع دارایی مردم ایران رو از طریق کریپتو انتقال میدن و بلافاصله باهاش ملک میخرن. اینا فکر میکنن که خب اوکی تموم شد، ما پولو شستیم و الان تبدیل به ملکش کردیم. ولی خبر بدی برای اونا که دارم اینه که همین ترانزکشنی که ازشون ثبت شده کافیه که ما اون ملک یا اون دارایی که خریدی رو سر وقتش ازشون پس بگیریم. صدای شما رو نداریم.
بخشی هنوز شروع نکرده بودم. Sorry, I was just waiting for it to transcribe. I wasn't reading anything yet. Sorry. Okay, so this is what Potipto said. He says, I've been reading your comments from the beginning, and there are a few points I want to address. I'll respond to them while also continuing my own point. Look, when we talk about $1 trillion, we're not talking only about crypto. These are all assets that are being moved through crypto. Businesses, houses, properties, real estate, and similar holdings. The actual figure is much higher than that, but the backbone, the lifeline through which these assets are moved and kept alive, is crypto. Some people are saying that crypto wallets cannot be frozen. That's correct. You can't freeze a generic crypto wallet, but you can freeze USDT wallets. Look it up. USDT is fully monitored by the Tether Foundation, which operates under US oversight and coordination with US financial authorities. They have done this before. So I believe this is just as important as a military strike. You can neutralize a repressor in two ways. Either you attack him directly and take away his weapon, or you take away the money that pays him, the source that funds the mercenary. In terms of impact, these two approaches are nearly equal in value. Together, they are even more powerful. But I want you to understand how significant it is to shut down the IRGC's financial channels, exactly as the Prince has emphasized. And even more importantly, if this money is rolled back into an account that is then used for rebuilding Iran, supporting people, sustaining livelihoods, and funding strikes, the domino effect would be enormous, far greater than most people realize. So please understand the importance of this. Even over the past few days, I've personally researched cases from Cyprus all the way to Canada, where individuals are transferring stolen Iranian wealth through crypto and immediately buying real estate. They think, okay, it's over. We laundered the money and converted it into property. The bad news for them is this. The transaction record already exists, and that is enough for us at the right time to reclaim the property and the assets they purchased. So, Potipto, this is actually really, really helpful because I don't know too much about, crypto and how it all kind of works. I'm really grateful that you're here to explain this to us because, as you guys can tell, Potipto is an expert on cryptocurrency and things like that. Wow. Okay. Please continue.
اون کال تو اکشن من که اینجا تقریبا تموم میشه، یعنی در واقع میخوام از همه که حالا نامه‌نگاری کنن، تحقیق بکنن و کار شخصیشون رو تو این جهت بکنن که اوکی بیاین روی USDT در واقع زوم بکنید. خیلی 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 تحقیقات بزرگی هم تو این زمینه شده، ولت‌ها و ارتباطاتشون کاملا مشخصه. کال تو اکشن من اینجا تموم شده. ولی در مورد صحبتی که شما کردی، ببین قبلا هم پرسیده بودن که پوتیپتو اصلا از کجا اومده. پوتیپتو یه هندل ساده و یونیکه که ترکیب پوتیتو و کریپتوه. یعنی هدف من از ساختن این بوده که بتونم به عنوان سیب زمینی کریپتو رو درک بکنم. کریپتو پوتیتو در واقع.
Oh my gosh, okay. That's really cute.
آره پس با این
ببخشید بذار این داره ترانسکرایب میشه. اوکی بفرمایید ادامه بدین.
پس با این دیدی که من ویژنی که در واقع برای پوتیپتو داشتم، با افتخار اینجا هستم که هر سوالی و هر چیزی در مورد کریپتو هست من بهتون کمک بکنم و انجام بدیم دورم.
سپاسگزار. Okay, let me translate this part for you guys. Okay. So he says, my call to action basically ends here. What I'm asking for everyone is to sign petitions, do research, and focus their personal efforts in this direction. Zoom in on the USDT. A lot of serious research has already been done on this, and their links and connections are completely clear. That's where my call to action ends. And regarding what you mentioned, people had asked before where Potipto comes from. Potipto is just a simple, unique handle. It's a combination of potato and crypto. The idea behind it was to make Crypto, understandable, even for someone who's basically a crypto potato, like a regular person who's not a specialist. So crypto potato equals potipto. So with this perspective, this vision I've had for crypto, I'm proud to be here and say that I'm available to answer any questions and discuss anything related to crypto. I'm happy to comment, explain, and help however I can. Thank you very much. So there we go. Let me see. Okay, so guys, if you have any questions or comments for Potipto, just put them in the chat. Put them in the live stream chat, whether you're on X or Rumble or YouTube, because the chat is unified. Potipto sees it all, and he can just respond to whichever comments that he wants to respond to. So Potipto, is there anything you see there that you want to respond to or answer?
تا الان که ندیدم، ولی میتونم حالا تا موقعی که سوالاشون میاد به این نکته هم اشاره بکنم که مهمترین در واقع ابزار پروپاگاندای رژیم برای یک سلاح کارآمد اینه که بلافاصله اونو به جای که بگه من ازش میترسم، بلافاصله باهاش در واقع جوک بکنه یا سعی بکنه ناکارآمد نشونش بده یا سعی کنه نشون بده که این کلاهبرداریه یا امکان پذیر نیست. همون کاری که با شاهزاده میکنن، همون کاری که با هر کار تاثیرگذار دیگه‌ای میکنن، همون کاری که در حال حاضر با شخص پرزیدنت ترامپ هم دارن انجام میدن. پس هر جا شما دیدین که اتفاقا همه زوم دارن میکنن و مسخره دارن میکنن و ترولا دارن فعالیت میکنن، بدونید اونجا اتفاقا یه کار تاثیرگذاری هم هست. به عنوان مثال ما اگر 10 سال پیش اینجا بودیم، اگر یک نفر میخواست از یک آسیب دیده حمایت بکنه از آمریکا یا هر کشور دیگه‌ای، تقریبا احتمالش نزدیک به 0. باید پولش رو وایر میکرد، باید یه صراف مطمئن پیدا میکرد، صرافه باید پول رو به صورت اسکناس میرسون دست طرف و انسوان. ولی در حال حاضر فاصله این که شما یه مبلغی رو از حساب شخصی خودتون بزنید به یک کسی که توی ایران به اون پول نیاز داره و در نقش اسپانسر و حامیش حاضر بشید، توی کمتر از 1 ساعته. این یه معجزه است و ما باید ازش استفاده بکنیم.
Okay. That's just transcribing. I love ChatGPT because it makes my life so much easier. Makes my life so much easier because now Potipto, he can just speak, like say his entire piece without me having to interrupt him to like translate line by line, and then I can just read it for you guys after. There we go. Okay. Okay, so he says, one of the regime's most important propaganda tools when it comes to neutralizing an effective weapon is this. Instead of admitting that it fears it, the regime immediately turns it into a joke, tries to make it look ineffective, claims it's a scam, or says it's impossible. This is exactly what they do to the prince. It's what they do to every impactful initiative. And it's what they're currently doing to President Trump as well. So wherever you see intense mockery, ridicule, trolling, and coordinated attempts to discredit something, know this, that is usually a sign that something very effective is happening there. For example, if we were having this conversation 10 years ago and someone wanted to support a victim from the US or any other country, the chances of doing so were close to 0. You had to wire money, find a trusted intermediary, rely on physical cash delivery, and navigate countless risks. But today, the distance between sending money from your personal account to someone in Iran who urgently needs it and becoming a direct supporter is less than an hour. This is nothing short of a miracle, and we must use it. So there we go. Okay. سوالی چیزی دیدی یا میخوای برم به اخبارهای دیگه؟ بعد میدونی لازم نیست که به همه چی هم جواب بدی، فقط چیزایی که دوست داری. این نیست که حالا هر کی که سوال میپرسه باید حتما جوابشون رو بدی، ولی اگه چیزی دیدی که میخوای مثلا فکر میکنی دوست داری جواب بدی میتونی، اگرم نه هیچ عیبی نداره، چون که خیلی از سوال میپرسن. ولی خب
آره چند تا یادداشت کردم، سعی میکنم جواب بدم. شما هم هر جایی که لازم بودی در واقع میکروفون رو پس بگیری به من بگو دیگه، من تا هر جا لازمه میریم.
آره بذار من اینو پس شروع بکنم. نه میکروفون دست شماست، اختیار شماست. تا هر حدی که تا هر موقعی که شما میخواید صحبت بکنید و سوال جواب بدید ما در اختیار هستیم. بفرمایید.
خب یه سوالی که پرسیدن، یه سوال جالب و مهمی که پرسیدن این بوده که نظر در مورد اکانومیک ریکاوری ایران بعد از جمهوری اسلامی و بعد از انقلاب چیه. من جواب خیلی دقیقی دارم و تحلیل خیلی دقیقی دارم برای اینکه بعد از انقلاب چه اتفاقی میفته، ولی خلاصش این میشه به محض اینکه ما پرچم جمهوری اسلامی رو پایین بکشیم و پرچم شیر و خورشید رو بالا ببریم، اولین کاری که کردیم پیام آور صلح به جهان بودیم. اقتصاد در سایه صلح رشد میکنه و این مهمترین سیگنالیه که ما به جهان میفرستیم. در راستا ادامه این سیگنال یه سری دومینو افکت هست که بر اساس اون میتونیم تغییرات اکنومیک ایران رو تحلیل بکنیم. مسئله اول نقد کردن دارایی هاست. شاهنشاه آریامهر محمد رضا پهلوی توی دوره دهه 60 تا 70 که رشد نفتی ایران بود، رشد درآمد نفتی ایران بود، تمام درآمدها رو رفت در سرتاسر دنیا سرمایه گذاری کرد. ما آلردی میلیون ها دلار از بانک ها و دولت های متفاوت طلب داریم که همه اینا زیر سایه اقدامات خصمانه و تروریستی جمهوری اسلامی قفل شده. پس شما در نظر بگیرید ما هم پیام‌آور صلح میشیم، هم میریم یه سری از دارایی‌هامون رو نقد میکنیم، هم در واقع تو خیلی از شرکت‌های بزرگ ما سهیم هستیم، از شل گرفته تا مرسدس بنز، از شرکت‌های فناوری گرفته زیمنس تا در واقع شرکت‌های معدن و ادامه داستان. پس همه اینا در واقع دونه به دونه برمیگرده داخل ایران و زیر سایه خارج شدن ایران از لیست FATF ما شاهد اکونومیک بلوم هستیم توی ایران و همه اینا چین افکت ها نتیجهش این میشه که ما تورم شروع به کاهش میکنه و ارزش پول ملی هم طبیعتا رشد میکنه. GDP مردم ایران که در حال حاضر زیر 90 دلاره رشد میکنه و ما تقریبا این کابوسی که تمام این سالها توش زندگی کردیم و تبدیل به رویای شیرین میکنیم. البته یه تایم فریم کوتاه مدت هم هست، یعنی بین انقلاب تا اجرایی شدن اینا که قیمت اجناس به قیمت واقعیشون میره، یعنی در واقع تورم بعد از انقلاب توی مدت کوتاهی رشد میکنه، قیمت دلار توی مدت کوتاهی رشد میکنه، جای اصلیش رو پیدا میکنه و بعدش با تصمیمات و رفتارهای عاقلانه حکومت طبیعتا رو به پایین میره اون تورم و میشه دوره شکوفایی ایران.
Just going to translate that for you guys. Okay. It's just coming up now. Okay. So Patipto says, the question that was asked is a very important and interesting one. What is the outlook for Iran's economic recovery after the Islamic Republic and after the revolution? I have a very detailed answer and a solid analysis of what happens after the revolution, but the short version is this. Excuse me. The moment we take down the flag of the Islamic Republic and raise the lion and sun flag, the very first thing we do is send a message of peace to the world. Economies grow in the shadow of peace, and this is the most important signal we can send globally. Following that signal, a series of domino effects begins through which we can analyze Iran's economic transformation. The first issue is unlocking assets. During the 1960s and 1970s, when Iran experienced major oil revenue growth, His Imperial Majesty Mohammad Reza Pahlavi invested those revenues all around the world. Today, Iran is owed millions, if not billions of dollars by various banks and governments. All of these assets have been frozen under the shadow of the Islamic Republic's hostile and terrorist actions. So imagine this. Iran becomes a messenger of peace, and at the same time, we begin reclaiming and liquidating our frozen assets. Iran is also a shareholder and partner in many major global companies, from Shell to Mercedes-Benz, from technology firms to Siemens, to mining and industrial companies and beyond. One by one, these assets and partnerships will return to Iran. And once Iran is removed from the FATF blacklist, we will witness an economic boom. The chain reaction of all of this leads to a clear outcome. Inflation begins to fall, and the national currency naturally strengthens. The Iranian people's GDP, which is currently under $90, begins to rise, and we transform the nightmare we've lived through for decades into a sweet dream. There is, of course, a short-term transition period. Between the revolution and the full implementation of these reforms, prices adjust to their real levels. In the short term, inflation may rise. The dollar may spike briefly and find its true market level. But then, with rational governments and sound decision-making, inflation comes down and Iran enters a period of genuine prosperity. That is a path to Iran's economic recovery. Okay.
خب یکی از دوستانم که به صورت فارسی پیام داده که از حساب مردم هم دارن استفاده میکنن برای انتقال پولهاشون، که میخوام بگم این اهریمن‌ها از جون و گوشت مردم هم دارن استفاده میکنن برای منافع خودشون دیگه. حساب که متاسفانه چیزی نیست، ولی بازم ممنونم از خبری که ایشون رسوند. یکی از دوستانم پرسیده که شما فکر میکنی که رژیم نمیدونه که مثلا USDT میشه فروزن بشه و براش در واقع چیزم آلترناتیو داره؟ من بهشون میگم که شما فکر نمیکنید که رژیم میدونه که الان آمریکا میخواد هدف قرارش بده. رژیم نمیدونه که مثلا تکنولوژی رزمش مثلا مال دهه 50 آمریکاست. آمریکا میخواد با 70 سال جلوتر بیاد بهش حمله بکنه. رژیم همه اینا رو میدونه ولی دستش خالیه و آلترناتیوی براش نمیمونه. شما در نظر بگیرید که هر جوری که این پولها رو تبدیل به هر چیز غیر قابل ردیابی بکنن، بالاخره میخوان توی مارکت نقدش بکنن. بالاخره باید با یه چیزی عوضش بکنن. اون جایی که این چیزو میخوان عوض بکنن، ما منتظرشون هستیم. قرار نیست فرار بکنن.
Okay. So he says people themselves are also using these methods to transfer their money. What I'm trying to say is that these demons are exploiting people's lives and livelihoods for their own benefit. So unfortunately, money is nothing to them anymore. Still, thanks to him for bringing this information forward. One of my friends asked an important question. Do you really think the regime doesn't know that USDT can be frozen and doesn't have alternatives? My answer is this. Do you think the regime doesn't know that the United States is preparing to target it? Does the regime not know that its military technology is essentially from the 1950s, while the US would be attacking with technology that's 70 years more advanced? The regime knows all of this, but its hands are empty. It has no real alternatives left. No matter how they try to convert this money into something supposedly untraceable or inaccessible, in the end, they have to cash it out. They have to convert it into something usable in the market. And the moment they try to make that exchange, that's where we're waiting for them. Everything has to pass through legal channels eventually. Wow. Okay. بفرمایید.
خواهش میکنم. یه خبرم برای دوستایی که مزدوریاب و به صورت انگلیسی میخواستن بگم که در واقع نسخه انگلیسیش تا 1-2 روز دیگه هم بالا میاد و اکثر اصلاحاتی هم که دوستان گفتن توش در نظر گرفته شده و با قدرت هم تیم داره ادامه میده. همزمان داریم پلتفرمی مثل مزدوریاب و بالا میاریم به نام راه وطن که در واقع برای ثبت راه میهن، برای ثبت نام جاویدنامه‌های راه میهن، ثبت داستان‌های پشتشون، اسطوره‌های پشتشون و اسم‌هاشونه، برای اینکه اینا در واقع اسمشون هم ابدی بشه. بازم با تشکر از حمایت شما و تمام دوستایی که اینجا هستن.
واو. اون وبسایت هنوز باز نشده؟
فکر می‌کنم هفته دیگه رانش می‌کنم. دامنش ثبت شده ولی تکنیکالش تمام بشه.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So he says, I also want to share an update for friends who are asking for, this should be Mozduryab. Mozduryab, that's the Nazi website, who are at like the Nazi list website. So he's like, I want to share an update for friends who are asking for Mozduryab in English. The English version will be released within the next 1 or 2 days. Most of the revisions and suggestions people shared have been taken into account, and the team is moving forward strongly. At the same time, we're also launching a platform alongside Mozduryab called Rah Vatan, Path of the Homeland. This platform is meant for registering Javidnamhay Rah Mihan. So Javidnamhay Rah Mihan is referring to every single Iranian who has lost their lives on the path to freedom. So the team is working on a separate website that's meant for registering the names of every single person who's been massacred by the Islamic regime. And the purpose is to document their stories, the meaning behind them, their heroes and their names, so that their names become eternal. So essentially, we're creating like a memorial, like they're creating a memorial database so that every single Iranian can register and put in the names, images, photos of every single Iranian who's been slaughtered by the Islamic regime. And then he says, so that their names can become eternal. Once again, thank you for your support, and thanks to all the friends who are here with us. Okay. Sorry, Patipta, just one moment here. Okay. So, actually, since he mentioned the Nazi website, why don't we go? Let's do a quick update on the Nazi website here. So, Mozduryab, it was created a few days ago, but we broke the story. We broke the news here a couple days ago, and look at all of these people. So, when we first broke this on our website, there was about 200 to 250 people on the list. Right now, it's at 1,571. Of course, most of these people haven't been confirmed yet, right? Because it's a very democratic process. But as you can see, more and more people are being added to the list, right? These are all people who have, in one way or another, either platformed the Islamic regime, supported the Islamic regime, they've received funds from the Islamic regime, they've murdered people, like anyone who has anyone who's like done something. And of course, there's still there's a lot of people who are with the Islamic Republic who are spamming this website. They're just adding random names and images, but the mods are working really hard. They've implemented a lot of people's requests to maybe have some sort of verification before the name and of the person goes up on the platform. And then, of course, what's really important is that even though someone's name is up, you see the yellow, so that means that this is under investigation, right? So, for example, if I go to
ببین بر اساس چیز رای بزن اون بالا جدیدترین ها رو اینا که ثبت شدن. میخوام مثلا چیز جدید بگم، اون فیلتر رو بردار بذار بر اساس بیشترین رای. و خیلی جالب بود الان که داشتی اسکرول میکردی، این خانومه که دم سفارت لندن مسخرش میکردن میگفتن کلاه قرمزی رو اد کردن توش. خیلی جالب بود برام.
واو.
اینقدر پویاست که به محض اینکه تران میره بالا اونو ادش میکنه.
Yeah, so I know, I see this. میخوام سبزا رو نشون بدم.
اوکی، سبزا رو نشون بدیم، ولی خب اینورم رأی‌ها رو هم نشون بدیم، می‌بینید که مثلا چقدر مردم دارن کانتریبیوت میکنن.
Okay. All right. So let me translate this. So I sorted this by vote. Okay, so look at this. Translate English. You guys will be able to see this in English. I'm basically just using my browser to translate. So you can see, like, if I sort the list by the number of votes. So this person has 851 votes. This person has 1,023 votes. This guy, money laundering. So he's a huge money launderer. He's like the son of like some Islamic regime person, or like a former ambassador or something. Over 4,000 votes. There's Marandi. He has 571, 577, 844, 433, 448, 536, right? So people are voting. People are voting. And oh, guys, look, remember, you know who this is? You guys remember her? She was the one that did the CBC interview, remember?
همینجا میمونی لطفا. یه کاری که میتونن دوستان بکنن، لازم نیست که حتما برن یه کس جدیدی رو ثبت بکنن. مثلا اگر از خانم قاسمی اطلاعاتی دارن میتونن بیان توی سایت اضافه بکنن اون پایین، مثل شماره تماس، مثل آدرس، یا از اون طریق I have information اطلاعات بیشتری به ما برسونن.
Yeah, this is really important. So basically to avoid duplication, make sure that, you search for someone's name. And then if their profile comes up, you don't actually have to create like a new profile. You can just go to the profile that already exists, and you can click on I have information, and then you can submit more information there, right? So here's like, there's some pictures here, and then information sent by people, it's here, right? So even the information that is submitted, it still has to be reviewed. It has to be reviewed before it's like considered as valid. So there you go. Very, very important there. Let me just go back here now. So okay.
بهشون گفت نسخه انگلیسیش تا چند روز دیگه آماده میشه.
آره گفتم بله. So just to remind everyone, the English version will be released within like 1 or 2 days. So once we have the English version, then you guys can also go and you can take a look at the Iranian Nazi list. So there you go. Potipto, are you okay if I take maybe like a 10-15 minute break, because we've been going for a good like almost 5 hours with no break, and I just want to take about a 15-minute break to answer and respond and check some messages, and then we'll continue. Is that okay?
It's all okay.
Okay, thank you so much. So guys, we'll be back in about 15 minutes, okay? So let me just add the banner here. Where is it? Okay, we will see you guys very, very soon.
پهلوی رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم به خوب به پاک عاشقان که جاوی شاه شده صدای ما در این گذار رنج و درد و آه بخوان وطن به نام پادشاه که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو به نام شاه به نام پهلوی وطن شود دوباره می نوی شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم
When you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000-6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
What about you, Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the
ما شاه میخوایم ما بیچاره
So-called Islamic Republic is not the government of Iran. It is a hostile occupying force that's hijacked our homeland. After invading 5 neighboring countries and sowing chaos across the region, this regime has invaded Iran itself, using foreign terrorists, Hezbollah fighters, Iraqi militias, and other mercenaries to slaughter the Iranian people. This is no longer mere repression. This is foreign occupation wearing clerical robes. Just as Saddam Hussein drowned the marshes in blood, and Bashar al-Assad turned barrel bombs on his own children, Ali Khamenei and his thugs have committed mass crimes against the Iranian people and against all of humanity. And just like those other tyrannies, the Islamic Republic will fall, not if, but when. The world must hear this clearly. The battle in Iran today is not between reform and revolution. It is between occupation and liberation. And the Iranian people have already chosen their side. Their heads are bloodied, but unbowed. Yet the cost has been heartbreaking. The people of Iran are being slaughtered in the streets and in their homes by a regime that shows no mercy. More than 12,000 Iranians were massacred in 48 hours. One murder every 14 seconds. Khamenei's killers even hunted the wounded protesters in hospitals and executed them in cold blood. The regime collected piles of bodies with dump trucks and forced worried families to search unlabeled body bags. They refused to return bodies for burial without payment for the cost of the bullets that killed their loved ones. And where a family cannot pay up to several thousand dollars, and most of them can't, they bury the dead in unmarked mass graves. And despite the lies you're hearing from the regime, its bloodlust has not diminished. The slaughter has not stopped. My brave compatriots, still holding the line with their broken bodies but unbreakable will, need your urgent help right now. Make no mistake, however, the Islamic Republic is close to collapse. Ali Khamenei and his thugs know this. That's why they are lashing out like a wounded animal, desperate to cling to power. The people have not retreated. Their determination has made one thing clear. They are not merely rejecting this regime, they are demanding a credible new path forward. They have called for me to lead. The bond between me and the Iranian people is not new. It's been with me since birth, and it cannot be broken. Even in exile, I pledged my life to the service of the Iranian nation.
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده.
ایرانیان آزادیخواه، فرزندان دلیر سرزمین پارس، با جدیت و عزم راسخ از شما می‌خواهم که قدرت جمعیتان را به نیروهای سرکوبگر نهاد جمهوری اسلامی و تمام دنیا نشان دهید. برخیزید و اتحادتان را به نمایش بگذارید تا تاریکی عقب نشیند. از شما آزادیخواهان می‌خواهم که در کنار هم و در یک روز و یک ساعت در سراسر ایران بزرگ قدرت جمعی خودتان را به صورت امن به نمایش بگذارید. نیروهای سرکوبگر توان مقابله با شما را در همه شهرها و خیابانها ندارند. به نیروهای مسلح ملی فرمان می‌دهم در خانه بمانید. در آن روز بزرگ که مردم قدرتشان را آشکار می‌کنند، از مقابله با برادران و خواهران ایرانی خودداری کنید. به یاد آورید که شما نگهبانان ملت هستید، نه ابزار سرکوب. کشورهای خارجی تنها برای پیشبرد اهداف خود عمل می‌کنند و نبایستی مسئولیت تغییر و جایگزینی حکومت را بر گردن بگیرند. این حرکت نهایی بر دوش شما مردم آزادیخواه خواهد بود. پیروزی نور بر تاریکی قطعی است. به نام ایران و به حکم رسالت تاریخی از شما می‌خواهم که به یاری ایران بیایید. افتخار شما در نگهبانی از تمامیت ارضی ایران و جان و مال ملت ایران است. برخیزید. آزادی شما در همبستگی و شجاعت شماست.
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده. 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 voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic IRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls have gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war or change, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for a steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap or which chick is out. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Lock the loader, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, lead us to God bless the USA. We believe in you. We got Crown Prince, hear his name. Reza Pahlavi, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door. Stability in Middle East, we're longing for. The people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we want to see. Breathe life for BB, let him stand. USA's with your hand in hand. Strength agrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. Iranian, say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the crowd. A genius mind, a patriot strong, a doer, a fighter, where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, history calls your name. Act, Mr. Trump, light the flame. From broken streets to freedom strong, a new dawn comes when red, Mr. Trump.
ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
مسئولین کشور و همه آحاد مردم پشت سر نیروهای مسلحند. امروز از همه جناح‌های اونا
آنچه آغاز شده برگشت ناپذیر است. دستگاه سرکوب رژیم در حال فروپاشی است. خطاب به نیروهای نظامی و انتظامی و دولتی برای حفظ رژیمی که سقوط آن آغاز شده روبروی ملت ایران نایستید. با ایستادن در کنار ملت جان خود را حفظ کنید. باشد که به زودی در کنار شما باشم.
اینجا دیگر صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی نیست. این صدا و تصویر تلویزیون ملی ایران است. ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده صدای ایران بلند.
Hey Armin, you're welcome to continue the show. I got a message from a family friend in Iran. I'm just translating the video and I want to share it, so you can go ahead and you know, do whatever you need to do, because I want to translate this and share this with everyone. It's just from inside Iran. So welcome back.
You okay?
I'm okay. I'm okay. But yeah, that's why well, that I just have a message from inside Iran that I want to share with everyone, and I was just translating it, so that's why the music was playing. But you can go ahead and you know, share whatever news you want to, and then I'll do what I need to do.
Okay. Which scene do I choose?
What do you mean?
Because I removed the
Here, I'll just fix it. Here you go.
Okay. Is there a scene where we come on when I put things down? Okay, never mind. I'll just figure it out. I'm not gonna butter you. There we go. Is Patipto here? Patipto, are you with us?
Patipto's here, I think.
Yeah, I'm with you. Hi there.
Okay. Hi. Okay, let me show some videos then. Here, let me share my screen. Well, actually, there were some things I wanted to share. First, before I share some videos, there was this news that I wanted to share. The U.S. State Department said an Iranian soldier had been sentenced to death for refusing to fire on protesters, calling the case morally unjust and inhumane. In a post on its Persian language X account, the department said, according to reports, Javid Khalis, a young Iranian soldier, has been sentenced to death for refusing to shoot innocent protesters. His refusal was not only justified, it was the only moral choice. The post said, the duty of soldiers is to protect the citizens of their country, and Javid did exactly that. The account said it was reprehensible and inhumane for Iran's authorities to punish those who refuse to turn their weapons on civilians. So just that news, I wanted to make sure you guys know about that. And there's a disturbing video that I'm going to show. So fair warning. Let me see if this is safe to show. 1 second. Yeah, I think it's safe to show. It's not that. So just bear with me. Wait,
I saw this video earlier. It broke my heart.
Oh, you've seen this? Okay. Okay, so let's watch this. So they shot somebody. You can see multiple people are trying to carry the body away. So they're saying Tamum Kad, meaning that he died. He says Bemiram Allahi is like basically showing some sadness. He's feeling sorry for his mother. He's still breathing though.
I mean, it's his last breath. It's literally his last breath.
Oh, that was, guys, that was his last breath. Okay.
میدونی آرمین این صحنه رو من خودم به شخصه چندین بار دیدم تو این مدت و یه نفر مشابه همین بود که از فاصله خیلی نزدیک با شاتگان زدن تو صورتش و داشتیم تلاش میکردیم احیاش بکنیم ولی خب نفسش رفت. بعد برادرش تو این فاصله رفته بود که ماشین بیاره که این بچه رو ببرن مثلا بیمارستان. وقتی برگشت من نمیتونستم بهش بگم که تموم کرده، گذاشتنش پشت ماشین بردنش. بعد متوجه شدم. خیلی خیلی این نفس آخر رو از نزدیک دیدن برای هر آدمی خیلی سنگینه، چه برسه اینکه بارها اینو ببینیم. میدونی چی میگم؟
So guys, Patipta is saying that he has experienced this many times, because if you guys don't know, Patipta has been in, but by the way, I got the, sorry, let me just say this first, because I just got a message. I got some news that one person that I really wanted to make sure that he's okay is okay. So one of our people, I just got news from Sohail that one of the people that I was waiting to see if he's alive is alive. So Patipta just mentioned that he has experienced this many. But for you guys who don't know, Patipta has been involved in these types of scenes a lot. Like, he's been fighting for Iran's freedom in the field many times, and he has seen exactly this many times. And he says that when you see somebody's last breath, it's a very shocking and life-changing experience. When you see that, it impacts you when you see it. And he also says, Patipta, correct me if I'm wrong, you said that one time you put somebody in a car, but that they were already dead, but you weren't telling the people who were taking like his the people that he's dead دوستاش بودن یا خانواده‌اش بودن چی بود؟
این آخرش بود. ببین 2 تا برادر بودن، یه برادر بزرگتر بود که برادر کوچیک‌تره رفت فاصله 1 متری شاتگان زدن تو کمتر زدن شاتگان رو صورتش هدف گرفتن و زدن. این زمین افتاد همونجا تموم کرد. ولی خب مثلا تو اون فاصله اون یکی برادر رفت که کمک بیاره و یه النمد پیدا کردن و گذاشتنش پشت النمد و رفتن. ولی نمیتونستید تموم کرده ریوایو بکنید یا
So he says
Armin?
Petito saw somebody. Yep.
Okay, sorry. After this, can we go to the video that I just sent you? Because I have an interview at 5:30 and I really want to share that video. So after this, please go to that video.
Okay, I'll just do it really fast. Petito just said that they shot somebody with a shotgun and he could tell that they died right away, but his brother was trying to put him in the car and they were to take him to save him, but he knew he's already dead and he didn't have the guts to tell him that your brother is already dead and you can't do anything about it. Okay, Goldie, I'm trying to download this video. Hold on, it needs to WhatsApp is being weird. Just give me a second. I'm trying my best. Okay. For the download option to show up, sometimes it takes a little while. But come on, sorry, I'm trying to do this.
Armin, این خانم یعنی دوست خیلی نزدیک خانوادگیه و اصلا یعنی صداش این خالمه، یعنی دوست نزدیکی خانوادگیه.
Oh my god.
بچگی بهش میگم خاله. آره تازه تونسته این پیامو بفرسته.
Okay, got it. It's downloading now. Okay. It's coming on screen. All right, should I just play it without saying anything because it has English?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to say anything.
Play it once and then go back and translate. Yeah.
Okay.
سلام دوستای گلم، سلام بچه ها. خیلی دلم براتون تنگ شده بود، خیلی وقت بود نتمون قطع شده بود. الان یه دفعه ساعت 12 همینجوری زدم از طریق آلمان فیلترش کردم روشن شد. پیاما همتون رو دیدم. قربون تک تکتون برم که خارج از ایران انقدر پشتبانمون هستیم، مگر اینکه شما بتونین برامون کاری کنی. انقدر اینجا وضعیت خرابه، انقدر وحشتناکه حتی میترسم که گوشیم شنود داشته باشه نتونم پیام بدم دیگه. دل زدم به دریا. بچه ها اینجا خیلی وضع خرابه، اینجا حکومت نظامیه، نمیتونیم اصلا بریم بیرون حتی شعار بدیم. از تو تراس هم که شعار میدیم بهمون تیر میزنن. بعد میخوایم بریم بیرون حتی خرید بکنیم تفتیش میکنن، همه جامونو میگردن، رخت و لباس دست میبالن، بعد کیفمونو گوشیمونو وا میکنن پیاما رو ببینن، ترسمون مجبوریم همه چی پاک کنیم. خلاصه اوضاع خیلی خرابه، مردم نمیتونن برن. یعنی وقتی اگه 2 نفر همین نوه من ساغر که الان 19 سالشه میره بیرون 2 دفعه تا حالا ساچمه خورده تو پاش، موهاش انقدر کنده، ساناز گرفته، انقدر جیغ و داد کرده که این کاری نمیکنه، بچه است چیزی نداره، فقط وایساده داره نگاه میکنه که شما پیش تا فرش داشتیم آوردیمش خونه وگرنه برش میداشتن میبردنش. وقتی هم ببرن دیگه دستمون به هیچ جا بند نیست، همه رو دارن میکشن. یعنی ما چه گناه کردیم که داریم 2 دفعه تو این سن این دوران میگذرونیم؟ یک سری از بچگی انقلاب و جنگ، حالا اینجوری باید بچه هامون رو ببینیم دارن میکشن. میترسم اصلا برم یه نون بخرم، انقدر که بدجور نمیدونی چجوری لباس پوشیدن با توپ و تانک تو خیابونا زیر پوشیدن. بعد ما دست خالی، اونا هم وقت از ما میترسن، ما باید از اونا بترسیم. ولی خلاصه خدا به دادمون برسه. تو رو خدا شما هوامون از اونجا داشته باشی، شاید انشالله خدا کمکمون کنه. فقط بدونین که وضع خیلی خرابه. نمیدونم دیگه میتونم یه بار دیگه هم باهاتون حرف بزنم، اصلا عمری ازمون میمونه. خیلی وضعیت خرابه، نمیدونین گرونی داره بیداد میکنه، اذیتشون هرچی بگم کم گفتم. حتی تو خونم حمله میکنن، دنبالمون میان تو خونه رو میگردن، دوباره دارن مثل قبلا میان تو ساختمون رو، ماهواره ها رو قطع کردن، پارازیت انداختن، هیچی نداریم، از هیچ طریقی نمیتونیم خبر پیدا کنیم، فقط باید اخبار خودشون رو گوش بدیم که همش دروغ. تو رو خدا برامون دعا کنین و کمک کنین. دوستتون دارم. انشالله که بتونیم همدیگه رو ببینیم. خدا نگهدارتون باشه. میبوسمتون. خداحافظ. سلام.
Goldie, this is Goldie's aunt. Guys,
Well,
this is
no,
Goldie's aunt.
so not my actual aunt. So, but you know, like, so when we have like people that are very, very close to us, even if like we're not related, like we refer to them as like aunt or uncle. So this woman, like I've known her since childhood. And she's basically like my aunt. And this is the message that she's been able to send out finally after like 2 weeks of internet shutdown. Like I know her. I've known her since childhood. All right, Armin, do you want to maybe translate? Because I know some people. Yeah, that's her voice. That's her voice. Like I know her. I've known her since childhood.
Trump live on Air Force One. Also, Trump is making a new. Prince Reza Pahlavi made a new post. Trump is making a new post.
So let's go to that.
الانم توی تروس یه دونه پست گذاشته که فردا شب بزرگی اونم بررسی.
Oh my gosh.
Trump has post. Let me actually get to this. Just a second, please.
I don't see anything on Truth Social.
Okay, so I have this. I don't know if this is what people are talking about, but this is just audio. Oh, audio only. So there's a message from President Trump talking to press on Air Force One. Which one should we do first, Goldie? This audio that came from Trump talking to the press, translating this. Prince Reza Pahlavi just made a post. There's so many things happening at the same time. So 2 hours ago, Prince Reza Pahlavi had a video out. And apparently some people are suggesting, thank you. People are saying, listen to 14. So Neil Bunny is saying that listen to minute 14:02. So here, give me a second.
Armin, people are like saying that people are saying President Trump posted something on Truth Social about Iran. It's not true. I think it's a troll. It's fake because I'm looking at his Truth Social. There's nothing there about Iran. So there's like a fake photo that's going around. There's a fake photo going around. So President Trump did not post anything.
Okay, so I check this. They're saying at 14:02 on this audio. Should I check that? Because they think he said something about Iran at this
Okay, sure.
moment.
Maybe at 14:02. Okay, maybe this is what it is.
Okay, let's see what this is.
What they did, Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that. Where do things stand with Iran? The U.S. has got sizable military assets. You know, we have a lot of ships going that direction, just in case. We have a big flotilla going in that direction, and we'll see what happens. We have a big force going toward Iran. I'd rather not see anything happen, but we're watching them very closely. I stopped 837 hangings on Thursday. They would have been dead. Every one of them would have been hung. This is like from 1,000 years ago. This is an ancient culture. Very smart people, by the way. It's an ancient culture. 837, mostly young men, were going to be hung on Thursday. And I said, if you hang those people, you're going to be hit harder than you've ever been hit. It'll make what we did to your Iran nuclear look like peanuts. And an hour before this horrible thing was going to take place, they canceled it. And they actually said they canceled it. They didn't postpone it. They canceled it. So that was a good sign. But we have an Armada. We have a massive fleet heading in that direction. And maybe we won't have to use it. We'll see.
You said would you like the supreme leader to step down or to go into exile?
I don't want to get into that, but they know what we're looking at. You said today that they want a lot of.
Armin, sorry, I have. Armin,
Yeah.
I have to
Yeah,
go.
go on.
I have to go for a media interview, but I'll be back. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
Should I?
Yeah.
What should I do? Should I do the prince's message as well?
Yes. Go to the prince's message. So the video that I sent you, we already played it once. So just hold off on that, and whenever I come back, we can translate it then. But go to other breaking news. I'll be back. At
Okay, and Tuesday is going live too. Should I show that?
yes. So if Tusi's going live about Iran, go to Tusi. Yeah.
Okay.
Go to Tusi whenever he goes live. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll be back.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Guys, did you just hear in exile? Was he talking about the Crown Prince? Let's just go back a little bit.
And maybe we won't have to use it. We'll see.
You said would you like the supreme leader to step down or to go into exile?
I don't want to get into.
The what in exile?
Like the supreme leader to step down or to go into exile?
Oh, to go in exile. Okay, never mind.
I don't want to get into that, but they know what we're looking at. You said today that they want a lot of.
So far, President Trump has said that there's a lot of ships going towards Iran right now, and he's going to. The ships are going there just in case, and he said that hopefully we don't have to do anything. And he also mentioned that there were 800 executions that the Islamic Republic canceled. Not that he says that they not delayed, completely canceled because of what Trump has done. Those are the things that he's saying here. Let me know, by the way, guys, what you think in the chat.
A lot of killing going on.
You said today they want to talk and we'll
get into that, but they know what we're looking at. You said today that they want there's a lot of killing going on. You said today they want to talk and we'll talk. So if you set something up and they asked you to... Yeah, I did. I would. But, we've talked to them a lot. They should have made a deal before we hit them with the nuclear, because we really, that was a devastating hit. That whole area is out of play. And if they try to do it again, they're going to have to go to another area. We'll hit them there too, just as easily, much more easily. Because that was very advanced. They were building that for 10 years. And they'd have to start anew. So, that was a total obliteration.
Are you still planning to go ahead with those tariffs that you had mentioned on the secondary tariffs for those affected by businesses in Iran, the 25% tariffs?
I am doing that, yeah. We're doing that. If you do business with Iran, you're going to have a tariff of 25%.
And when should that go into effect?
Very soon.
Do you still think there's a possibility that the UK or France could join the border peace?
Well, I think they're going to want to. Look, most countries, some countries have a prohibition, and they're going to their legislatures and getting out. In most countries, the prime minister or the president can sign. You saw a lot of them today. Don't forget, the letter only went out 2 days ago.
All right. So I think, Potipto is gone. So I think the Iran section is over. Flotilla. He called it a flotilla. Okay. Let's go to Prince Reza Pahlavi. Just put out a message. So many things happen at the same time. So let's do this one. So guys, this one already has captions. So to read the captions, I'm not going to translate. This is a new message from the prince. Potipto, I wish you were here right now. Oh, he left. Let me just. This is from you. Wait. Okay, so guys, the message, let me. Potipto is giving me some information. Let me see. I'm scheduling a show with Potipto on the Persian channel. Let me just check with him. Good for tomorrow for our Persian show. So on the so Iranians, my channel in Persian is called Jomhuriye Bi Khodayan. Jomhuriye Bi Khodayan is the name of my Persian channel. So search for that. Where I'm going to have a show tomorrow with Patipto there. Okay, in Persian. Tomorrow is okay. Yeah, fantastic. So just look out for that. I'm gonna go prepare that after this stream is over. Let me see if Strawman can come. Can you come now? All right, let's just play Prince Reza Pahlavi's message right now. This is actually more important. I should be focusing on this one. So guys, read the captions, okay?
ایرانیان عزیز خارج از کشور، راهپیمایی‌های بزرگ و پرشکوه شما در روزهای گذشته در 4 گوشه جهان، از استرالیا تا سراسر اروپا تا کانادا و آمریکا، به هم‌میهنان شجاعمان در میهن اشغال شده نیرو و امید داده است. صدای شما صدای ملت ایران است. سپاسگزار و قدردانتان هستم. امروز در شرایطی که جمهوری اسلامی با کشتار بیرحمانه و حکومت نظامی هزینه حضور مردم در خیابان‌های ایران را بسیار بالا برده، مسئولیت شما در جلب پشتیبانی بین‌المللی برای هم‌میهنانمان سنگین‌تر است. اهمیت نقش شما از هر زمانی بیشتر است. تداوم فعالیت‌های شما لازم و ضروری است. گسترده‌تر، هماهنگ‌تر، منسجم‌تر و هدفمندتر. همانطور که در کنفرانس خبری اخیر در واشنگتن اعلام کردم، ما در این مرحله 6 خواسته مشخص از جامعه جهانی داریم. همه فعالیت‌های ایرانیان خارج از کشور، از تجمع و تحصن و راهپیمایی تا گفتگو و نامه‌نگاری با تصمیمگیران و قانونگذاران و تا اطلاع رسانی در رسانه‌ها و شبکه‌های آنلاین میبایست پیرامون این 6 خواسته متمرکز شود. نخست، حفاظت از مردم ایران با تضعیف ماشین سرکوب رژیم، به ویژه از طریق هدف گرفتن سپاه پاسداران، فرماندهان آن، ساختار فرماندهی و زیرساخت‌هایش. دوم، فشار اقتصادی حداکثری با مسدود کردن دارایی‌های رژیم در سراسر جهان و هدف گرفتن شبکه مخفی نفتکش‌های آن موسوم به ناوگان ارواح. سوم، فراهم کردن اینترنت آزاد برای ایران از طریق استارلینک و دیگر ابزارهای ارتباط امن، از کار انداختن توان رژیم برای قطع اینترنت. چهارم، اخراج دیپلمات‌های رژیم و پیگرد قانونی جنایتکاران علیه بشریت. پنجم، آزادی فوری و بی قید و شرط همه زندانیان سیاسی. و ششم، آمادگی برای گذار دموکراتیک در ایران و به رسمیت شناختن دولت انتقالی مشروع. من از همه شما می‌خواهم زیر پرچم شیر و خورشید ایران متحد بمانید. پرچمی که 10,000 ایرانی شجاع جان خود را برای برافراشتن دوباره‌اش فدا کردند. اختلافات شخصی را کنار بگذارید. از موازیکاری و برنامه‌های جداگانه در یک شهر پرهیز کنید. تلاش‌ها را همسو و هماهنگ کنید تا اثرگذارتر باشید. به یاد داشته باشید که شما در چشم جهانیان نمایندگان ملت بزرگ ایران هستید. بنابراین رفتار شما باید شایسته، متمدنانه و در تراز اخلاق و فرهنگ ایرانی باشد. من و تیمم با دقت فعالیت‌های هماهنگ شما را دنبال می‌کنیم و به زودی برنامه‌های مرتبط با روز جهانی اقدام به همبستگی با انقلاب ملی ایران اعلام خواهد شد. نگاه هممیهنان شریفمان در ایران که در بند رژیم اشغالگر جمهوری اسلامی هستند به ماست. دست در دست هم بدهیم تا رنجشان زودتر پایان یابد، تا به آزادی و رفاهی که شایسته آن هستند برسند. آن روز از همیشه نزدیکتر است. پاینده ایران.
Okay, so this was so important. This is for specifically to people outside of Iran and what we need to be doing. So I think we need to be going over this line by line. We now have a roadmap. We now have a roadmap. So let's listen to this roadmap. BT saying, is there a number to call text or people to report fleeing IRGC, like the daughter that called in to give their location? I don't know of any number. But let's actually focus. Let's see what the prince is, because the prince has given us 6 things to focus on, and also the method of how we could achieve this. So this is guys, we now have a very, very specific call to action for people outside of Iran. So let's pay attention to this and go through it. I'm going to now read it, okay? And read it, and we can analyze this together. This is so important. This is now the next step to bring down the Islamic Republic. Guys, this is how, when you remember, whenever the prince is speaking, oh, here, Strawman is here as well. Let me bring him up. So guys, Strawman is an Iranian from inside Iran. Somehow he has managed to get connected to the internet. Strawman, do you have us? Do you have audio? Can you open your mic to see this? Do a check. All right. Let's just go through this, guys. Remember, he's contacting us from inside Iran, so there might be some audio issues at some point. So let's just go through what the prince is saying.
ایرانیان عزیز خارج.
So dear Iranians abroad, your large and remarkable marches in recent days in all corners of the world, from Australia to across Europe, to Canada and the United States, have given strength and hope to our brave compatriots in our occupied homeland. Your voice is the voice of the Iranian nation. I am grateful and appreciative. Today, at a time when the Islamic Republic, through ruthless killing and martial law, has raised the cost of people taking to the streets in Iran. Your responsibility to rally international support. Guys, here's what I think. The fact that the prince is focusing, remember how I told you at the beginning of the stream that it's true that we shouldn't be speaking, even if you're angry, you should be very polite and grateful to Trump and Netanyahu. I understand that a lot of people are losing patience and wondering where's the help, why it's not happening. And Goldie constantly reminds us that we have to be hopeful, and we also have to be very polite with Trump and Americans. Okay, you're not going to get anything with insults or attacking them. That is very true. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream today that it's still very important to keep the pressure on. Okay, because we still even if we know or are hopeful that something is going to happen, I mentioned to you at the beginning of the stream that it's important for you to keep the pressure on, that you need to continue to show up in the protests. You need to continue to rally international support, especially in English, especially directed at America right now and everywhere else, but also especially America, because you never know. You can't be sure. I mean, you can't be sure. Like, even though all signs are pointing towards something happening, even if there is a 0.5% chance that it might not be happening, that means that we have to, it's our responsibility to continue bringing as much attention to Iran as possible. And that's what this, Iran Revolution Live is about. So, as you can see, that's what the prince is saying as well. That is our responsibility to rally international support. Don't just think like, oh, America is going to come, help us, save us. No, this responsibility is on our shoulders. We have to carry this weight. We Iranians and anybody, if other people help us, amazing, thank you. But we have to push for it. We have to push for it. And again, the prince is saying your responsibility to rally international. It's our responsibility. It's your responsibility to rally international support.
در جلب پشتیبانی بین‌المللی برای همه.
For our compatriots is heavier than ever before. Heavier than ever. So he's saying our responsibility to get international support for our compatriots is heavier than ever before. Guys, I hope you understand what this means for for people like Goldie and I, because I hope I don't mess this up, because this is the most important responsibility that we have ever had in our life, and it's going to be, at least I'm going to be dealing with years of shame and guilt if I get this wrong, because nothing we have ever done is as important as this. This is the most important part of our history, and our leader is telling us that this is the heaviest responsibility that we have ever had. So it's very important that we are doing, like, given that we're not going to get this opportunity back. Iran is going to go through a process of being freed only once, and we as Iranians, we have to give it all we got. And if we make a mistake, there's no correcting this. There's no correcting this. This is a huge responsibility. So please, if you think that if somebody like me is not doing all that he should be, or if we're doing anything wrong, please find a way to let us know. Let me know at least. So he says the importance of your role is greater than at any time before. The importance of your role is great. So he's speaking to us. He's speaking to people like Goldie, like all the Iranians outside of Iran, and is saying you are more important. What you're doing, is more important than ever. So please understand, guys, that this means for us Iranians, this is not just the most important time in our history. This is also the most important time in our lives. Never again we will be given up the opportunity to have an impact into freeing Iran from this occupation. Never again we will have this opportunity to help in such a way. So we have to get this right.
نقش شما از هر زمانی بیشتر است. تداوم فعالیت.
He's saying the continuation of your activities is necessary and essential.
های شما لازم و ضروری است. گسترده‌تر
and they must be broader,
هماهنگتر,
more coordinated,
منسجمتر,
and more cohesive,
و هدفمند,
and more purpose-driven. Remember, Potito was also saying that it needs to be more purpose-driven. It needs to be more purpose-driven. Yeah, I hope we don't fail. I hope we don't disappoint our leader, and I hope we don't disappoint the Iranian people who are giving their lives. Like, come, guys, imagine like us Iranians outside of Iran. We're in such a privileged position. Like Iranians inside Iran, they're giving their lives for freedom. So we Iranians outside of Iran we're just sitting in safe and secure areas with not even a fraction of the risk. And if we don't do everything that we're supposed to do, like imagine they have gone all the way to free Iran, and imagine if we don't do our part, then we're disappointing our fellow citizens, and we're disappointing our leader. So we have to make sure that we don't, and we are disappointing ourselves for years to come. Imagine if we go through all of this and nothing comes off of it, then we're going to look back at us and think like, what did we not do that we should have done? What did we not do that we should have done? Oh, thank you. Planet Mondo is saying you're doing all you can. I mean, am I? And doing a great job. Hoping to see the day where we can all return to our country. I hope so. I haven't been back since I was 10. Oh, I haven't been back to Iran since I was 21, which is more than 20 years ago. He says, as I announced at my recent press conference in Washington, we have 6 current demands of the international community. All activities by Iranians abroad, whether gatherings, sittings, and marches, or engagement and correspondence. I think like that's what we're doing here, right? The engagement with decision makers and lawmakers, or inform. Okay, this is like so when he's giving the list of the things that we're doing, I'm like hoping that we're on the list, because if we're not on the list, that means like we're not doing what we're supposed to do. So I think this is what we're doing, right? Or informing the public through the media and online networks. So guys, we are on the list, right? So this is us. So that's what we're doing here on this show, informing the public through the media and online networks, okay? Oh, 2C is live, guys. Sorry. I'll come back to this. 2C is live. I was supposed to, sorry guys, I was supposed to go to 2C. What happened? I made a mistake. Guys, is 2C live for you guys? For some reason, it's not working for me. Oh, it's working. Why? What was that about? Okay, let's go to the beginning. Oh, he's just showing the same thing.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and President Donald J. Trump, for the first time, has confirmed that the U.S. military are on their way towards Iran. There is now a 24-hour window for the complete buildup of the military, which also means that during this 24 hours, we might expect a preemptive attack by the Islamic Republic on Israel and the US military bases. I personally don't think they are brave enough, let's just say, or stupid enough to do that. But that might be their last option on the table for the Iranian regime. So the final hours of the build-up, which means that in the coming days, we might see some fireworks. Of course, it is still up to the Americans on what they decide to do. Perhaps the final option before everything kicks off is to offer a deal to the supreme leader, to the inner circle of the leadership of the IRGC, to have an exit plan or some sort, an offer to surrender before sending the Armada, as the president calls it. Now, we're going to give you guys all the updates as the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has now issued his latest orders to the Iranian people inside and outside. We're going to get your reaction. This is still a live, ongoing development. Everything's kicking off at the same time. And let's quickly go to the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. Listen to his speech, English subtitles. And then we're going to talk about the movement by the US military in the region.
عزیز خارج از کشور، راهپیمایی‌های بزرگ و پرشکوه شما در روزهای گذشته در 4 گوشه جهان، از استرالیا تا سراسر اروپا تا کانادا و آمریکا، به هم‌میهنان شجاعمان در میهن اشغال شده نیرو و امید داده است. صدای شما صدای ملت ایران است. سپاسگزار و قدردانتان هستم. امروز در شرایطی که جمهوری اسلامی با کشتار بیرحمانه و حکومت نظامی هزینه حضور مردم در خیابان‌های ایران را بسیار بالا برده، مسئولیت شما در جلب پشتیبانی بین‌المللی برای هم‌میهنانمان سنگین‌تر است. اهمیت نقش شما از هر زمانی بیشتر است. تداوم فعالیت‌های شما لازم و ضروری است. گسترده‌تر، هماهنگ‌تر، منسجم‌تر و هدفمندتر. همانطور که در کنفرانس خبری اخیر در واشنگتن اعلام کردم، ما در این مرحله 6 خواسته مشخص از جامعه جهانی داریم. همه فعالیت‌های ایرانیان خارج از کشور، از تجمع و تحصن و راهپیمایی تا گفتگو و نامه‌نگاری با تصمیمگیران و قانونگذاران و تا اطلاع رسانی در رسانه‌ها و شبکه‌های آنلاین میبایست پیرامون این 6 خواسته متمرکز شود. نخست، حفاظت از مردم ایران با تضعیف ماشین سرکوب رژیم، به ویژه از طریق هدف گرفتن سپاه پاسداران، فرماندهان آن، ساختار فرماندهی و زیرساخت‌هایش. دوم، فشار اقتصادی حداکثری با مسدود کردن دارایی‌های رژیم در سراسر جهان و هدف گرفتن شبکه مخفی نفتکش‌های آن موسوم به ناوگان ارواح. سوم، فراهم کردن اینترنت آزاد برای ایران از طریق استارلینک و دیگر ابزارهای ارتباط امن، از کار انداختن توان رژیم برای قطع اینترنت. چهارم، اخراج دیپلمات‌های رژیم و پیگرد قانونی جنایتکاران علیه بشریت. پنجم، آزادی فوری و بی قید و شرط همه زندانیان سیاسی. و ششم، آمادگی برای گذار دموکراتیک در ایران و به رسمیت شناختن دولت انتقالی مشروع. من از همه شما می‌خواهم زیر پرچم شیر و خورشید ایران متحد بمانید. پرچمی که 10,000 ایرانی شجاع جان خود را برای برافراشتن دوباره‌اش فدا کردند. اختلافات شخصی را کنار بگذارید. از موازیکاری و برنامه‌های جداگانه در یک شهر پرهیز کنید. تلاش‌ها را همسو و هماهنگ کنید تا اثرگذارتر باشید. به یاد داشته باشید که شما در چشم جهانیان نمایندگان ملت بزرگ ایران هستید. بنابراین رفتار شما باید شایسته، متمدنانه و در تراز اخلاق و فرهنگ ایرانی باشد. من و تیمم با دقت فعالیت‌های هماهنگ شما را دنبال می‌کنیم و به زودی برنامه‌های مرتبط با روز جهانی اقدام و همبستگی با انقلاب ملی ایران اعلام خواهد شد. نگاه هممیهنان شریفمان در ایران که در بند رژیم اشغالگر جمهوری اسلامی هستند به ماست. دست در دست هم بدهیم تا رنجشان زودتر پایان یابد، تا به آزادی و رفاهی که شایسته آن هستند برسند. آن روز از همیشه نزدیکتر است. پاینده ایران.
Now, this is obviously in terms of the situation abroad, overseas, outside of Iran. There is definitely a need for unity. There is, we are getting more people actually connecting back on Starlink from Iran, by the way. I am receiving more messages from inside the country from our sources. Unfortunately, we have lost a number of our sources on the ground. They have been killed by the regime, but there are still more out there who are fighting back. In fact, we actually have somebody right now watching this live. Mahdi from Iran says, I am in Tehran and I've just connected after 14 days through layers of VPNs. I came straight to you because the state media only offers BS. Thanks for everything. I can't wait to meet you in your British pub. Thank you so much, Mahdi, and thank you everybody for supporting. Of course, stay in touch, and if obviously you hear anything, let us know, Mahdi, and of course everybody else as well. Let's quickly go to the latest videos that are coming out of Iran. More videos are coming from the last few days. Internet connection through Starlink is getting slightly better. Signal jamming it hasn't done the job completely. Latest footage showing the IRGC and the Arab proxies targeting people on the streets. Complete war zone, as you can see, only a few seconds. But let's talk about the update from the Israelis and the Americans, because we have to go to the president. President Trump, for the first time, has now confirmed that the military are on their way. But the Israelis are also getting ready for obvious reasons, because we're expecting a preemptive attack potentially by the Islamic Republic. The Israeli army have now officially cancelled the Shabbat leave. So everybody now has to be on standby. Everybody has to return to their positions. This weekend, obviously usually from tomorrow, Friday, a lot of people would take a break. But apart from those who will be on shift, that they still have to serve anyway, others have also been told to be on standby shelters to be activated, and the air defense systems have been mobilized across the country, especially in the hot zones, residential areas in Tel Aviv and other cities as well. We can now also officially confirm, earlier on we got the early reports, the initial reports about USS Roosevelt as well as USS Abraham Lincoln. USS Abraham Lincoln, the massive aircraft carrier, is now in the Arabian Sea, essentially around the Middle East. But we can now confirm that the destroyer USS Roosevelt has also just been relocated to the Eastern Mediterranean. Now, this is obviously huge when it comes to defense against ballistic missiles. They have SM-3 interceptors that would be able to shield Israel from any IRGC missiles. Now, obviously, the Israelis have their own, but the Americans have previously also supported them. So this time around, the Americans are not effing around. They're not going to take any risks. USS Roosevelt will be there to protect Israel and its territories against any preemptive attack or retaliatory attack by the Iranian regime. Meanwhile, their president, over the last few minutes, has now confirmed we have a big flotilla going towards Iran, a massive, huge group of forces heading towards that direction. And he did say that I'd rather not use it, but we'll see. Hopefully we won't have to use it, but we'll see. Obviously indicating that there will be one final offer, one final phone call to the leadership in Tehran. Let's go to the first one when he said there we have a big flotilla going in that direction and we'll see what happens. We have a big force going towards Iran. I'd rather not see anything happen, but we are watching them very closely.
With Iran, the U.S. has got sizable military assets. You know, we have a lot of ships going that direction, just in case. We have a big flotilla going in that direction, and we'll see what happens. We have a big force going toward Iran. I'd rather not see anything happen, but we're watching them very closely.
A few minutes later, he was asked a similar question again. Journalists do that usually to make sure that if they can get him to say something else, especially kind of spontaneously, but he just repeated almost the same thing, saying we have an armada. We have a massive, basically, forces heading in that direction, and maybe we won't have to use it, but we will see. Watch this.
But we have an armada. We have a massive fleet heading in that direction.
There you go.
And maybe we won't have to use it. We'll see.
So this was, of course, on Air Force One over the last few minutes, and the president also sent a massive warning again to every single country. The main message is to China, Russia, and the others, obviously, not the Western countries, although Canada and the UK a little bit. But he did double down, saying, if you do any business with the Islamic Republic, you will have a tariff of 25% in addition to everything else that you already have. So this is the final warning to any other country that will do any sort of business with the Iranian regime in the meantime. He hadn't mentioned that since, I think, about a week and a half ago, almost 2 weeks ago when he first mentioned it. But he's now doubling down on that issue. Meanwhile, going back to the situation with the Israeli defense across their country, the latest that we have is that they have now entered a new phase in air defense. So since the 12-day war, the Israelis have managed to improve everything that they have already. And so the Iron Beam lasers are going mobile on vehicles and helicopters. This will be, by the way, the full upgrade will be happening throughout the year in 2026, so going forward as well. Arrow 4 will begin live trials soon. Arrow 5 remains in development, obviously, for space interception. Arrow systems have posted 85% success against the IRGC missiles. So the Arrow systems, and they still obviously got overwhelmed towards the end. I mean, the Iranian regime, if they do decide to launch hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of ballistic missiles at the same time, about 15% of them will still hit. And that is huge because, as I always say, Israelis are not like the Iranian regime. The Iranian regime don't care if there are any casualties, civilian casualties in conflicts. They kill their own people anyway. But for the Israelis, culturally speaking, even one death is enough, is more than enough. So 15%, potentially speaking, if the missiles go through, is still going to be a problem. That's why the United States is now there with the USS Roosevelt to ensure that they could have an extra layer of security. I do expect Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and others, like before, to make the announcement as if the Iranian regime decides to hit Israel. I do expect those countries, like before, to say we are also going to be preventing the attacks. Especially Jordan and Saudi definitely did help when it came to hitting the missiles coming from the Iranian regime, especially hitting the drones as well. And the Israelis overall have also decided, the government, to reduce any reliance on US military aid this coming year. So going forward, they will be more self-sufficient in terms of defense of the country, and the relationship between the US and Israel is solely going to be on trade. So if the Israelis need some sort of weapon, they will just pay for it and they buy it from the Americans, and they also sell things to America anyway. But that aside, the situation inside Iran is still escalating. We're still getting a lot of messages. In fact, we can actually go to one now. This was given to us by Goldie. I'm pretty sure she's already shared it on her channel. If you haven't, obviously go check it out. But this is a message from a close family friend to Goldie, who's in Canada. It's just a heads up. Obviously, this is a message coming from Iran, so it's going to be dark, but it's very important. English subtitles.
سلام دوستای گلم، سلام بچه ها. خیلی دلم براتون تنگ شده بود، خیلی وقت بود نتمون قطع شده بود. الان یه دفعه ساعت 12 همینجوری زدم، از طریق آلمان فیلترش کردم، روشن شد. پیاما همتون رو دیدم. قربون تک تکتون برم که خارج از ایران انقدر پشتبانمون هستیم، مگر اینکه شما بتونین برامون کاری کنی. انقدر اینجا وضعیت خرابه، انقدر وحشتناکه، حتی میترسم که گوشیم شنود داشته باشه نتونم پیام بدم دیگه. دل زدم به دریا. بچه ها اینجا خیلی وضع خرابه، اینجا حکومت نظامیه، نمیتونیم اصلا بریم بیرون حتی شعار بدیم. از تو تراس هم که شعار میدیم بهمون تیر میزنن. بعد میخوایم بریم بیرون حتی خرید بکنیم تفتیش میکنن، همه جامونو میگردن، رخت و لباس دست میبالن، بعد کیفمونو گوشیمونو وا میکنن، پیاما رو ببینن، ترسمون مجبوریم همه چی پاک کنیم. خلاصه اوضاع خیلی خرابه، مردم نمیتونن برن. یعنی وقتی اگه 2 نفر، همین نوه من ساغر که الان 19 سالشه، میره بیرون 2 دفعه تا حالا ساچمه خورده تو پاش، موهاش انقدر کندن، ساناز گرفته، انقدر جیغ و داد کرده که این کاری نمیکنه، بچه‌ست، چیزی نداره، فقط وایساده داره نگاه میکنه که شما پیش تا فرش داشتیم آوردیمش خونه، وگرنه بعدش می‌داشتن میبردنش. وقتی هم ببرن دیگه دستمون به هیچ جا بند نیست، همه رو دارن میکشن. یعنی ما چه گناه کردیم که داریم 2 دفعه تو این سن این دوران میگذرونیم؟ یک سری از بچگی، انقلاب و جنگ، حالا اینجوری باید بچه هامون رو ببینیم دارن میکشن. میترسم اصلا برم یه نون بخرم، انقدر که بدجور، نمیدونی چجوری لباس پوشیدن با توپ و تانک تو خیابونا، زره پوشیدن. بعد ما دست خالی، اونا هم وقت از ما میترسن، ما باید از اونا بترسیم. ولی خلاصه خدا به دادمون برسه. تو رو خدا شما هوامون از اونجا داشته باشی، شاید انشالله خدا کمکمون کنه. فقط بدونین که وضع خیلی خرابه. نمیدونم دیگه میتونم یه بار دیگه هم باهاتون حرف بزنم، اصلا عمری ازمون میمونه. خیلی وضعیت خرابه، نمیدونین گرونی داره بیداد میکنه، اذیتشون هرچی بگم کم گفتم. حتی تو خونم حمله میکنن، دنبالمون میان تو خونه رو میگردن، دوباره دارن مثل قبلا میان تو ساختمون رو، ماهواره ها رو قطع کردن، پارازیت انداختن. هیچی نداریم، از هیچ طریقی نمیتونیم خبر پیدا کنیم، فقط باید اخبار خودشون رو گوش بدیم که همش دروغ. تو رو خدا برامون دعا کنین و کمک کنین، دوستتون دارم. انشالله که بتونیم همدیگه رو ببینیم. خداگان نگارتون، خدا نگهدارتون باشه. میبوسمتون، خداحافظ.
It's tough, obviously, listening to these messages, but it's also important for people to see and hear about what's going on the ground in Iran every day for these people who are not giving up their fight. Now, quickly, before I show you the next message from Iran, it's important to talk about the mobilization, because we have talked about USS Abraham Lincoln quite a lot, which is now basically in the Middle East, just outside of, in the Arabian Sea, just before the Gulf of Oman. But more forces have also now joined from European bases as well as the US directly. So you do have the bombers, but you also do have the transport carriers, the transport aircrafts, as well as the actual fleet. So US Navy, Air Force, everybody are working together on this. Based on what the Pentagon are saying now, what they are preparing, what they are building up, especially in the next 24 hours, that's the window. And within the next 24 hours, when the Iranian regime know, and they can see what's going on anyway, when they know that, okay, so they've now surrounded us, they're literally just outside the door, that's the 24-hour window that we might potentially get a preemptive attack by the IRGC on Israel. I, again, personally don't think they are stupid enough to do that, but I fully understand why they would. But what they are preparing, the military buildup, also within only a couple of weeks, usually takes months, especially when it came to Iraq and other operations. This is more than what they prepared during the Gulf War, the Persian Gulf War, and the Iraq operation in 2003, and all the other operations. So they can easily, if they choose to, they can take out anybody in the Middle East right now. But again, we don't know what the strategy is, right? There are two options, two main options. Again, it could be a third or fourth option, but there are two obvious ones that you can assess. One is precise and targeted airstrikes, maybe with a couple of other different type of forces to go in, right? Not necessarily boots on the ground in that sense, but targeted, right? A combination of the 12-day war and the operation in Venezuela to capture Maduro. Now that will be different. That will damage the regime. It could push it towards the end, but it doesn't result in regime change instantly. If you do want an operation for regime change, then that's the second option, which is not going to be instant, which also could mean if they are going to be using everything that they have, well, the only scenario would be that they are going to be there for regime change, that they are going to be there to finish the job. If they do a precise targeted attack, they won't finish the job. It could potentially, because they might just run away. There's no guarantee that the regime will fall, unless they're those who have defected and everybody else just go on the streets and kill them. But if they want to have a proper operation, a comprehensive operation, then obviously it's still going to be taking days or weeks or whatever. It could take a couple of months, because these guys are going to go into tunnels, they're going to go into hiding in their shelters, and they're going to use weird stuff that they might have that they haven't used before against US bases, against Israel, so, and against their own people. They might start just killing everybody in Iran anyway. So there is the two main scenarios is there, but again, the brains in Pentagon, obviously they might have many other options on the table as well. But my senses would tell me that before anything happens, the Americans would probably propose something to the leadership in Tehran first. They would give him an offer. They will pick up the phone saying, this is the final chance to have a conversation. Any exit plan, any surrender plan or whatever. I don't know what the leadership in Tehran would do, because if they accept anything, even if it's just the leadership, Ali Khamenei, it's going to completely undermine 47 years of technically leadership. All the Shias, all the proxies, everybody will just feel betrayed. That what, you just surrendered? So you can't really surrender. So you can't accept any sort of deal. Doesn't matter if they keep talking and talking and talking. The Iranian regime can't accept any deal offered by the US. If they do, well, it's embarrassing for them and everybody around them. But if I were President Trump, I would do that. If I were the president, I would offer something first, have a conversation first, corner them, because it's a lose-lose for the Iranian regime. If they accept it, then they accept it, they're done. If they don't, then they will be annihilated. So, but we don't know exactly how it's going to go. The next 24 hours is the final build-up, and any moment you might get a preemptive attack. We go to another message. Let's go to Iran. This is someone from Iran talking to someone outside, saying that the regime is stuffing wounded citizens into body bags alive before they're officially dead. And this has been reported many times over the last few days, by the way. People can hear them moaning inside the body bags. Let's quickly go to this.
مریم اصلا یه چیزی بهت بگم باورت نمیشه. یکی از بچه ها میگفت تو سردخونه ها صدای ناله میاد، حتی باز نمیکنن. معلوم نیست اون زیر بچه ها چجوری دارن بال میزن. میگه صدای ناله میاد، حتی باز نمیکنن، رسیدگی کنن. ببین چقدر جوونمون تیر خوردن، ولی همونجوری ول کردن اونجا. اصلا مریم نمیدونن چجوری صدامو به کجا برسونم. حالمون خیلی بده. جوونای دست گلمون اونجا. اصلا ببین من پی همه چیو زدم به تنم، رصدم کنن. هر گویی میخوام بخورم. مگه میشه؟ مگه داریم اینقدر ظلم؟
It's difficult. It's difficult to listen to this. We have another update, actually, quickly, coming from the president, Air Force One. This is the interesting thing, because the narrative, the rhetoric from the president is slowly changing again. So, as we always say, don't take Trump literally take him seriously and don't listen to his words in that sense. So in a way that obviously you have to still listen to the words, but what's more important is the action, because the words will change. It's all distraction. The latest rhetoric is now gone against what he was doing over the last couple of weeks. Over the last couple of weeks, tonight is the first time he's officially confirmed that the US is on its way, right? The military is on its way. We're going towards, hopefully we won't have to use it. Basically, he's going to use it. But he's also now gone against what he was saying previously, which was, I've told the Iranian regime to stop, to not kill, not even stop, to not kill people, right? And then people were saying, well, you keep saying that to the regime, but they're still killing people. And then he was also basically saying, oh, yeah, I told them not to hang people, and they listened to me. While he was doing that, the military were mobilizing anyway, right? And now tonight, the wording is slightly changed, because he was asked, what is the reliable estimate, how many people were killed? And he says, nobody knows the number. I'm going to show you the actual audio message. But it's a lot, no matter what. If one person, if we're one person in our country, that will be front page news. So basically he's saying, at this point, even a few people is still a big number. That's why, regardless of what I've been telling you, we've been mobilizing the troops anyway. Let's go to Air Force One. Oh, hang on. Can we have the audio? Yeah, okay. It's coming back. There we go. Let's go.
We've seen wild variation in the numbers supposedly killed in those protests. Have you seen a reliable estimate about how many people were killed?
Well, nobody knows the number. I mean, it's a lot no matter what. Hey, if it was one person, in this country, if it's one person, it's, front page news. It's a lot of people. But, there's a difference between a lot and 20,000 people. So we'll find out what it is. We're going to find out exactly what it is.
That is the key point as well. And there's someone in the live chat. I'm going to get your reactions quickly in a second. But somebody just said, very good question. Why is it that the US is the only one responding, right? On that note, it's quite rare for me to praise Zelensky's tactics or rhetoric in general. But earlier on at the World Economic Forum conference in Davos, Zelensky wasn't just talking about Ukraine. He actually called out, for the first time, he called out the European leaders, which is the fascinating part. And he's absolutely spot on. He said, everybody's waiting for America. Where is Europe?
As for Iran, everyone is waiting to see what America will do. And the world offers nothing, Europe offers nothing, and doesn't not want to enter this issue as the supporter of the Iranian people and the democracy they need.
He's right. Now, the Europeans are not doing anything. Nobody's doing anything. Now, nobody is under any obligation, right? Technically speaking, no European nation or any Western country, but nobody's forcing them. But one thing is, people have been saying, stop supporting the regime. That would be a good start, right? That's a good start. Stop recognizing them as a legitimate government in Iran, and start recognizing the opposition, and start recognizing the people. The European Union is one of the major globalist problems. Now, the European Parliament, we have a lot of now we have a lot of right-wing MEPs, which help. They've now passed a motion resolution to force the EU, to ask the EU to do what I said, but it's still up to the dictator of the European Union, Ursula von der Leyen. It's up to her as a dictator to decide whether she wants to do it or not. And the Europeans who are going around claiming to be essentially the advancement, the beacon of advancement and democracy, there are 27 countries in the European continent is led by a dictatorship, an unelected bureaucratic dictatorship with the head of the dictatorship, Ursula von der Leyen, from Germany. So that's what they're dealing with. So I don't really think if the Europeans could, at least the 27 member states of the European Union, could really talk about the Iranian people's demands for democracy when they themselves don't really care about democracy in the EU. So I kind of get that. But all the other nations, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, absolutely quiet because they don't want any chaos. And this is just out of fear. This is where, in a very rare situation, Zelensky is absolutely spot on. But it goes beyond this. It goes beyond everything that's already happened over the last few decades. The responsibility, the role of the Europeans, again, the European Union, on what can only be described as cowardice and betrayal. Now, I'm just going to get some reaction from you guys in the live chat. We are waiting for more updates. This is obviously one of those nights, one of those, well, we're getting close to the weekend now. Anything could happen any moment. So anything could change any moment. Hello, Moon friend. Are Persian men cut or uncut? Oh, they are very, very cut. I'm Israel Chai. Tomorrow night will be big. I will tell it like it is. That's what Trump posted, by the way. I forgot to show you that. He posted this out of context thing on Truth Social. That's literally the quote. Tomorrow night will be big. I will tell it like it is. Now, no one knows what he's talking about. Like, he might be talking about Iran. Probably not. He could be talking about Greenland. He could be talking about McDonald's. But that is the beauty of dealing with President Trump. He just says something. You're like, what's he going to talk about now? Well, why don't the other countries send back ambassadors from the regime and recognize the new state? That would be the right approach. You would think that, Samuel. You're absolutely spot on. That is the least that they could do. Close down the embassies, kick out all the diplomats, all the IRGC officials back to Iran, deport every single one of them, and recognize the opposition. The day is here, brother. If Trump wasn't here, we would have been in a whole different situation. Crazy Abraham Lincoln is still freeing people. That's the legacy of Lincoln. If I was going to have a cook-off with... I was going to have a cook-off with my nieces. Oh, yeah, Daniel. Yeah, Daniel's a member of the IDF. So, yes, you're going to have to get ready, Daniel, to defend your country, apparently, because...
All right, guys. I think these are the super chats now. Do you have my audio? Everything okay? I think we should go back to Prince Reza Pahlavi's message. What do you guys think? Strawman, are you here with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, fantastic. Guys, by the way, let me know if this is correct or not. I heard the message that they're saying that Trump posted. I think that's not real. That is fake. Somebody made it up. Is that real? By the way, guys, as more Iranians are getting internet, we're getting more news regarding who among the people who we know is alive and who's murdered. So we're getting mix of good news and bad news. I just got news that a brother of one of my friends who was shot dead, but he's okay. Oh, Goldie's back. Goldie, you're muted.
Yeah, can we go back to the video? And then maybe you can translate that, because the AI, it didn't capture everything, but I really just wanted to get that message out there. So
Okay,
maybe you
let's
can
do that.
translate what my khala is saying. Because guys, you want breaking news? This is breaking news coming out of Iran right now. This is the breaking news coming out of Iran.
Yes. All right, so let's go through this, guys. So the AI translation apparently didn't capture everything. This is Goldie's auntie as in like somebody very close and near to the family. Somebody she has been
like,
knowing since childhood.
Yeah, in our culture, like even like people who aren't related to us, but like if they're very close to us, we call them like auntie or uncle. So this is like my auntie.
Yes. All right, so let's see. what they have to say. By the way, Goldie, did you hear that somebody was stuck in a body, like under the bodies for 3 days? Do you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that.
And
I
he
heard
would,
that.
yeah, okay. All right, let's watch this now. A message from an Iranian to the world, January 22nd, 2026.
سلام دوست
Hello, my dear friends. Hey, guys. Okay, actually, let me not read the translation. Let me just do my own translation, so I'm not going to look at the screen.
سلام دوستای گلم سلام بچه ها
Hi, my beautiful friends. Hi, guys.
خیلی دلم براتون تنگ شده بود خیلی وقت بود نتمون قطع شده بود
I missed you so much. Our internet was disconnected for such a long time.
الان یه دفعه ساعت 12 همینجوری زدم از طریق آلمان فیلتر شکرم روشن
So I just decided to just check this at 12 from a VPN from Germany, and
شد پیام
and it worked. It worked.
همتون رو دیدم قربون
I saw all your messages.
تک تکتون برم
Tak taketun, like she's showing love to every single person that messaged her.
که خارج از ایران انقدر پشتبانمون هستیم
So she's showing like a lot of love and appreciation for all the Iranians outside of Iran that are showing them so much support.
مگر اینکه شما بتونین برامون کاری کنی انقدر
She's like, only you could do something for us.
اینجا وضعیت خرابه
The situation here is terrible.
انقدر وحشتناکه حتی میتونن
It's so horrific. It's so chaotic.
اصلا که گوشیم شنود داشته باشه نه
So she's saying that even now that she's talking, she's afraid that they might be listening in on her call.
نتونم پیام بدم دیگه دل زدن
Let me just go back a little bit here.
انقدر اینجا وضعیت خرابه انقدر وحشتناکه حتی میترسم که گوشیم شنود داشته باشه نتونم پیام بدم دیگه دل
So she's saying that the situation is so horrible that she even fears that they might be listening in on the calls. So she's afraid that she gets to a situation where she can't give out any messages.
زدم به دریا
So she's saying Dilam zadam bedarya, meaning that even though they might be listening, she basically is risking it all. It's okay, like she wants to send out the message.
بچه‌ها اینجا خیلی وضع خرابه اینجا حکومت نظامیه
So she's saying, guys, the situation here is so horrible. It's basically martial law.
نمیتونیم اصلا بریم بیرون حتی شعار بدیم
We can't even go outside to chant.
از تو تراس هم که شعار میدیم بهمون تیر میزنن
Even if we go into the balcony to chant, they will shoot at us.
بعد میخوایم بریم بیرون حتی خرید بکنیم تفتیش میکنن
If we go outside to just buy something, they're going to be searching us.
همه جامونو میگردن
They check everywhere. They will check everything.
وقت لباس دست میبالن
They will rub their hands over our bodies.
بعد کیفمونو گوش
And then our bags, our phone.
کنم پیاما رو
They open our phones to check our messages.
مجبوریم همه چی پاک کنیم.
So we are forced to delete everything.
خلاصه اوضاع خیلی خرابه.
So in summary, everything is really horrible.
مردم نمیتونن برن. یعنی وقتی اگه 2 نفر همین نوه من ساغر که الان پاک کنیم. خلاصه اوضاع خیلی خرابه. مردم نمیتونن برن. یعنی وقتی اگه 2 نفر همین نوه من ساغر که الان
So people can't go. For example, my grandchild,
19 سالشه میره بیرون 2 دفعه تا حالا ساچمه خورده تو.
So she's saying, for example, my grandchild, she's 19 years old. When she goes outside, she has been hit by pellet guns twice already. Her grandchild
shotguns.
Yeah,
not pellet guns, shotguns.
Saçme.
Yeah, shotguns.
Yeah, she's been hit by it twice.
موهاش انقدر کندن ساناز گرفته انقدر جیب و داد کرد. من ساغر که الان 19 سالشه میره بیرون 2 دفعه تا حالا ساچمه خورده تو پاش موهاش انقدر کندن ساناز گرفته.
So They cut out her hair?
Pulled. They pulled out her hair. They
Pulled.
pulled out her hair.
Okay.
رفته اینقدر جیغ و داد کرده که این کاری نمیکنه بچه است.
So she says she has gone out and she has screamed and shouted for so much. She's not doing anything. She's just a child.
چیزی نداره، فقط وایساده داره نگاه میکنه که شما پیش تا فرش داشتیم آوردیمش خونه.
She said she's not doing anything. She's just outside there watching.
رفته اینقدر جیغ و داد کرده که این کاری نمیکنه بچه است.
Oh, so they were doing this to her 19-year-old, and the other person went out there and she was shouting like, she's not doing anything, release her, she's just a child.
چیزی نداره، فقط وایساده داره نگاه میکنه.
She's not doing anything, let her go, she's just watching.
شما پیش تا فرش داشتیم آوردیمش خونه.
So we took her and we brought her home.
برش می‌داشتن می‌بردنش.
If we didn't do this, they would have taken her away.
ببرن دیگه دستمون به هیچ جا بند.
And if they had taken her away, we wouldn't have been able to get her back because we will have no ways to basically reach her anymore.
همه رو دارن می‌کشن.
They're killing everyone.
یعنی ما چه گناه کردیم که داریم 2 دفعه تو این دوران میگذرونیم.
She's like, what sin have we committed that we are going through this twice? Goldie, I think she's talking about 2 revolutions, 1979 and this one.
داره راجع به انقلاب 57 و الان که ما چه گناهی کرد، چون که خب خودش موقع 57 بچه بوده، تینیجر بوده، اون موقع تینیجر بوده، بعد الان خب سنش بالاتره و میگه ما چه گناهی کردیم که مثلا موقع تینیجریم تو اون انقلاب بحثی زجر میکشیدیم و الان دوباره داریم همون اتفاق داره پیش بیاد تو یعنی یه عمر 2 بار این اتفاق داره پیش میاد.
She's saying so the person who's talking, she's obviously an elderly woman, and she's saying that what sin have I committed that in my lifetime we're experiencing this twice. We're going through a revolution twice now. So the 1979 revolution and now this.
همه رو دارن میکشن. یعنی ما چه گناه کردیم که داریم 2 دفعه تو این دوران میکس.
In this age we have gone through this twice.
یک سری از بچگی انقلاب و جنگ.
Once when she was in her childhood they experienced a revolution and war. She's talking about the Iran-Iraq war.
حالا اینجوری باید بچه‌هامون رو ببینیم دارن
And now we have to watch our children like this. So she's saying like, look how cursed my life is. When I was a child, I experienced the Islamic Revolution. I experienced the Iran-Iraq war. And now in this age, we're watching our children go through this. They're killing everyone. I'm so afraid to even go out and buy bread. You have no idea how they're dressed. No, this is wrong translation.
ببینیم دارن میکشن. میترسم اصلا برم یه نون بخرم انقدر که بدجور نمیدونی چجوری لباس پوشیدن با توپ.
So she's not talking about, no, this is wrong translation. What I think she's referring to is the anti-riot police. She said you have no idea the gear, like how they're dressed, like how scary they are, and they're coming out with armored vehicles and the way that they're dressed. She's basically talking about how scary the soldiers are. Yeah, see, they're wearing armor. So they're wearing armored clothing, and we're out there with just our empty hands. So like how she's saying how they are afraid of us. They're there with armored vehicles and armored clothing, and we're out there just with our empty hands, and they're afraid of us. Like how could they be afraid of us?
نمیدونی چجوری لباس پوشیدن با توپ و تانک تو خیابونا زره پوشیدن بعد ما دست خالی اونا وقت از ما میترسن ما باید از اونا بترسیم.
Like she's saying we should be afraid of them, but instead they are afraid of us.
ولی خلاص خدا به دادمون برسه تو رو.
Like so, in summary, I hope God helps us.
خدا شما هوامون از اونجا داشته.
For God's sakes, please look after us from over there. So she's asking from inside Iran, from Iranians outside of Iran, to do something for them.
شاید انشالله خدا کمکمون کنه.
maybe God will help us.
فقط بدونین که وضع خیلی خرابه.
Just know that the situation is horrible.
دیگه میتونم یه بار دیگه هم باهاتون حرف بزنم.
She's saying, I don't know if I could speak to you again.
اصلا عمری ازمون میمونه.
Would I live long enough to be able to talk to you again?
خیلی وضعیت خرابه.
The situation is horrible.
نمیدونی گرونی داره بیداد میکنه.
Everything is so expensive now. Like the prices are so high. So guys, because of the current chaotic situation, there's very little supply and left in the stores, and because the supplies are very low, the prices will skyrocket.
اذیتشون هرچی بگم که
So the harassment,
حتی تو
anything I say about what the situation, the harassment, the prices, it's like it won't do it justice. Like it's hard to overstate how bad the situation is.
حمله میکنن دنبال.
She said they even attack you inside your home.
نمیدونی گرونی داره بیداد میکنه. اذیتشون هرچی بگم کم گفتم. حتی تو خونم حمله میکنن.
They even come inside your home and attack you inside. They will chase you into your home and they will search your home. They come in. They cut out your satellite, like your satellite dishes. And they will jam the signals. We don't have anything left. We can't get the news from any direction. We are forced to just listen to their own news. So because they cut down all form of communication, she said like we can't get the real news from anywhere. So we are forced to just listen to the Islamic Republic news. And that's all just lies. Please pray for us. And please help us. Please pray for us. I love you. God willing, we can see each other again. May God protect you. I kiss you goodbye.
Armin, she actually sent another quick message, but it was by text. I translated that. I sent you the link. So like she even mentions me by name, right? So if you want to share that as well. And then we can go to the rest of the news.
So she sent another message, her last message before she lost connection with the outside world. Repost this. She even prays for me, Gulsa, to be safe.
You can ignore the English version. Just you can go to the Persian one and translate that.
Okay. So she says Fadot Besham. Fadot Besham, guys, is just a very endearing, loving way to refer to somebody. Saying
and I censored the name. So the person that she is speaking to, I just censored that person's name. So Fadot Besham Ism Jun.
Okay, Fadot Besham. We're just gonna call the person Lale, okay, or Layla. So saying Layla, I love you, Layla June. ما هم خواب نداریم. We don't have sleep. We're not getting any sleep. همش صدای آمبولانس و پلیس و آتش نشانی فکر کنم ها.
Yeah, it's a typo, but she means آتش نشانی.
Yeah, so she's saying that we're not getting any sleep. Like everywhere, constantly there's ambulance and police and fire truck noises, like constantly until morning. I can't sleep. Like I keep saying that it's going to be war again in the middle of this winter and this cold. تو رو خدا مراقب گلسای عزیز باش. So she's saying to that person to please take care of Goldie. Take care of yourself. We're worried for you. I swear to God, we just want peace. and tranquility. Yeah, peace.
Yeah.
صلح و آرامش. Yeah. این چیز زیادی که اینجوری دارن کشتار میکنن ما دست خالی خوب. She's saying that this high number of killings that they're doing, ما دست خالی تو خیابون بعد اونا همه با ضد گلوله ماسک. Like she's saying that they're killing a lot of people and we're coming into the streets with our empty hands into the streets, but they're coming there with a bulletproof vest, with masks, with headgear, with armor, basically, with weapons, with batons, and they hit us. They hit you so hard that you have no idea how to get up. Like they hit you so hard with those batons and their weapons that you fall to the ground, and they hit you so hard that you can't get up anymore after that. And they just shoot you so willingly. But rahat tir mizane. She said, like, with no, they keep shooting at you with no hesitation, and they kill with no hesitation, just because we're chanting. So many people have been blinded. Everybody is mourning. Everybody is wearing black. And then two cry faces, two cry images.
Yeah, there you go. So you guys wanted breaking news from Iran? There you go. There's breaking news from Iran. That's my, a friend that I've known from childhood, close family friend. So there's the breaking news from Iran. This is why the internet has been shut down for 2 weeks, because they don't want the outside world to know the truth about what's happening in occupied Iran.
Goldie, on our Persian Discord server, apparently most people are there right now, except a few of them. So that means most of our team from Atheist Republic Persian is okay. There's only a few people missing, and they're waiting for me there.
Okay.
Let me know when you like. I'm gonna stay here for just a little bit more, but like let me know what do you need me to do first before I go. But thank you.
You know what? If you want to go to that channel, that's fine, because we've been broadcasting now for about 7 hours. So what I can do is I can just end the live stream, and then I'll take like a 40-minute, 50-minute break as well, and then I'll restart later tonight because we have more news coming out of Iran. And then you can go to the Persian side, because I know that there's a lot of people there as well that you want to speak with. So I'm okay with that. I can take
most of them are there. Most of them are there.
Go. I think you should go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
So they're live.
Yeah. Okay. So guys, what we're going to do is Armin's going to go to the Persian side, because a lot of people have been reconnected from Iran. And that's really important, because then tomorrow morning, we can restart and Armin can give us all the information coming out of Iran. For those of you who are watching, like I said, we've been streaming for over 7 hours now. And at around the 7-hour mark, the stream starts to get wonky. So I'm going to end this live stream. Make sure that you're tuning in. And then I'm just going to restart. I'm going to restart, and we're going to continue. And I have more breaking news for you guys. So, but when I restart, yeah.
Sorry, go on. No, you finish.
I'm just going to say when I restart, there's going to be about an hour of music beforehand, because again, we've been doing this for 7 hours, and I just need to like make a few phone calls, and I need to like, I don't know, eat something or whatever. But I'll be back. I'll be back in about an hour, and I'll just play music in the meantime.
And this will be on the Atheist Republic channel as well, guys. So you guys could, okay.
And so for everyone on the Atheist Republic, if you guys keep on asking me like, "Where's Armin?" I'm gonna be like, "You guys are stuck with me." So I'm just gonna say that. But we will.
No, guys, you should be on. You guys should be honored that you get to have Goldie on the Atheist Republic channel. So no, I'm sure. No,
I know they're teasing. I know they're just teasing.
Just because Goldie, just because they're asking for me, that doesn't mean that they're not like wanting you. Okay.
No,
like,
no, I know. But people are always like, "Where's Armin?" And I'm like, "He's here, I promise." But
well,
we will.
Goldie, when you're gone, people say, "Where's Goldie?" all the time. So there's.
Don't ask. So guys, people on my channel, if I'm not here, please don't ask where's Goldie, because Armin and I have been working together as a team for the last 3 weeks. So please don't ask. Please don't ask where one of us is, because this is a team effort. And if you're seeing Armin, you're basically seeing me. And if you're seeing me, that's basically seeing Armin. So please don't ask us where one or the other is, because we're doing this together to promote awareness. So thank you so much. All right. Thank you, Armin. I really appreciate that. And to everyone, we will see you guys soon. All right, Armin, I know you want to say your catchphrase.
I want to just give you a virtual hug first for everything you're going through.
Thank you.
And I just want to say, Javid Shah, Payande Iran.
And Amir Israel Chai, that's your catchphrase.
Amir Israel Chai.
Thank you so much. All right, guys, I'm going to restart and I'll see you in about an hour.
See you.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سیدگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. هشتم سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها در لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های ملی از بر آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایی داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانی ما زنده هستی، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.